They hated, they never believe me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say. I got them picking up the pieces. That me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand. Ay, we on overtime, you don't need to understand. Ay, you just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big right. Cause it can get big right. Cause it can get big right. Hey, please don't play no games with me. I promise I'm too much. Hey, I can never let up even if you had enough. Hey, this ain't for the faint of heart. We always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to be this submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance, they coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk about the show. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling. They already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand. Ay, we on overtime, you don't need to understand. Ay, you just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big right. Cause it can get big right. Cause it can get big right. Yeah. Gotta aim for the top like, hold up, yeah. I can never doubt myself, I know better. All of you critics be acting like you know better. Blowing the smoke, but I know when the dust settles. That I'm in my element, it's evident that it's never to the pain. All those dark nights I got there, breaking my back to make it out. Got me feeling like pain. I ain't never need your help, I know you wishing me well. A penny for your thoughts, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad ass son, I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up, whole team with me. But known for my city like OAGZ. Set the pace as long as you finish. Consumers find a way inside your business. Babylon, they try to dabble in it and they hate the fact that they may have to witness. You tryna aim for the top like this and you're in your element with a fire like this. And they hoping you fall and they praying you miss. But it's all in the risk, I got you with the switch, you know. I'm in the zone, give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas, 155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, flow is like water. I'm forced through the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God and you grinding, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, well I might be. Let's run it up, run it up, run it up. We beating the odds just to sum it up. You know it's a rap, never waistlines, and I'm cutting the weight like a tummy tuck. That mean I'm about to give it out right now. You see what's coming down the line, I never pipe down. I give 100% and be trying to stun on my enemies. In my element is crazy as the mic sound. I'm in the zone, give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas, 155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy. I'm in my element. Never switch up, never switch up, never switch up, never switch up. Never switch up, never switch up, never switch up. Keep that same energy. I'm in my element.
Yeah. Good evening. Let me stop yelling in my house time of night. Yeah. Good evening. Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, everybody in the building, man. Good evening to everybody in the building, man. Top it up one more game. Then we'll lay it down, man. Salute to everybody in the building. Salute to everybody in the building. It's the evening show. It's the evening show. You know what I mean? We back at it, man. We back at it. Yesterday we were on. Honestly, yesterday we didn't get a chance to really jump into the show that I wanted to jump all the way into. It was a good show. We did have a young prospect in King Cam Walker up here, as well as his father, and we talked about some things. We opened up the panel a little bit late in the evening in the show, and we had an opportunity to hear a couple of people kind of go back and forth. But tonight, we'll kind of like take off from where we left off a little bit, and probably more importantly, dive into this undercard as well. As far as the Ryan Garcia Conor Benn undercard is concerned, we'll talk about the main fights, right? The main fights. On top of that, we have to still continue the conversation about what's going on with the whole entire Devin Haney, Bill Haney campaign, looking for an opponent for Devin. Very interesting conversation today between Bill Haney and Ness over at the Boxing Voice. That was very, very good and very entertaining. Came home pretty much about an hour or so, maybe, I don't know, maybe hour and a half before the show ended. And yeah, that. So I caught the tail end of that, but very interesting conversation. Guys, we've been talking about this here. I've been talking about it to you guys about how, how many moving parts are really involved in this conversation of what Devin Haney's deal with the zone looks like and what it means as far as the matchmaking and what we should expect over there with that deal. And Devin, right? We're expecting these fights to be made, and I think the zone is expecting the same thing. And if we'll go over a couple of clips from the conversation between Bill and Ness today, and just kind of get just kind of share some perspective and get some understanding of what Bill was saying, and versus what I've been saying as well, right? Versus what we've been talking about. And obviously Bill was being confronted with a lot of questions and concerns about activity and fights being made and what it takes for fights to be made, and what's the hold up and things of that nature. And I thought it was real interesting, right? It was definitely really very interesting. So we'll talk about that, and we'll talk about the undercard today, obviously, as well. We'll talk about a little bit about what's going on with Keyshawn Davis and Brian Norman Jr., because I'm hearing there's a lot of hype there, and I don't think that's what's going on from what I understand. I don't know if that's the truth or not, but it doesn't seem like the Keyshawn Davis Brian Norman Jr. fight is necessarily the next fight for either one of those guys. But we'll talk about the possibilities, and Bill also talked about the whole Liam Paro situation and the Jack Catterall situation, and these significant fights, as people were coming up on the panel and asking Bill about potential fights that they would want to see. I think one of the callers talked about an Arnold Barbosa, right? They're like, well, let's make that fight happen. They just want, at this point, the space is starting to become a little bit desperate and a little bit concerned with the inactivity, right? They're realizing that the last time they saw Devin Haney in the ring was in November, and it's getting close to getting back to November, and it doesn't seem like there's a fight in the horizon. Seems like they're attempting to make a lot of fights. So, and Bill talks about it in this interview as well. Talks about even Conor Benn moving out of 147 after fighting the Ryan Garcia fight, and kind of questioning that a little bit as far as why would Conor do that. Obviously, if you were to listen to him talk about it, kind of sounds like he was, maybe anticipating a potential fight with Conor Benn. But all these fighters clearly have options and opportunities on the table, and they're not necessarily caught up all around making that fight with Devin, unless it's for the right coin, right? For the right coin, right? It is what it is. So that being said, and we'll also break down this undercard, two specific fights, right? I mean, we'll get into the undercard, but really the Mark Magsayo fight with Andres Cortes, which I think could steal the show, could be a fight of the night candidate. You know what I mean? Between those guys, and of course we got Da'Mazion Vanhouter, who's going to maybe approach his first real actual physical test in the ring, right? Potentially, right? I mean, the fighter he's going against has a very high knockout ratio, comes in with a height advantage or a little bit of a reach, a bigger fighter physically in the ring. But this fighter has shown himself to be open to a lot of defensive holes in his defense, right? Holes in his game that can provide a fighter like Da'Mazion Vanhouter an opportunity to have a knockout of the year candidate performance on the biggest stage. And that's what this is all about. This opportunity here for the Zuffa fighters to get on potentially the biggest stage for this year, at least, right? One of the biggest stages this year, one of the biggest showcasings, headlined by Ryan Garcia and Conor Benn. This one emerged right across between Golden Boy, DAZN, Golden Boy, DAZN, and of course Paramount Zuffa, right? So this one's supposed to be a big one, man. It is what it is. Let me see here. Shout out to everybody in the building. Of course, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel as you step into the building. Take a moment to go ahead and do that as well. Shout out to my brother AK Crowder in the building, saying blessings, brother Claymore, blessings. Kaisu 953 in the building. Salute. Says salute to Clizze on the ones and the twos for show, man. The radio boxing show in the building says salute to Mr. Claymore Rain, no doubt. Hey, there he is, Mr. Welcome Down Vanhouter, cheeks in the building, man. We're going to be talking about your son tonight. I'll put the link out there as well if you feel like coming up here and kind of talking about the opponent that Da'Mazion is going to be fighting. I don't know if Da'Mazion's even with you. Maybe you can get him to pop up a little bit and kind of talk about the opponent, what you guys are looking at doing, and also the significance of the show. The big stage. Obviously, Zuffa putting a lot of faith behind Da'Mazion Vanhouter and then giving him an opportunity to perform on the main card of one of the biggest cards of the year. That's a significant, very impactful moment right there to introduce Da'Mazion Vanhouter in the capacity of the next American heavyweight, right? This big stage right here, giving him that opportunity to do it in rare form, right? To really show it out in front of an audience, maybe one of the biggest audiences, right? That Da'Mazion's ever got a chance to perform in front of. So that's a big opportunity, man. Shout out to Da'Mazion Vanhouter's father, Cheeks in the building. Welcome Down Vanhouter in the building. Joe Uso in the building says, we in the building, Uso, no doubt. Joe, what's good with you, man? I'm just somebody. Says Zuffa gang. What's good with you, man? We fight all night TV in the building says snap from the sun like Diddy. Whoa. The Donnie 956 says Zuffa 5, no doubt, man. Alan Land, one in the building says, what's good, Clay? What's good with you, man? What's good? K Gunner in the building says Alexis Rocha versus Jose Ramirez, rumored to be on the undercard as well. Oh, that's a very good fight, actually. That's a very good fight. Alexis Rocha versus Jose Ramirez? Last time we saw Alexis Rocha in the ring, he looked pretty damn good, man. He needs a little bit of activity too. In his game, obviously. And Jose Ramirez, last time we saw him in the ring was against Devin Haney. So maybe, man. Maybe. I hear you, man. Let me see here. Mateo Tapia versus Leo Ruiz too, no doubt. Akeem Blake in the building says guidance and blessings, Clay. What's good with you, family? What's good? Mr. Round One in the building, man. The other Round One, right? Shout out to Round One, says Clay. Salute. Let's see here. RX 3408 said late night show. Yeah, man, a little pop-up late night show, And by the way, tomorrow I do think I'm going to cover the Clarissa Shields card. You know what? I'm going to cover it. My wife was getting at me last night, and she said, "Is that the right thing to do? Shouldn't you cover and support?" And I was like, I'm not really that interested in the fight that Clarissa has, but maybe the event. There's some good fights on the undercard, right? You got a Teef on there. You got Ernesto Tito Mercado on there. You got Troy Isley on there. And obviously you got a lot of celebrity mumbo jumbo entertainment, man. Content worthy, maybe, right? Ray J and the That's So Raven guy. You know what I'm saying? You got that fight and whatever else might be on the card, right? So you know what? I'm gonna cover it. I figure the community, you might pop up and we can all hang out and we can all hang out and cover the fights and cover the antics and everything in the show. Maybe it could be entertaining, right? So I'll probably be covering that fight tomorrow evening as well. As I told you guys earlier yesterday, I'll definitely be doing the shows during the weekend and the lives, on my Sundays, but I am getting ready to go out of town for a week. In 2 weeks, I'm going out of town for a whole week. Got things to handle. I'll probably I'll still be doing my long form videos and things of that nature, probably more so than I normally do, which is a good thing, right? It's a good thing. I want to be consistent in that area anyway, start doing that, but I won't be home. You know what I'm saying? So that being said, and then next week I have, a bunch of stuff to do during the week. So I won't be coming up on Tuesday and Thursday at my normal regular time. I'll try to make something happen. We'll see. right? But I'm going to be very busy next week. So busy next week and then out of town the following week, right? So, but on the weekends, we'll definitely be covering the fights. We'll definitely be doing what we normally do. I'm available on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday and things of that nature. It is what it is. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Manuel 408 in the building says Tito Mercado fight is off. Oh my God, I didn't know that. What happened? See? Why is Tito Mercado not fighting, bro? What's that all about? Somebody please give me the story behind that, Manuel 408. I'm gonna be honest with you. Tito Mercado not being active is not, it's a very, I hope it's not an injury to Tito. I hope it's not an injury. Wait, he is fighting a replacement. Okay, so Tito Mercado, they found a replacement. Okay, so he'll be fighting somebody. Man, it's unfortunate though that, you know, he's going through that, man. So unfortunate for Tito Mercado. I'm hoping that Ernesto, this relationship he has with Salinas now really gets him active. I mean, he needs to fight 3 to 4 times a year. He's a superstar if you give him the stage and you give him the viewership. If you expose him to the masses in the right way, it's a potential star. He is a must-see fighter. But if you guys are going to start, you know, only putting him out there once, twice a year, man, it's going to be nasty work, man. It's going to be nasty work for Tito Mercado, man. He needs to be active, and you guys got to find a way to get those guys in the ring with him. He needs to get an opportunity at a title or a significant fight. He needs to get that opportunity. They got to figure that out. It is what it is, man. Let me see here. RX, I'm sorry. Let me see. Sounds good. No doubt, Cheeks. Matter of fact, I'm going to put the link out right now. Tonight, you know, today's a Friday show, man. Not super organized, but organized, man. I do have questions for the panel, but this is definitely an opportunity for the panel to jump up here. And if people want, let me know in the chat if you want. I can throw the Discord. I can get the Discord active as well. We can get people through the Discord. I just haven't really been putting the Discord on because people haven't really been popping up on there like that. I don't know. I got to figure out a marketing strategy to get the Discord jumping, man. I got to talk to Ness is really what I got to do. Ness can kind of school me as to how to approach that whole conversation with the Discord to make it do what it do. Make it do what it do. Shout out to Edward Torres in the building. What's up, Clay? What's good with you, Ed? Man, what's good with you, man? Good to see you in the building, man. Hope you're in good spirits, good health, man. He says Mazi will be up this week. Okay, cool. No doubt, man. Juice Digital in the building says, support your people. Let's go, quote. Yeah, man. That's what my wife was getting at me. My wife got at me. She was like, so you're not going to cover the fight? I'm like, I'm not really interested. And she was like, is that really the right thing to do? Shouldn't you support? You know, in the spirit of watching what the content creation space from the outside looking in is doing with her, I want to give her some support. You know what I'm saying? I'm not very interested in her fight. I'm not, you know, I really am not. But, you know, you never know, man. I just want to see a great performance. I thought she looked great at the weigh-ins. I mean, Lissa got a little body on her when she's at 160 pounds. You know what I'm saying? She looked good, man. She really looked on point, man. You know, when she's doing the whole 175 thing, she obviously put in some work, you know what I mean, for the conditioning at least and everything like that when it comes to that and everything that comes with that. But you never know. You know, maybe she learned how to turn her punches a little bit more at 175. We saw a little bit of power at 175. She did get a stoppage up there. We saw her hurt Danielle Perkins. Maybe that translates into something at 160. Maybe this opponent it could be a stoppage. I mean, you know, Clarissa has 3 knockouts in her whole career. Shout out to her skill set and everything like that. But it'd be nice to see her get a stoppage, right? Let me see here. Let me see here. Who am I missing? Talker SD San Diego in the building says what? Yeah, salute Talk SD. Yeah, but I do think I think I'm assuming you're saying what because of that whole entire Tito Mercado situation, right? But I'm hearing that they found a replacement, right? Z Pacino salute says they found him a replacement, so that's a good thing, man. That's a good thing, man. Yeah, see, VLM 919 says Tito found the last minute replacement, no doubt. Tito Mercado just got a new opponent. He's good. Okay, it is what it is, man. You know what I mean? To go came in 10 pounds over. Wow. And that guy to go was talking, him and his team were talking so crazy at the little face-offs they did the other day. There's always something interesting when you see things like that, when they're trying to sell a fight and, you know, trying to make it look like, you know what I mean, you're going to fight me. Don't be scared to fight me. Yeah, don't be scared to fight me when I come 10 pounds over. Right. Salidas, man. You got to I want to see what this Salidas win records deal looks like for these fighters, for the Troy Isleys, for the Tito Mercados, right? For the O'Teef, or Obertons. I want to see what these deals look like. I want to see what Salidas is able to effectively facilitate for these guys who signed over there, right? These guys went over there, probably got a decent amount of money, some kind of money that's decent for where they're at in their careers. But are they going to be able to get the fights? Are they going to be able to move up the rankings accordingly and, get into those positions to where they're fighting for titles or at least fighting some signature names to help grow their brand? Is that going to happen? We'll see. Time will tell that story, right? Time will tell that story. We're all watching Salidas Promotions right now put this event together. I'm hearing it may be a sold-out event, 18,000 plus people, rumors circulating about tickets being given away and things of that nature. I don't know if that's, I'm hearing we should expect a packed arena, right? 18,000 plus people. Clarissa Shields showing and proving that she's able to consistently produce and deliver this product, right? The idea of packing out stadiums and people wanting to see her, in spite of all the criticism and all the scrutiny she gets for everything else that goes on, whether it's her singing, whether it's her rapping, whether it's her relationship with Papoose, whether it's whatever it may be, right? Whether it's her, in different position with Alicia Baumgartner, regardless, she seems to constantly return back to the table and show and prove that she's going to deliver, at least in an arena, right? We don't have to talk about pay-per-view numbers and things of that nature, but at least in an arena that if she's, doing a show, she's time and time after time, packing out the building. People are coming to watch her, and maybe people feel like they're coming in there to watch Ray J. Maybe people feel like they're coming in there to watch Orlando Brown or I don't know, you know what I mean? But it doesn't matter. She's headlining the card, man. It does seem like to be a big extravaganza every time she comes out. Floyd Mayweather was at the weigh-ins, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people came out to the weigh-ins, she's having great turnouts. It is what it is. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. She's not for everybody, but she's for somebody, and she's for enough people to where the business makes sense when you put her at the front of the card, right? It is what it is, man. To go came in 10 pounds overweight. Yeah, man. We'll talk about that. We talked about that a little bit. Let me see here. Let me see. Shout out to Mark 189 in the building. Yeah, everybody's talking about what To Go did, man. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, man. He's fighting Roger Hiley now. I got to look him up and see who Roger Hiley is and what kind of fight we can expect there. K Gunn in the building says Tito got to replace someone with a 14-1 record. Okay. So is this a better, would this be an upgrade then, this opponent? This could be a dangerous fight for Tito Mercado, an opportunity for him to really show. He didn't get a camp. We'll take a look at it. We'll pull up the replacement. We'll take a look at it and really see. Maybe that fight becomes way more interesting, right? Maybe it becomes way more interesting. El Gallo Negro in the building, 5248 says, I'm new to your show, Clay. 2 thumbs up. I got Cortez for the upset. No doubt, El Gallo. Appreciate you being in the building, man. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. Yeah, man, Cortez for the upset. That's going to be an interesting fight. We'll talk about that because Cortez is a little bit more of a reserved fighter, right? A little bit more of a patient fighter, selective with his shots, not a high output kind of fighter. He's going to be getting in the ring with a very explosive, high output, push the pace Mark Magsayo. Cortez, with an offensive fighter like Mark Magsayo, there's going to be opportunities in there for Cortez to make some things happen. But he has to. We'll talk about it. I'm not going to say he has to. I'll ask the question to you guys as you guys come up on the panel, but we have to speak about the idea of the rounds being won and, the aesthetics of this fight. This is a fight that Andre Cortes can very easily lose and he can win. And on the other side, very, very much so the same thing with Mark Magsayo, who aesthetically can deliver a winning performance to judges who are watching this fight, right? Depending on how he can make this fight look with the pressure and with the output. And Andre Cortes has to be aware of that. He has to be consistently aware of the idea of what he looks like in front of these judges outside of a stoppage. He needs to be concerned with those cards, I think, at the end of the night. That's what I believe, right? But we'll talk about that. Torres says WBO ordered Shiraz to fight Janibek. We definitely going to talk about that as well. Very interesting information. I mean, on paper, just as far as the fight is concerned, I am excited for the fight. I really am excited for the fight. But we also know the reality of the situation with Janibek and, what happened at 160, him at 168 rolling into a mandatory on the back end of and I kind of saw this play coming a little bit just off of a conversation Gustavo Olivieri had on Cigar Talk, that there was a possibility that this might happen. He was very understanding and open-minded on what happened with Janibek. Janibek was able to hold his WBO title for a little bit at 160. They didn't strip him of his title. And he spoke about the findings being found as far as reasons behind the findings, behind maybe some immunization. He was sick or something, and some immunizations or vaccines or antibiotics or medicines that he was taking because he was sick were maybe contaminated with some substances that shouldn't have been in there. You know how these stories go, right? If it's not an excuse, it's a reason, right? If it's not a reason, it's an excuse. Either way, Janibek gets rolled right into an opportunity. But I say stylistically, though, this is going to be the biggest fight and most competitive fight that Shiraz, right? That Hamza Shiraz gets into here. This is a big fight here for Hamza Shiraz, man. This is not a Diego Pacheco. This is not, this is not even like, a Jaime Munguia or Edgar Berlanga, obviously. You know what I'm saying? This is a very skilled, very locked-in Janibek who low-key's probably been cutting weight, in a very toxic way for himself at 160. He missed out on a fight because of a 160 issue, right? So this is very similar to Hamza Shiraz's rise to 168. When Hamza Shiraz came to 168, we all knew that he's going to fit very well in that division as far as weight is concerned, because we knew he was already a big dude. He had problems with the weight cut at 160 already. Very, very similar to the story with Janibek. And Janibek brings that Eastern European pedigree. We'll talk about that, right? We'll talk about it on the panel, of course. Not only, obviously, the controversy around the fight and the treatment of, fighters on performance enhancement drugs and being awarded, it almost seems like, right, to roll him right into a championship fight, into a big fight. But also we could just talk about the stylistic clash in front of us, because I do think that's a great fight on paper when you really think about it. So there is that, and there's that excitement that I have about the fight. I like the fight. You know what I mean? I don't like everything around the fight, but we'll talk about that for sure. We'll talk about that. Also, we got to talk about Teofimo Lopez and his father, Teo Sr. Very interesting. Listen, man, you guys know I have my criticisms of Teofimo Lopez. I definitely have my criticisms of him, but I actually appreciated the moment of clarity, is what I would call it, that they had that opportunity to have a conversation between both of them in front of the world, right? A conversation that I'm sure they've had privately, and an understanding that they've come to privately about how they're going to be moving forward, things of that nature. But it was also refreshing to see, for the first time in a long time, a very transparent Teofimo Lopez who wasn't on his antics. He wasn't on his BS. And speaking to the elephant in the room, right? Speaking to that elephant in the room, which is that dysfunction that we've all watched for years between him and his father. And more importantly, the dysfunction we saw between him and his father during the Shakur Stevenson fight. So it would be very cool to kind of see that, come together. And, yeah, right? Very interesting to watch that come together when they fight against Rolly Romero, specifically, to see that dynamic, as Senior talked about in his interviews, the dynamic duo energy. And I do agree with Senior and Teo as far as at a point in time they were dynamic. The journey was a long journey for the Lopez's, a very long journey. And it was also refreshing to see Teofimo Senior, kind of try to shake the antics as well and just be honest. And when you break it down to the bare minimum, you saw that there was a father who's been dedicated to his son's upbringing ever since. Making those sacrifices to move with his son out of, to get up out of those horrible areas in Brooklyn that he came from, the background he came from, and being at Teo's 170 plus amateur fights, right? 170 plus amateur fights that Teofimo Sr. made his way to and made sure he was there for his son the whole way through. What a relationship. There was even some understanding there was a little bit of enabling appeasement that Senior had towards Junior since he was a young boy, right? Allowing him, he doesn't like school, so we're going to take him out of school, right? When he loses, he'd run away. You know, a lot of tantrums, a lot of fits, a lot of Teofimo, being very rebellious at a very young age, very pushy. You know what I'm saying? On Senior, and Senior just kind of being very tolerant, very tolerant of Teofimo. I thought that was very interesting. These are the parts of the interview that I watched and I thought were very interesting to when you look at the rebellious nature of Teofimo Lopez Jr., right? You see the rebellious nature in him as stories are coming out, that Senior's talking about, certain stories of raising him. You kind of got to see a part of Teofimo Jr. that kind of made sense, or made sense of it all, of everything we happen to see with Teofimo, as far as his just the way he has a very what's the word I would use? I don't want to say fits, but childish entitlement. Right? That's the best way I could describe it. Just a very entitled child, getting his way, allowed to throw fits, allowed to express himself, allowed to almost, I say, talk back, get his way. And when he doesn't get his way, the way he'd react to it. You know what I mean? If he didn't get what he wanted, he was a very, acted out type of kid, and tolerated clearly by his father to allow him to act that way. Right? So when we see Teo now getting bigger and bigger, when those moments he was getting bigger, you saw Senior really not be able to really rein Teo in. He wasn't really able to rein him in. And that was always an interesting thing to see. I always wondered and thought that maybe Senior was a very pushy guy, and that Junior was growing out of that pushiness and starting to kind of rebel a little bit against a father who put a lot of pressure on his son. But as I'm watching the conversation, I'm realizing that that's not necessarily what I'm watching. And it was enlightening. It was eye-opening for me. Like, oh, so this is not, it may literally be the other way. This may be Junior Ben putting the pressure and moving the needle, and Senior being a little too tolerant. Senior talks about an episode to where he had to, the one time he put hands on Teofimo Jr., and how, he never did that again. So a father who's very reluctant to apply the discipline to Teofimo Jr. for a lion's share of his life and boxing career at the same time. So a wild card in Teofimo Jr., right? A wild card in Teofimo Jr., which makes it very interesting. But at the same time, man, very refreshing to see Junior also kind of take some ownership as well for his parts he played in it. But he also, I don't know, man. You know what I mean? And I would love HLD, matter of fact, to pop up here if he's in the building. I'm sure, if he does pop up, we could kind of talk about that as well, just a little bit, because that was very interesting. And I'm not sure if HLD or, Punch Drunk Boxing, I feel like they did, right? I feel like they always understood this. And I would say that if you guys did understand that was something you guys understood that I did not pick up on it until I saw this interview. I did not see that. You know what I mean? And I thought that was very, very eye-opening, very revealing, very exposing to a certain degree. It is what it is. Let me see here. Let me continue. Oh, there he is. HLD's right there. You know what I'm saying? There he is. My guy HLD in the building. Salute HL. What's good, family? Let's see here. Donnie956 talks about insecurities. Yeah, man. Birdman Jr. in the building. So, salute says, gotta feel bad for Tito. This is yet another setback in his career. Right, man. Listen, man, Salinas, Tito, man, let me tell you, bro, signing to Salinas Promotions, I've been very up and down about that. I've been very up and down on that for Ernesto, man, especially on the back end of leaving Matchroom, who I think is one of the best promoters in the game as far as Eddie Hearn is concerned. especially in the traditional space, it feels like Ernesto downgraded. It feels like he downgraded. I could be wrong. I have my eyes on it, and I'm open. I'm not married to the take at all, right? I'm not married to the take, but it is a little concerning for me. And what a stroke of bad luck for sure for his fight to fall through and him have a last-minute replacement. But at least they were able to get him a replacement, right? It would have been messed up if they weren't that he wasn't able to fight at all. So, shout out to Salinas Promotions, who was able to move around in the last minute and deal with the problem on hand and still have him fight on the card. So you got to give him his flowers as well. You got to give the promotional company their flowers as well for being able to deal with that. They can't help if To-Go was going to come in and blow weight by 10 pounds. It is what it is. But at least they had somebody ready. You know what I mean? Donnie956 says she thinks she can beat Rolly. Who? Clarissa? Yeah, man. Man, shout out to the queen, man. Very confident girl, man. Very confident girl. That's HLD throwing shots, man. Donnie956 says Cortez is training at UFC, PI, and MX. Okay, no doubt, no doubt. Let me see. HLD says they're giving out free tickets by the thousands. You see two-tone video, you get a ticket, you get a ticket. Wait, you get a ticket, you get a ticket, you get a ticket. Yeah. I don't know, bro. Shout out to Two-Tone, man. I'm not really on that campaign of bashing Clarissa Shields, man. And I'm gonna be real with you because she's a woman. I'll even say she's a black woman, right? Whatever. But anybody who wants it, I don't give a shit, right? As a black man, nah, bro, I'm not into chopping her down, bro. I get nothing out of that. I'll be honest and say I'm not interested in her fight, but I'm not into talking about her looks and her relationship, and I just don't see no reason to do that, especially with there's this narrative around it, especially with the Alicia Baumgartner conversation, the light-skinned, chinky-eyed girl versus the dark. I don't like that shit. You know what I mean? I got 2 chocolate-ass daughters. You know what I'm saying? I'm not into that shit. That weird-ass fucking conversation. It's not my conversation to have. I'm a grown-ass man. If the females want to get into that and talking about the way she looks and talking about this and that, that's a female. That's their area. But as a man and as a black man, no, I'm not going to sit here and that's just not for me. That's not my position. You know what I'm saying? With my beautiful dark skin, chocolate, actually, she's not super dark skin, but my chocolate wife and my kids' mothers are dark skinned. My daughters are dark skinned. It's just some weird shit. That's not the conversation I'm going to be having. What I will be talking about is her boxing and her matchups and things of that nature. I have no problem talking about that, but this campaign to tear her down is kind of weird for me. I know I'm getting older. I'll be 50 years old next year. So excuse my age. I get it. The next generation is a whole nother. But for me, it's kind of weird to watch. You know what I mean? And I think it's even more weird to see the attention that it gets. But at the same time, it's not, because that's the kind of society we live in. There's a very crab in a barrel mentality in my community that will support something like that. But it's very interesting because I know that, shout out to Two-Tone, I'm saying he's found a lot of success on this campaign. You know what I'm saying? A lot of success, a lot of viewership, a lot of subscribers, a lot of, he's blowing up. He's doing very well in the space, man. Very great content creator, man. But yeah, I just think it's unfortunate it has to be on the back of that type of topic. I just think it's unfortunate. I wish we do better a little bit. I'm not gonna lie to you. I just kind of wish he'd do better. But we'll be talking about Clarissa in the fight for sure. We'll talk about her in the fight for sure. Edward Alvarez in the building says, salute Clay, heard Clarissa card fell apart. The card fell apart or just a fight with Tito? Please don't tell me the card fell apart. I haven't been following the Clarissa Shields situation closely, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I haven't been following. I have to jump on and kind of get onto. I don't even know the opponent that Troy Osley's fighting against or the opponent that O'Teef is fighting against. I just know that they're on the card, right? I haven't been following, and that's my bad. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. My wife kind of put me on blast last night. She really kind of did about that the way I felt about it and the way I was dealing with it. You know what I'm saying? We gotta support all the fights. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Tapping in with Rain. Shout out to Wiz Rand in the building. Sam from Jersey. Salute says this is gonna be a great fight. What fight is gonna be a great fight, Sam? Let me know. Travis Brown said Clarissa looked good. Yeah, man. Beautiful sister, man. She's doing her thing, man. She's doing her thing. And I do think she needs that kind of support to a certain degree, because clearly when she was younger, she looked rough. She was, very tomboyish, and she's trying to embrace her feminine nature. She's feeling good. She has a good man. She's very proud of her relationship. It's not for me. It's not for me. So I'm not going to sit here and celebrate their relationship. But yeah, man, it's nothing wrong with saying she looked good. She did look good, man. She was in great shape. She clearly feels good, and that's important, right? It is what it is. Let me see here. Chilad Childa Garcia says, Travis, yes, sir. There we go. I guess some people in there supporting it. None of this is new. Tio still stuck on the same island. Okay. Alan Lamb, one in the building, salute, says that interview was interesting. Do you think the drama is distracting with it being so close to the fight? Great question, Alan. And listen, Alan, that might be the biggest, as far as boxing is concerned. I think it could be a good and a bad thing. I think it could be bad because it can be distracting to a certain degree, but I do feel like Tio being comfortable enough to have that kind of conversation kind of shows, I think there's some strength in there. There was some strength and some confidence in that. Him speaking on everybody getting on the same page and him not being able to do it on his own and him feeling like he did on his own. And these are things that I've talked about, right? I spoke about these things before the Shakur Stevenson fight. I said Teofimo might find himself alone inside that ring with Shakur, because when the adjustments are needed to be made and he can't get the right type of instructions from his corner, he's going to feel by himself. And what is he going to do in that moment? He talked about it. I might even pull up some clips, right? Pull up some clips of Tio kind of explaining that, how he's been feeling in his career. And, not to pat myself on the shoulder, you know what I'm saying, but just to resonate with the whole, the idea that I saw that in Tio. And it was just something honest. I wasn't trying to hate on Tio, even with the whole entire, the race baiting and the play on words, and people were allowing that to slide and turning that into, oh, he's just doing it. No, he's throwing a tantrum. And I kept telling you guys that when he was doing those things, he wasn't being intelligent and strategic. He was being childish. He was being upset. He was not getting his way. He felt underappreciated. He felt overlooked. And this was him, having little fits, little outbursts. I'm trying to think of a word that's even, what is it called when a child is just acting out? You know what I'm saying? But that's what it was. It was very childish. It was Teofimo, being emotional. It wasn't a good thing. It was never a good thing to me. It was always something that was there to be exposed. It was always a weakness. It was always an opening, an opportunity for the right kind of fighter with the right mental strength to really cripple him in a big way. And it showed up in the Shakur Stevenson fight. You know what I mean? And I think it showed up in those other fights. It showed up in the Sandor Martin fight when he asked if he really got it. It showed up against Steve Claggett when he got hands put on him. It showed up in those moments. It showed up against Kambosos even. You know what I mean? Sickness or no sickness. It showed up in so many different ways. And I thought he was very transparent in his own way in that conversation. And that made me respect him more, and also made me maybe a little more confident in what he's going to do against Rolly Romero, because taking ownership is the first thing, right? That's the first step. That's the first step in getting what you need and getting Tio where he needs to be in order to make those adjustments. And even getting his father kind of realizing his position that he's going to have to play with his son. So I thought the interview was very interesting. We'll talk about it. And obviously when the panel comes up here, I'll present the conversation. And I'm very interested in what you guys are going to talk about when it comes to that conversation. Shout out to my brother Rick Sims in the building, man. 9705 in the building. My brother from Texas, man, says, what's up, Clay? What's good with you, Rick? What's good, man? Let me see here. Donnie956 says it could be an ego thing where he can't be the man at Matchroom, but he can at Salida Promotions. Yeah, I mean, when I know Tito was at Zuffa Boxing at an event, and whenever you see a fighter at Zuffa Boxing, especially in the Apex in the early stages, you got to believe that there's conversations happening with that fighter. And I know Tito wants to be, part of the sanctioning body conversation. He wants to collect those belts. He wants to fight those champions. And he's still a subscriber to the idea of being on the same side of the street as the fight you want to be on is an easier way to make the fight. And I think there's some validity to to that position, right? There is some validity, even though, but I still think, I think the across the street politics aren't exactly put to bed all the way with the zone and all the fighters being over there. I personally believe, my position is the zone signing a Teofimo Lopez or doing a deal with a Devin Haney, whatever else they might do on the back end of that. I think they understand that there are still across the street politics that are involved in the conversation. And I say that frankly to say that Ernesto Mercado, I want to see Salida Promotions deliver on these fights, on these big fights. I want to see the across the street promotion going on. I want to see him be in a conversation with fighting a Frank Martin who's part of Top Rank, right? I want to see Tito Mercado involved in that kind of conversation. I want to see Tito Mercado involved in the conversation of fighting a Gary Anton Russell who's with PBC, right? I want to see that conversation. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing him in the conversation of fighting a Shakur Stevenson or Dalton Smith. I want to see what these guys are able to facilitate for Tito Mercado, right? I want to see if he's able to do that because I don't know. That's all I'll say. I don't know. And I did have concerns. I thought, like I said earlier, a bit of a downgrade, in my opinion, from Matchroom to come over to Salidas. Shout out to Salidas Promotions. Shout out to Win Records and what they're trying to do over there and what they're putting together. But they packed that card out. Just the involvement of Ray J and Orlando Brown makes me concerned about their ability to deliver the big fights. Just the idea, I would never believe, I know Dana White would never do that, would never entertain putting together a Ray J fight with Orlando Brown. Never. I couldn't imagine Oscar De La Hoya and Golden Boy putting Ray J and Orlando Brown on their card. Couldn't see it. I couldn't imagine Eddie Hearn putting on YouTubers. I couldn't. I couldn't. I think they feel like they wouldn't be able to be taken seriously by their fan base. It is what it is. But listen, man, I'm not married to the take. I'm not married to the take. I'm okay with being proven wrong and this being super successful, and because I want to see the best for these fighters, for the Troy Isleys. Shout out to the new guys who signed over there. Who, Troy Isley's up there in the middleweight conversation, and Tito Mercado is arguably an uncrowned king to a certain degree, right? An uncrowned king to a certain degree. You know what I mean? Rick Tim says, "Could you be sending me some funny shit on IG, man?" Yeah, you my guy, Rick, man. Not everybody gets that, man. Only my people really get that. Trust me, not a lot of people. But I'll be deaf scrolling, right? And I see some funny shit, and I send it to the people I think will I like to spread the love, man. I like to the love being the laughter, right? I like to spread the laughter, man. I think it's important, man. We all got so many things going on during our days, man. So yeah, man, I'll send something that I think if I think it can make you laugh, I'll send it, bro. Because maybe in that moment you need it, right, Rick? Maybe some female is pissing your ass off in that moment, or maybe your kids are being bad. Maybe your boss at your job is throwing you a curveball. You know what I mean? And maybe that little reel make you giggle and be like, "This motherfucker Clay stupid as hell, bro." Stupid motherfucker always sending me some crazy shit. You know what I mean? K Gunner says Tito has all the intangibles to be a huge star, but this sign to Salida is a big head scratcher. Yeah, right, K? Yeah, man. Lou Boogie in the building from New York says she does it to herself. Teach their own, man. I think as men, Lou, we don't gotta help. Bad. She could do bad all by herself. I agree with you. I think it's awkward. I think her talking about her relationship with Papoose, that's definitely a female trait of her. She's a female, right? She is a female. So that's something that I'll put pressure on Papoose to kind of like, you guys don't need to have your relationship in front of the world like that. I'm not saying hide their relationship, but you're in an interview talking about a fight and you're talking about having sex with Papoose. You're talking about having children with Papoose. These conversations are not for, that's unnecessary. But Pap is cool with it. It is what it is. And so I agree with you, Lil Boogie, to a certain degree when you say she does it to herself. If you're going to put it out there, then creators have a right to speak on it. You know, it is what it is. But as a man, I don't want to be part of that. You know what I mean? I'm not there. I'm just not going to have a thumbnail with Clarissa Shields on it and me. I'm not going to be attacking no female. That's just a line I'm not willing to cross. You know what I mean? Like I said, I got daughters. I'm actually a real ass, grown ass man. I'm not out here. I'm not with the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not hip. I'm not cool. I'm not part of this generation. My generation passed already. My generation was in the 90s. We was doing our shit, you know what I mean? 90, 95, you know what I mean? You know, even the whole hip hop situations, that I'm not with it. I think about things in another way. That's all. I can't help it. Pugilism in the building says Haney will have to renegotiate with Key instead of chasing boots. Ultimately, Haney's next fight has to sell more than Clarissa Shields, Ray J, and Orlando Brown in ATL. I like to take Pugilism. Yeah, man. I think this Devin Haney conversation is just deeper than rap. And I think I know it's convenient for people to want to attack the Keyshawn Davises and attack Liam Parra and attack Jack Catterall and attack Rolly Romero and all these fights that didn't happen to put the onus on these guys as these guys are turning down the fights and they're make Devin a Debo in real life, right? Where people are scared of Devin. That's a fair take to a degree, right? It is a fair take to see these fighters. You know, these fighters could be a little bit more cooperative, right? They could be a lot more cooperative in the idea of making these fights happen. But at the end of the day, this is prize fighting. It really is, especially in this traditional space. And you get what you negotiate. You're worth what you negotiate. That's part of the game. We've been dealing this for years. So that's why I put the pressure on the zone. And I say, you guys are going to have to pay the Haney tax. And the Haney tax is the fact that fighters who you want to see in the ring with Devin are going to ask for their biggest paydays. A lot of fans and a lot of people are going to have a hard time wrapping their mind around that angle. But it doesn't change what this landscape looks like right now. And the biggest story is the inactivity, which is not how we want to talk about Devin Haney. I wanted to get on the show today, you know, and talk to Bill, you know what I mean? But I know I came up late. I was working, came home. I was tired, but I saw Bill on the show with Ness, and I wanted to speak to Bill and just ask him about something, you know what I mean? And I'll talk about it here in the community. We'll talk about it today about that, you know, the way I kind of look at Devin and what I wonder if Bill would be willing, or has he paid attention to the idea of this whole entire team merger, this collaboration, this partnership, and what that could mean for Devin Haney. Because as accomplished as Devin Haney is, as accomplished as he is in real time, the truth of the matter is that he's not as big as he could be commercially. I'm sure there's a good percentage of the people in the chat who are going to take an opposite position on this conversation. They'll be on the other side of this conversation, right? But shout out to all you guys for always respecting me enough to allow me to say some crazy shit. And you know, you guys always know that you're always open. I'm always open to the disagreement. It's not a problem. The Discord doesn't bother me. Obviously, I don't want to be disrespected, but I don't mind the Discord. But I will give the far left take. I'll speak to the elephant in the room that commercially, Devin hasn't officially crossed over in that way. And what I mean by that is this is a way more honest economy. You know what I mean? Like, you know, if you're like me, and you know, I'm a married man, and you know, we got bills, and you know, we got to make sense of everything. And in today's world, we have an economy that's very inflated. We're very aware of what we're spending our money on, because we know that, you know, we live on a budget. You know what I mean? We make decent money. You know what I mean? We're more comfortable than a lot of other people, but you know, we're not as comfortable as others, right? We're just regular folk. In an economy, in an atmosphere like this, we're very aware of how we're spending our money. We're realizing when we go to the grocery store, when we spend $300, $400, we're realizing the difference in how that money's stretching now versus how it did before. We feel it. And I think I'll bring that full circle, not to distract you guys, but just to say that when you're talking about the business of boxing in the zone, who's been here for a very long time, that they may be in a season to where they're very aware of every dollar going out and conscious of every dollar coming in. Devin Haney has a track record and a history a little bit of working with these promoters, getting paid premium dollars, making millions and millions of dollars. Shout out to Bill being the guy that he is, but the profit coming in, the idea of Devin Haney being a profitable business for networks or for promoters. What does that look like? Devin hasn't crossed over the way a Tank Davis has crossed over, or the way it looks like Abdullah Mason's getting ready to cross over, or whatever fighters, right? David Benavidez and these fighters who bring that excitement, who are knocking people out. I think Devin could benefit off of 1 million plus people seeing him fight over and over again. I would say a year of Devin. If Devin would be willing to fight a Tiger Johnson, fight a Rohan Polanco, fight the fights that are there to be made, fight an Arnold Barboza, fight those fights at least for a year, fight 3 to 4 times in the calendar year, right? Fight 3 to 4 times, and each one of those times have it be free on TNT, be on that part of the card. I would assume that it would come with some sort of pay cut to a degree. I would assume, right? So I'm very sure that would be what the argument would be from Bill, to say, yeah, but we're big prize fighters, man. We're here for the big fights. We're superstars. I hear you. But there seems to be a disconnect with DAZN and the way DAZN sees this topic, as they're not pushing through these fights. They're not making it worth Liam Paro. Liam Paro's entertaining going to fight George Kambosos to defend his IBF title, because he's going to get a good amount of money in Australia for that. Australia has a great boxing fan base that support them, and he's probably going to win that fight, right? And that's going to help his star power, because George Kambosos is still a big deal. Funny enough, we were talking about George Kambosos recently, about how, on the back end of losing to Teofimo Lopez and losing to Lomachenko, he was still Richardson Hitchens' biggest fight and probably his biggest payday. He still carries that weight. Keyshawn Davis walked away from that fight, and it disgusted me the way that whole entire situation played out. But the truth of the matter is what it is, right? What are they talking about? People are getting over it. They still call him a duck, but people are very excited with the idea of him fighting Brian Norman Jr. They'll get over it. We'll get over it. We'll call that fight. You know what I mean? We'll remember this moment, but at the same time, it doesn't stop anything, and it wasn't enough to make Keyshawn you couldn't shame him enough to make him take the fight under conditions he wasn't comfortable taking the fight in, which is financially, he wanted that to be life-changing for him. He wanted the money to be life-changing for him. No matter how we feel about it, no matter how we feel that whether the 3 million was good enough, that wasn't good enough for him. He didn't feel that way. He wanted 5. And he's not the first, and he won't be the last to take this kind of a position. The big fights are going to want the big paydays because they're aware of this DAZN network deal with Devin, and they're aware of money floating around. DAZN, are you going to get in position to do what you need to do to make these fights happen for Devin? And if you're not going to get in position to do that, then what are we looking at? Are we waiting on only the biggest fights? And look at Ryan Garcia's position that he's taken. Look at the position that he's taking when it comes to the conversation. He's not even thinking about Devin. He's like, that dude has to literally apologize to me and take ownership for some shit that more than likely DHP had nothing to do with, which is him popping on a PED test. But he's just letting you know the arrogance. He's just letting you know up front that I don't have to fight that guy. I don't need to do it. I'm okay. I'll go and do this thing and this other thing. And if that don't work, I'll go do that thing. I'll come back to the table when I need to come back to the table, and I don't need to come back to the table at least for my next 2 to 3 fights. How does DAZN deal with that? Right? Liam Paro, you would have thought Liam Paro would jump on an opportunity to get in the ring with Devin Haney and fight for a unification and have a signature fight like that. But what did he do in real time? He said, you're going to have to pay me some life-changing money, or I could just stay in Australia and fight George Kambosos. Some of us would say, George Kambosos, are you crazy? I saw Bill Haney speak on it on the Boxing Voice, and he was a little bit flabbergasted at the whole situation. Like, what the hell? George Kambosos? Yeah, George Kambosos. Yeah. He'll go fight George. You know what I'm saying? He'll go fight George. Jack Catterall is not even playing with you. He's not even playing with you. I think Jack Catterall is a very realistic fight that's there to be made, but you guys are going to have to make it. The question is, I'll be honest with you, is DAZN interested in that fight? For whatever reason, is DAZN interested in that fight? Is DAZN more, do they feel like they're more interested in seeing Jack Catterall fight the winner of Rolly Romero and Teofimo Lopez? Is that a cheaper fight for them? A fight that makes more sense? Is there more commercial value in that fight for DAZN as a network to make money, potentially matching? You know, if I wouldn't be shocked if a lot of execs at DAZN are favoring Teofimo to win it. Is that a more commercially favorable fight stylistically? How do they feel about that? It's becoming a concerning situation with Devin, man. You're right. You know, I'll play the videos of Bill talking about the pressure that he's putting on these fighters, the Rolly Romeros, the Conor Benns, the Ryan Garcias, the Boots Ennis even situation to a certain degree, right? That he talked about that, and we'll talk about that as well, which I think those kind of fights are there to be made. I think DAZN would love to get behind those fights. I'm sure if Bill were to say to the DAZN execs, yo, we want to go up to 154 and fight Virgil, fight Keith Thurman, fight, you know, some 154 guys, Jamel Charlo, obviously Jerron Boots Ennis, right? Clearly. I have a feeling they would jump behind that, but I don't think that's what Bill wants. I don't think they want to put Devin in that situation. They want to try to unify 147, but the DAZN is probably looking at it like, yeah, but that's not profitable. You unifying is cool, but I don't know. Devin's not an exciting fighter. Can we say that and not take it so personal? Is that fair to say? Can we say that without the whole world going upside down and turning it into a hate campaign on Devin Haney? He's not an exciting fighter. He hasn't crossed over completely in a commercial way. Not enough. What I mean by that is not enough to where if you spend a whole lot of money on putting his shit together, you're going to recoup on it. It's a gamble. He's still a fighter in need of the right dance partner. He's not Tank. Tank will pull up Hector Garcia and it'll sell out. It'll do it because Tank it don't matter. People don't ask who Tank's fighting next. They ask when he's fighting next. That's it. They don't say, oh, who's he fighting? Oh, I'm not watching it. Oh, I'm watching it. Tank me. Nah, they'll complain because we all have opponents we'd rather see him in the ring with, but it won't affect the bottom line. Money will be made. Whatever arena they go into will be packed. Pay-per-view numbers will be competitive with the biggest pay-per-view stars in the space right now. And I say that reluctantly because we know that the business model is a dying business model. But still, you can count on it. It is what it is. Devin doesn't bring that. So this whole entire DAZN deal is going to get that scrutiny because it's one thing to say what you're going to do. It's a whole nother thing to follow through and do it. Thus far, we've watched multiple fights slip through the cracks because of the inability to reach a comfortable economic space that both fighters are happy to be involved in or speaking or playing, right? Specifically his opponents. I don't think Bill has he doesn't have any arguments. He's good with his guarantees and his monies. So he's just like, yeah. But at the same time, bro, activity. We'll talk about it, right? Let me go through and say what's up to everybody because I actually have clips of videos that I want to play from the interview today that kind of speak to it, right? It is what it is. It is what it is, man. Shout out. Let me see here. Haney versus Parrow doesn't sell more than Clarissa Shields and ATL. Ouch. 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 Right? Truth of the matter, if Haney and Parrow is going to sell, it's probably going to be in Australia. That's probably where that fight needs to happen. Right? For it to sell that way. People aren't really that concerned with what Liam Parrow is doing. He's just a belt holder over here in America. Me personally, I love the fight. I'm a boxing fan, but I'm talking about from the DAZN's perspective and what they're interested in and the results they're trying to get. What's their mission? What's the assignment? And does that check the boxes for them? Bill kind of speaks on it a little bit. I'm going to play some clips on here, man. Let me see here. Let me see. Heavy Chevy guy in the building, man. Salute. Says salute, Clay, stand on it. Yeah, man. I think you're talking about the Clarissa Shields position, right? Yeah, it is what it is. Cam 804, Virginia in the building, says it's getting old. Yeah, man. You know what I mean? It is what women do, Rick Timms, for sure, man. Clarissa's cool. She's a fighter with fighter's personality. She was a model, fine. She would, exactly. You know what I'm saying? Let me see here. Let me go down the list before I start getting into these let me see. Terrence in the building. Salute. I'm just trying to say salute to everybody, man. She talks fat shaming about a big girl, and she poor shamed others too. She does it to herself. She's a girl, man. Blue Boogie, she's a girl, bro. That's all I can continue to respond to you guys who try to, justify the men attacking her. Let the females do it. But girls are getting into each other. Bro, when girls got into, back in the day, when girls got into fights and parties, bro, we either broke up the fight or we let them fight. But we never got involved with it. We're not putting hands on no female. We're not getting involved. We're not doing that, right? We're not part of that part of the conversation. It's females getting into it, doing what females do, man, calling each other fat, ugly, whatever they doing. That's what the girls do. We masculine. Our energy shouldn't make space for us to feel to resonate with that. They're supposed to be on another. We're supposed to be laughing at them. We're not supposed to be sitting here justifying. We're not supposed to. Anyway, it is what it is. It is what it is, man. Lance Meyer in the building. Salute. VLM 919 in the building. What's good with your family? Say there was nothing Teo Sr. could have told Teo to beat Shakur. Teo was in the ring with much better boxer that night. It's just that simple. Yeah, I mean, I agree and I disagree. I do believe that Teo Sr. could have given better instructions. I believe that he knows his son well enough to understand the type of environment that he the type of environment that he thrives in. And I think that corner could have offered better for the Teo they helped create it, specifically the father. You were part of that creation of who he is mentally. You understood what it was. And what Teo responded to was, I needed something else. And I think the father knew that. I think that they knew that because they know how he is already. And he did give up in that fight in so many ways. He did tap out. He did say F it. I think he said in the championship rounds, like round 8, by like round 8, he said, and I think it could have been earlier than that, but he said around round 8, he had pretty much said, the night is done. He gave up. Yeah. Tantrum. That's the word. Thank you, Lance Meyer. Earlier, I was looking for that word. That's the word. We're watching Teofimo throw tantrums in real time. And you can see it. I can see it. I can see it in his face when he's sitting here doing the banana thing, eating the banana. Trying to trigger other people, trying to project his insecurities, trying to project that. But it's really him. It was just a projection, though. It was him. It was his insecurities. It was him being upset. Him trying to be so cool when in reality on the inside he's rolling around the floor, slamming the floor, crying like a baby. You know what I'm saying? You ever see a kid throwing a tantrum inside of a grocery store and you like looking at the parent like, get a control of your kid, bro. You letting your kid act like that in front of everybody, man? Get a control of him. Are you putting hands on him? You trying to talk him out of that? Yeah, I ain't talking to my kid out of that. You throw a tantrum in the middle of the store, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I might catch a case. I'm gonna snatch you up by your collar and I'm gonna find me a quiet corner to have that conversation with you. And you will never play with me like that again. Ain't no acting out in public like that. Looks like Teo had those moments when he ran away and all this other stuff and Cena didn't put that belt to ass enough. He didn't put that belt to ass on Teo enough to get him together, man. He let him just, he made excuses. He said, he needs more love. I just want to, no, I've been through so much. I don't want my kid to go through none of the stuff I've been through. It's been hard. Brooklyn, I don't want to do it. And then you end up with a grown-ass man-child on your hand. Shout out to Teo. Very skilled inside that ring, man. Very good boxer. but he's shown and proved that he's consistently inconsistent, right? Consistently inconsistent when it comes to that, man. Cruz lost title on a scale. And I said Cruz lost title on a scale. Isak Cruz, you talking about? You talking about Andy Cruz? What Cruz are you talking about? Who lost the title on the scale? Eduardo, I kind of lost it. I'm lost a little bit. Are you saying Keyshawn lost the title on the scale? Or okay, you can put it in there. Bruh, Akeem in the building, man. Salute says knock Ryan the F out. Didn't he say dig up George Floyd and all and kill him again? A man that died for basically nothing. Let's not forgive that. I'm not trying to forgive Ryan. I don't know. That's not what this, I don't know. You must be talking to people in the chat, maybe. Yeah. That's not what my point is. I don't know. That's a whole nother conversation. I'm not, yeah. That was fucked up what he said, though. That was crazy, but yeah. He ain't the first, he won't be the last, right? Ernesto effed up himself over just like Keyshawn. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Adam Azim, Donnie said. Adam Azim, what about Adam Azim, Donnie? I like Adam Azim, man. You talking about making a fight with Adam Azim with Tito Mercado? That would be a great fight. Yeah, man, let's see you put that together. Let's see Salinas put that fight together. They're not going to get Adam Azim to come over there, though. I'll tell you that right now. Not with Ben Shalom. Not as long as Ben Shalom involved in that conversation. Ben Shalom's been a very interesting character as of late. He plays, he's very interesting as of late. He seems very butthurt, man. He's losing his fighters every day. He's watching his fighters on cards. He doesn't even know what to do. So, but that's a great fight. Let me see here. Keep ready to get toxic this evening. Let me see here. Curtis Robinson in the building. Salute, Curtis. Let's see here. Let me see here. What's good, Curtis? What's good? Osiris came on. Yeah. I apologize if it bothers some people, man. It is going to be some maturity, man. I'm different, I guess. Turns out I'm different, I guess. It may be on the YouTube space, but amongst my peers, this is just regular everyday. Osiris, I think we just adults, right? That's what I think it turns out to be. We just adults, and some things don't attract me. Some things just don't. You know what I mean? Shout out to Curtis Robinson, man. Member for 10 months. I appreciate the support, man. Thank you. Says faith and I want to say blessings. You forgot the S. Is that what it is? Or bleens? Faith and blessings, I want to say is what it is. I appreciate you, man. Drew in here, man. Said Alan once said, Cook Clay, I'm 51, so I'm not about that. Yeah, right, Alan? We're going to talk about this boxing all day. We're going to talk about this boxing for sure. But we ain't going to be chopping down no females talking about, ooh, you ugly. Ooh, she look like that. We ain't doing that. Akeem said you missed. I didn't miss it. I did miss it, but I came late. And I think, Ness just couldn't let me up. I tried to get up there, but I think he was just in the middle of, I kind of see what he was doing. So I did want an opportunity. I kind of, I wanted that. There was a little bit of a miss out. I wanted to get that. I've been trying to get an opportunity to speak to Bill Haney. I just think things I want to speak to Bill Haney about, most people ain't going to speak to him about. I'm interested in the activity conversation, what it takes to make that happen and what it looks like. I think him in that TNT merger, taking advantage of that, being the biggest star, he could literally be, Devin Haney could literally be the reason why TNT jumps into boxing. TNT may literally add money to the table to have Devin Haney, because I believe Devin Haney on the same card that Lamont Roach and William Zepeda was on, or on the Abdullah Mason and Abdullah Mason and Albert Bell. And I don't say the same card, but I'm saying that platform, headlining those cards. I do believe those guys were able to do that on their own. 800,000+, 700,000+ views. I think Devin Haney could break it and be over 1 million views. And I think Devin Haney 3 to 4 times a year, 1 million+ views every single time, that can boost the commercial value up. That can get fan base excited about him. And when you finally do try to sell to the fan base a big fight, I think you could now see a profit coming in, make it a little easier to make the bigger fights. Even if it ends up having to roll into or bleed into the 154-pound division campaign that he would be in. I wonder if he'd entertain something like that, because it would look like a step back for him, but I think it would be one step back to take 3 steps forward, if that makes any sense. Right? It is what it is. K Gunner says Devin chasing boots. He's not chasing boots. I think Bill's using boots. I think he's using that conversation as a future. He's trying to build something behind that, right? As he puts the pressure on Boots to unify and become undisputed. You know what I'm saying? He wants to make it for the biggest prize in the world. And listen, man, no shame in his game. He understands the challenge that's in front of him. He knows that Boots is nothing to play with. So he doesn't want to just casually push up to go fight Boots, right? He wants it to make sense. You know, he wants it to make sense. I get it. Osiris says the market floor has risen for the Haneys. For sure. Let me see here, man. Go down the list. I didn't realize Rolly. Bob Pugilism says, funny how people say Keyshawn dropped the ball when Haney out here looking like Ed Norton Fight Club, punching himself in the parking lot, fighting nobody. Interesting, man. Eduardo Alvarez, didn't Francis Cruz lose title on the scale? I don't know. Did he? I don't know if he did. Curtis Robinson says, great content like always in boxing, man. I appreciate the love, man. Thank you, man. Wiz Ren says, if Haney gets the Empower, I'm not sure we'll be in ATL. The key fight is over. Yeah, I'd say if they fight, it has to be, if there's a good chance that the fight makes more sense in Australia, because even then, maybe No Limit might put some money up a little bit as well. So maybe No Limit will take care of Liam Power a little bit more on top of whatever the zone's willing to put up there. And maybe it can be made, bigger audience, bigger impact, bigger fight in Australia. If you give Liam Power that home field advantage, you know what I'm saying? So the fights are there to be made. It's just about what the extent the zone is willing to go through to make the fights happen. Let me see here. K Gunner says propaganda bill using Boots' name to keep his son's name. I do believe that's happening. I 100% believe that's what's happening. And respectfully to Bill Haney, I believe he has no intentions at all at fighting Jaron Boots Ennis. None. I think even the idea of waiting for Jaron Boots Ennis to unify the division and him, I think the reality is more than likely Jaron will probably go to one. They'll probably wait for Jaron to go to 160 before they go to 154. Or they'll time out their entry into 154 the same way they timed it out on 147 with Jaron Ennis. They'll wait for him to leave or get ready to leave, and they'll call out for that fight. And Jaron will be ready to go to 160. I don't think they have any intentions on jumping inside the ring with Jaron Boots Ennis. Things can change. But as of right now, even entertaining the idea of that, putting that out there that, yeah, we'll do this, we'll do that, that's all for show. I don't believe it. Ain't no time like this time right now, in a moment when you don't have any fights, where you can't get the big fights, where you just made a big deal with the zone, when there's a lot of money on the table. Quite frankly, outside of Ryan Garcia and I guess Keyshawn Davis and Shakur Stevenson, the biggest fight that Devin could be in, that Bill could make right now, probably is the Jaron Boots Ennis fight. It's probably the biggest fight they can make. It would be huge. The only reason you don't make that fight is because you don't want to make that fight. That's the only reason that fight don't get made, is because you don't want to make it, which is fair play. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Shout out to TR in the building. Long time no see. TR, what's good, man? Says, what's good, Claymore? Let me get a friendly face, sir. Salute to you, TR, man. What's good, man? Good to see you in the building, man. You know what I'm saying? Let me get a friendly fade. Oh, you want to fight, nigga? I'm almost 50 years old, bro. You better. Me? Bro, listen, man. Shout out to you, TR, man. Good to see you in the building, brother. Pugilism in the building says Haney versus Parra only sells massive in Australia. I just said that. That's giving up major leverage to Parra off the rip. Yeah, man. And Wiz Ren says all these big bag fighters are asking for all these big bag fighters are asking to fight Dev. Lets me know he's no easy win for these guys. Oh, for sure. For sure. That's the truth. Rick Tim says, I feel Bill and Dev talking about Boots fight is all cap. I simply do not see it ever happening. They got yeah. I just said that, right? Osiris says, yeah, guys like Devin and Shakur and such should be in a ton of commercials. Yeah, that you gotta, and that's one thing. Shakur's deal with Zuffa will always age like wine to me, where people are like, oh, how's he gonna make the fights? Guys, we have to remember that Shakur was having a hard time making the fights over on the traditional side. He was already over there. He was with Top Rank. He was with Eddie Hearn in Matchroom. He couldn't get Eddie couldn't get the Gervonta Tank Davis fight to happen, right? Bob Arum couldn't get No big fights for him. Bob Arum wouldn't give him Lomachenko. Bob Arum wouldn't, didn't make the fight happen with Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's always had a hard time. He was arguably one of the most duck fighters on the traditional side. Shakur was fighting Josh Padley and fighting, he worked. Shakur chased William Zepeda down as a champion. He was chasing William Zepeda down. Oscar didn't want to let that fight happen. So let's not play that game like him coming over to Zuffa Boxing is going to be the reason fights aren't being made. No, sir. Him coming over to Zuffa Boxing will definitely be the reason certain fights are made because of the money that they're going to be willing to put up for him. His move over to Zuffa is a good thing, not to mention the fact that the stage is way bigger for Shakur Stevenson. The demographic, his ability to touch the fans, it's a different conversation over at Zuffa Boxing. So he gets an opportunity to add to his commercial value, which is what we're talking about with the Devin Haney DAZN deal on what they're willing to do to help boost Devin's commercial value up. Shakur's decision is going to age well, I believe, 100%. Yeah, HLD says he don't sell, period. Moses Tama already in a Nike commercial. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Sonny Chiba in the building, man. Salute to you, says 100% agree. That's mainly because Bills speak all the time for him. Yeah. Let me go down a bit. Andrew Charles says Haney is not the superstar he thinks he is. His peers are not going to fight him for 25%. Yeah. They're going to get those paydays, man. They're going to get those paydays, man. There's a season for everything, man. There's a season for everything, man. Let me see here. If boxing fans were basketball fans, if boxing fans were basketball fans now, they'd be upset at MJ demanding more money. Wait, more pay than Rock in jock basketball, bringing in a bigger crowd and getting paid more. If boxing fans were basketball fans now, they'd be upset at MJ demanding more pay than Rock in jock basketball, bringing in a bigger crowd and getting paid more. Okay. K Gunner says there is no big fight for Devin at the moment. It is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. HLD said DAZN signed Tio way before Haney out of what and not the rest trying to land the Keyshawn fight. Okay. Man, I got a lot. I don't want to go through the whole thing here, man. A lot of people, I just want to try to identify people I ain't seeing here. Big Herm in the building says people think Devin won't get in the ring with Boots because their favorite fighter doesn't take any true risk. Shakur would never look towards a Boots. I don't know. I mean, it's cool. It's cool, Big Herm. I hear you, man. I appreciate the $5, by the way. I don't know that I agree with that, man. I don't know. Listen, man, listen, man. Everybody moves at the right time to justify or validate whatever they're trying to accomplish. I don't believe Jaron Boots Ennis is I think Jaron Boots Ennis is a claymore. Shout out to my name, right? But I don't mean me. I mean claymore as far as a literal landmine. He's a landmine that I think Bill is very aware of how that fight could go. And it's just not the time. They don't want to walk Devin into a landmine. No matter, shout out to them because they got the dog. The dog is in them. I'm not here trying to play no games with their brand. I think they've earned a lot of respect in this game for me specifically, and I'm sure with you, a lot of you guys. But they understand what a landmine looks like. Jaron Boots Ennis is a landmine. He's a landmine. They're not getting in the ring with Jaron Boots Ennis right now. They're not doing that. They want to do some other things first. Rightfully so, by the way. Rightfully so. Shout out to Big Herm in the building, man. I appreciate the love, man. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you. Let me see here. HLE says, I don't think Shakur has commercial value like that. He doesn't. That's why Zuffa is going to be great for him. He has more commercial value than a lot of other people, obviously, but he will benefit off Zuffa Boxing. He'll benefit off that WWE, UFC, Paramount, free TV, or a low paywall, $8.99. He will benefit off of Turkey Al Sheikh putting money, production. He will benefit off that. He will benefit all that, and I think his commercial value will grow. He benefits off of what Zuffa brings to the table for him. Let me see here. Yeah, Andrew says, Big Herm, why would Shakur look towards Boots? Explain to me how that's real. Yeah. I think for Shakur, fighting a Gary Antoine Russell is equivalent to challenge himself to fight Boots. I think that's a dangerous fight. And I think Shakur would fight Gary Antoine Russell in a minute. And I think that's a dangerous fight. That's a fight that he could lose. I think Gary Antoine Russell ain't nothing to play with. Last time I checked. Trini BX in the building salute says Boots versus Devin won't happen till early 2028. Yeah, man. But will be worth the wait. Yeah, when it happens, it happens. It'll happen when Devin and Bill feel it's time to happen. Off the right experience, off the right strength. When Devin's punching power starts to translate a little more, when they start to get confident on how they're going to deal with the power and the menacing threat that Boots presents them, that fight will come to fruition at that point. And I think it'll be a good fight. But right now, they're just, if they say their name ever, if they ever say Devin's name, if Devin ever says or Bill ever says Boots' name, it's straight up clout chasing. It's straight up for the idea of they're just using the name. And I don't think there's no shame in their game, but it's not real. They're not trying to fight those guys. Matter of fact, I think Bill on the show said it. I think he undoubtedly put it down that we are not calling out Boots right now. I'm going to let y'all know right now. What we saying is he goes and does all these great things and becomes accomplished, and we'll go do the things we're going to do, and we're going to be accomplished, and we're going to fight, and it's going to be a big fight. That was a nice way of saying, stop bringing that shit up. We ain't fighting that. You know what I'm saying? That's what that was. That was a nice way of being like, stop bringing that demon up. We ain't talking about him. We 147. We 147. We not. Don't bring that demon up again. Please. Don't start that. Shout out to the Boots fans. Leave us alone. That's what all that was. Leave us the hell alone. Boots is a great fighter. We want no problems like that. Leave him. Let's talk about these other fighters. Shakur. Let's talk about Keyshawn. Let's talk about Liam Paro. Let's talk about these fighters who don't want to make the fights. Let's put the pressure on them. Let's go back to that conversation. Let's stop confronting me with Boots. Stop. That's what I heard from Bill, right? I ain't gonna lie. That's what it felt like I was hearing. Shout out to Leonardo Rodriguez in the building, says it'll happen when Devin is ready to retire. Yeah. Yeah, all that, man. Trini BX says Core should give his fellow Bori a soft touch retirement fight on the island, fight Matias, come back with some more Rican fans. Oh, Bori, is that Boricua? Boricua. Okay, Boricua. I got you, man. Wizran Shakur sure didn't want Gary Antoine smoke. Yeah, he said he wants that fight. He turned that down and reconsidering El Rayo. Really? Is that what you heard, Wizran? That he turned down Gary Antoine Russell? That's not what I heard. I heard Gary Russell Jr. speak and say that fight's going to happen down the line, that they're going down the direction of fighting Oscar Duarte. You know what I mean? At the time when they called Shakur about the fight, because they heard that Shakur was willing to take the fight, Shakur was waiting on Devin Haney and Keyshawn Davis. He was waiting on Devin to make a decision if he was going to drop the belt and fight him at 144, or if he was going to go fight Keyshawn at 147. So in that time period, yeah, that's why Shakur was on hold. He was waiting on the biggest fight potentially that could be made right there. But in the midst of that happening, Gary Antoine Russell, from my understanding, got into negotiations with Oscar Duarte, and that's the fight they're doing. I think Gary Russell kind of confirmed that fight could definitely happen. I don't think Shakur is looking away from Gary Antoine Russell at all, Wiz. I'm going to be real with you. Let me see here. Akeem says, Clay, why they don't mention Hiroka? He'd be a tough fight for anybody at 140. That's why they don't mention him. You answered your own question, Akeem. You answered your own question. Let's take a look at some clips real quick, guys. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. I appreciate the love, man. Thank you for the love and the color in the super chat, man. By the way, let me go ahead and put that up there. Here is the Cash App. If you are putting something in the Cash App, let me know in the chat that you're doing it so I can look it up and give you your flowers, man. Let me see here. Let me just look in here just to make sure I ain't missed nothing. I don't think I did, though. Oh, hold on a second. What's going on here? Hold on. Is there something here? No, we're good. Okay. So I want to play a video here. Let's look at some of these videos here, man. Hold on a second here. First of all, let's show love to Clarissa, man.
And then after I whoop that Scott, watch that be on the internet chirping again. Yep. And I want to say something. Yep. Hold on. Can y'all hear? Yeah. I don't beef with bitches. I beat them. So any girl thinking she beefing with me, if you don't want to get beat, you better go find somebody else to beef with. I don't beef with bitches, bro. I beat them. That's it.
One more time.
Everything going on, how do you stay focused with all the craziness on social media that you go through? How do you stay focused for your fight?
What's going on? Nothing in my fight. Nothing. Ain't nothing going on, but good life, August 15th, go out arena. I'm fighting out arenas and bitches is rapping on street corners. Right. It's levels to this shit. 18,000 coming to see who?
Whoa.
Baby, the #1 in the world at what I do. Ain't no bitch compared to me. Nothing. When you #1 at what you do, come talk to me. But like I said, I don't beef with bitches. I beat them.
That's what's up.
These motherfuckers gotta talk about me for them to even make any type of news.
What?
Any song to go viral. You want to talk about me? You want to get on your internet? You gotta say Curtis Shields' name. You gotta act like you talking about me. But I would tell you what, 18,000 is coming to see me.
Right.
Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis. Everybody coming to see me. And when I tell you tomorrow, I'm about to show you what the greatest woman of all time fight like. I'm about to have some exceptional fast power and everything. Everybody.
The same way they
and
do
y'all don't see why.
Just like you said, I don't need none of the pictures until my career.
Say that I'm
my bad.
Say that I'm the best in the world and why I got paid $8 million to represent the sport. I'm gonna whoop that ass.
Shout out to Clarissa, man. In her bag, man. Clarissa out there showing out, you know what I'm saying? Enjoying her night, man. I'll be covering the fight tomorrow, man. I'll definitely be covering the fight, but I do want to talk about this conversation right here a little bit, right? I want to talk about this conversation, just some parts here of Bill Haney talking about this whole situation as Ness and the chat try to make sense of the inactivity from Bill, right? Let's just see what Bill had to say real quick and talk about it. Let's talk about it. Hold on, no, that's not the one I want. This is the one I want. So let's switch that out. Hold on a second here. Is this the one I want? Let me see. Share. No, that ain't it either. Hold on a second here. Oh, man, this thing is all messed up. I don't know how to timing on this here. Let me try this one. Is this it? No, that's not it either. One more. No, not that one. I think it's this one. Damn. I got to figure out how to do this better, man. How am I ending up on the wrong one? Damn, that's just not gonna. You're just gonna act out, man. You're just gonna act out. That's just the position you're gonna take, huh? You're just gonna be. There we go. All right.
Because I like the gardener.
We don't hear the gardener. But
Okay.
we did hear the interview on Cam's show. And just to be clear, because you are saying, like, you know, he handles 54, we handle 47. But I'm telling my audience, I think that there's a possibility that you guys would entertain a fight if an offer came through. Or is this just after you both undispute? Or would you entertain the fight if it came through?
I mean, you know, he's on the list. But I think what's happening is a collective of fans that represent different guys on the list. You've seen fans rally around Brian Norman, right? You've seen fans rally around this Boots fight as if I said that it would happen next. What I do ask of their fans is accountability. And the fact that what Boots and his team and everyone said is that he wanted to undispute at 147 pounds. We've undisputed before. I believe this might be Boots' second weight class from 47 to 54. And he says that he wants to undispute at 54, which is good. That's a good thing to do. I described the fighters at 54 as the former champion, Xander Zayas, being a tough champion. I described Boots Ennis as a difficult now champion. At the time, he was a difficult 54-pounder. By no stretch of the imagination, he can go both ways, inside, outside game, tremendous. We talk about Virgil Ortiz, not a champion. He's
And I'm going to call it out, right? I'm going to call out the idea that Bill is very good at doing what he does, right? What he's doing right now is he's filibustering, right? As the fan base is pushing back at the idea, and they're saying to Bill, we want you inside the ring. And Bill is strategically breaking down and responding to that just to get to the point to ultimately tell everybody that that's the fight he's not going to make happen, right? Like, that's what this is all about, right? As he celebrates Boots and gives accolades to who he is and what he's trying to accomplish, and he highlights that Boots Ennis wants to become undisputed at 154, and he understands that, and that's a great thing. And he's at some point or another almost leveling up on Boots, saying that we've done this thing that Boots is trying to do. So putting the onus on Boots to do that, as almost as much as Boots is a great fighter, as he's describing Boots, what he's ultimately saying is Boots hasn't done enough to earn a fight with Devin Haney. People will be split one way or the other how you guys feel about that, right? Some people will say they'll agree with Bill and say, yeah, Boots hasn't become undisputed. He hasn't done these things. And Devin's done all these things, and Devin shouldn't fight Boots. I don't know who. If you would say that, I'm not going to argue with you. That's your position. But I think there's some other people who would argue, "Fuck is you talking about?" Boots. I think for a lot of other people, it comes down to, Boots will beat Devin's ass. Whether Bill agrees with that or not, obviously he wouldn't agree with that. That's his son. He thinks he has the greatest fighter that he's promoting. That's his job. But nobody is believing that Boots hasn't earned a fight with Devin Haney. What? I'm not saying nobody, but I would say most people don't. But so what he's doing right now is he's respecting Boots. He doesn't want to kick the hornet's nest called Jerron Boots Ennis, right? He doesn't want to kick that hornet's nest, but at the same time, he's taking his time to discredit the fight being valuable right now, right? Let's let him finish talking.
a very dangerous fighter at 54. You talk about Daddy Longlegs himself, Fundora, the freak of nature at 54. So there are some things that Boots can do to prove, and his fans prove, that he really is him and who he says he is. We believe that he's tremendously talented. We believe that it's a fight.
You see? You saw it, right? He wants Boots to prove something in order to make that fight make sense with Devin. I would ask people in the chat, do y'all believe that Boots needs to still prove himself worthy of fighting Devin?
In the future, not next. We know that at 147 pounds, we have an opportunity to undispute. Be two-time undisputed.
He's talking about unifying, but you can't make a fight with Liam Paro. You wasn't able to make a fight with Rolly Romero. So if everything is pending these fights that have already fell through, Ryan Garcia is not fighting you. How realistic is it? Do I think you can do it if you fight these guys? Do I think you can beat those guys? Yeah. Are those fights going to be made? I don't know. Is that hating if I say that? I don't know if those fights will be made. So that being said, do those fights have to be made first before we see these other fights? Do those fights have to be made in order to see those fights? I think the Devin Haney fans and the boxing fans of the world it's gonna be a very interesting journey with Devin this year, for the rest of this year, 2026 at least. Maybe 2027 will show up a little bit differently after Rolly and Teo figure it out, after Ryan Garcia and Conor Benn figure it out, because I believe that Jack Catterall is going to be made a mandatory. And I think the zone is going to facilitate that, because that's going to be money for them to be made. It's going to be a cheap fight that could be made. They already have Teofimo locked in. Jack Catterall is not going to turn away from that fight at all. And that'll be a fight that I think is interesting that people from the UK will watch. And, I think they'll blow up on that. I think the Ryan Garcia fighting the winner between Teofimo and Rolly Romero is a big fight, but I think it's a lot of money involved in that. And I don't know how motivated the zone is in fronting that bill. I don't know. Maybe. I think it's a huge fight. It is what it is, right? Let's see.
Right. In a perfect world, Boots, who I believe in also, why he's on the list, is he goes and tackles those assignments that will label him to be accomplished. Something that he said that he was going to do at 47 and he didn't do, but now he has a chance to do at 54. What's the other champion? Josh Kelly. Tremendously rugged and tough, durable champion. Olympic pedigree. No walk in the park. You know what I mean? So that's the landscape at 154 and the way that we look at 154. Boots said that he would go and tackle Daddy Long Legs. Fundora, go tackle him. I never said that we would. At 6'6", or whatever he is, the freak of nature that he is. Now we're talking about a feat that's next to impossible, with giving away that reach and stuff like that. So with Boots looking at him and saying that Fundora's easy work, go handle it. You know what I mean? Should he handle his business and do what he is saying that he's going to do this time? At 54 is the reason why he went there and he couldn't make 47. Then, you know what I mean? He's going to look even more impressive, and he will be something that we could look at in the future as saying is another mega fight and a mega opportunity. Right now we have at 147 pounds, we have a guy in Liam Paro.
Right. So like I said, he shuts down the Boots fight. He shuts it down, right? And he puts it on Boots to go, accomplish everything. He doesn't consider him being a unified 147-pound lineal champion as an accomplishment, and he doesn't consider him being part of the biggest show against a fighter that he said he wanted to fight against Xander Zayas and stopping Xander Zayas, and taking and becoming the unified champion at 154. He doesn't consider that accomplished. I mean, one thing's for sure, two things for certain. Devin Haney will always be recognized as a former undisputed champion at 135. Listen, once again, the elephant in the room being that you got that against George Kambosos. That's not your problem. You won that in one shot, one fight, easily collected all four of the belts off of one guy, or three of the belts, because you came in there with your WBC title, and that's an accomplishment. Lineal champion, and you defended it against George Kambosos, and you came back and defended it against Vasily Lomachenko. That's a super accomplishment. Listen, man, this 154-pound conversation and 147-pound conversation is a different conversation than that 135 conversation. Yesterday's price ain't today's price, or today's price ain't yesterday's price. However it works, however that goes, right? The reality is that fight shouldn't probably happen right now because Boots is that dangerous. Right? That fight shouldn't happen. That's just the truth of the matter. It is what it is. But that being said, he is going to address this Liam Paro fight. This is a fight this is for unification. This this aligns with what they want to do. Bill wants the Liam Paro fight because it's a unification fight. He wants to get Devin Haney to become undisputed. Let's see how that negotiation seems to be going.
Who's choosing to potentially, I mean, I'm hearing in the media just to answer it. And you know what I mean? I won't introduce anything privately and at the table. That way it's not offensive, but what I'll do is I'll answer everything that's public. If what he's saying is that he will go to Australia and do a fight with Kambosos instead of unifying, that's on him. I don't think that our fans or anyone would allow us to have an opportunity to unify and not do it. You have, and when I say Rolly Romero.
All right, so he basically just highlighted the idea that Liam Paro, that's the one thing about unifications, right? You can't mandatory those. You can't mandate those. So Liam Paro, obviously, with options, he's hearing rumors of Liam Paro potentially making a fight happen with George Kambosos. I'm not too sure. Like I said, all these negotiations are still out there. Things can still things can work out for us to see a unification fight, but clearly not easy to be made, right? Clearly not easier said than done. But so why focus on those fights? Why not make the fights that are there to be made? Why not just get active at this point and make a fight happen?
Rolly Romero needs, and that belt over there needs pressure, right? Rolly Romero needs to feel pressure, right? And the people, because he's playing games, and he's playing games to the degree that he's also using an established brand and a hell of a credible man in Al Heyman that he's getting behind, that he's hiding behind with paperwork, absurd paperwork that doesn't exist. There's no agreement in it. We never agreed that we would agree to everything. We agreed that we would entertain a deal structure. Will entertain because ultimately I know the fans are the ones that pay, the networks are the ones that support, and a lot of fighters are just doing a bunch of talking, hiding behind these narratives. You have on both sides of the fence right now, you have.
Right. And shout No Problem says, I feel like Clay trying to throw the roadblock jack in on Devin, even though we know Shakur is more notorious for that. No, I think I'm trying to see Devin be an active fighter. And I think a lot of positions that we take as fans don't lead us to fights. I think we're counterproductive to our own to our own good. You know what I mean? We throw the baby out with the bathwater. I'm trying to see Devin in the ring. I'm not trying to throw a roadblock to no big fights. I think the fighters are doing a good enough job doing that themselves. What I'm saying is, why are we constantly banging on the door at a house where nobody's answering the door? Why aren't we entertaining the fights that can be made? Right? That's what I'm saying. Fight Tiger. Fight Polanco. Right? Fight Catterall. Because Catterall is ready to make the fight, but you don't want to fight him right now because he's not a big enough fight. And I think the conversation is deeper, though, because I think it's about the zone. I think it's about the interests of the zone in these fights. And Bill will speak on it. He will speak on it, right? But let's let the conversation continue.
Super competent executives, both on Zuffa's side, with Nick Khan, who's very astute and understands the game. Jared and DAZN and the DAZN team, super competent team. But what I've learned at the position that I am is there are the fighters that are hiding behind the narratives that they're not making the decisions. You got a chance to see Keyshawn is out on an island on his own on the decision that he made with 15 fights. He got a chance to over promote the opportunity and then to under deliver when it came to being a businessman. So when you have us at the top structure, well, now the rubber has really met the road, and fighters have to either get down or publicly go another direction, because we've taken out any kind of narrative that there's the side of the street that we couldn't.
No. Okay, so Bill, you didn't take out that narrative, respectfully. The narrative was taken out by the zone, putting all these fighters under the same umbrella. There was never across the street politics, in my opinion, when it came to Devin Haney, because Devin Haney has always been somebody who's never been on a side of the street. He's always been somebody who's been very flexible with his ability to move around and make the fights happen. It was never about across the street politics. So that's not what you took out the way. Respectfully. The reality, though, is even though maybe the intentions were genuine, what's the reality is that you still aren't able to make these fights happen. And these fighters don't care about being exposed no more, because this boxing space isn't the same as it used to be back in the day. You're not going to pressure Rolly Romero into making a fight. You're not going to pressure Ryan Garcia into making a fight. It doesn't even look like you can pressure Liam Paro into making a fight. No, it gets deeper than that. It gets deeper than that. The truth of the matter is, it's not about applying pressure. The only person you're applying pressure to is the zone, and to yourself to be active at this point.
Work on. We've took out the narrative that there's not a guarantee for you and your family. You know, shout out to well, I won't even say shout out. I want to send condolences and prayers to the Cologne family. You know, what they might be going through, but it's a realistic possibility in the sport that we all love, the career path that you know, the fighters that we love and respect have taken. So it's fair that the business is right. I think that we.
Looks like he got a call.
Let's pull up the next one real quick here, because that was a very good conversation. But let me see this one. No, not that one. Let's try this one.
I love how you move your son, man. And I ain't gonna lie, I got their bean boots whenever they fight. Yeah. Now,
to be fair, Bill, he only picks underdogs. I mean, this man calls in every day to pick an underdog.
Yeah, I really do. I ain't gonna lie.
You know what? I didn't understand. I didn't understand. To me, and I'll let you call, is that they put a whole lot of emphasis on, and Bobby in particular, the fight with Ryan Garcia, right?
Yep.
So they go, and you're in boxing, what it says is you're only as good as your last fight. Right? So if we don't talk about Karen and we don't talk about the other fights and the other stuff, and we lead into and only talk about Xander respectfully, and we talk about Brian Norman Jr. respectfully, right? Then we look at it and we say that it's a great fight, man. That's what I said. And I never put people on the list.
It's not a great fight next, though. You got us thinking you wanted that next.
No, I didn't. No, wait a minute. I did not say that we were going up next. One thing I said is that we got to 47. We want to undispute at 147 pounds and let Boots undispute at 54. And then we have a fight.
Well, Ness, you can't.
That's a lot of moving parts, man.
Shout out to Ness. Ness is always going to ask. Ness is always going to It's always going to address the elephant in the room, right? Shout out to Ness. As much as he supports the bill, you got to give him his props. He's going to let it be known. Like what Ness just basically said is that's a lot of roadblocks. That doesn't seem like that's a fight you're trying to make, is what he's saying, respectfully, right? He's saying, damn, it sounds like all the stars got to line up just the right way in order to make that happen.
Well, I don't really think it's a lot of moving parts because I think if you look at it, we're favored to do it at 147 pounds. Is he favored to do it at 154?
I'm gonna say yes, but you know, Fundora got something to say for sure. Can't count Fundora out. Just because he's been stopped, that really don't mean nothing. Since then, he's been a world of issues for people.
Yeah. And I think, you know, we do what he said, what he started out and believing that he could do at 147. We tackle our business, we tackle his, you know what I mean? And it's a great fight.
It almost feels like Bill is hoping that Fundora beats Boots. It almost It almost feels like he's hoping that he trips and stumbles on the path, and that way he can get out of this conversation. Why put so many moving parts, as Ness said, in front of a fight between Devin and Boots? Why make it the end all be all? Why does he have to become undisputed in a hornet's nest of a division where most people in that division are not going to be undefeated by the time you won't make it out of that division with your O, more than likely, right? Only the special guys, and Boots can definitely do it, but he's throwing the dice, and I think Ness acknowledged it right there just to say, like, man, that's a lot of moving parts in between you and Boots making a mega fight. I thought you guys were ready to fight him now. Shout out H-Town. What's good with you, family?
I mean, you know what he's hoping, right? I mean, the writing's on the wall. Say Boots even undisputes 154. By the time he gets done doing that, he's gonna be so beat up and battered because those are career-changing fights at 154. By the time he makes it to Devin, he's gonna be a shell of himself. If he makes it to Devin, 154 right now, it's the most dangerous division right now in boxing. Those guys are killers up there. And we all know the Haney's want Ryan to lose, and they want Rolly to lose. They'd rather face Teal, and they'd rather face Conor Benn. They don't want to face punchers. And it is what it is. It is what it is. They're hoping Ryan loses. They're hoping Rolly loses. They've always thought they had an advantage over Teal. They've always felt comfortable fighting Teal. So they're just going to explore that. I don't see them. I don't think we'll see Devin in 2026. Might see him in March of next year. I mean, who's he going to fight? What credible fights out there for him that's going to make money for the zone and help them recoup some of that cash? I mean, the zone.
What's a more dangerous division than 154? You saying 154 is not the most dangerous division? What's the most dangerous division?
I mean, heavyweight's the most dangerous division in boxing.
Yeah. I mean, we could say that. But the heavyweight, we already know. It's kind
of that's what other than heavyweight, 154 is the most dangerous.
Right. Like, what's the more volatile division than 154?
So imagine if Boots makes it out of Fundora fight. Unless he starches him in one round, he ain't coming back. Boots, he coming back a guy that was in a war.
Manuel 408, 168 is a good division, but it's just coming together, bro. We got to remember that 168 just got broken up by Terrence Crawford on the Canelo Alvarez, right? So it's just coming together, and we got to talk about that as well. Obviously, we got to talk about the Janibek and Shiraz, but is that the most dangerous division? More dangerous than 154 with Virgil, with Bakram, with Sebastian Fundora, with Jerron Boots Ennis, with even all the way down the list to a Charles Conwell. You can go down the list of just dangerous
everybody
is on fire. Not to mention Jamel Charlo hasn't returned to that division yet. We just watched Xander take a loss. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that is a dangerous division. What's more dangerous than 154?
Even if you put Tim Tszyu back at 154, that's still a dangerous fight. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
And you consider him at the low end of 54. Think about it. Tim Tszyu would be at the low end of 54. You know, I mean, they just don't equate right now. And he's in a softer division because he's not going to face Ryan. He's not going to face Rolly. Those are the two punchers that are a danger to him. He's bigger physically than Teo and always felt comfortable fighting Teo. And if Conor Benn stays at 147, he's still struggling to make that weight. You know?
Yeah. I mean, and also shout out to CJV says, are we seriously talking about someone putting obstacles in front of a fight? I mean, I'm assuming that you're going to say that Shakur put obstacles. I don't think one negates the other. Yes, Shakur put obstacles.
And Shakur also went to Zuffa where Bill Haney told him he was there waiting with a $100 million contract. Let's stop pretending like that didn't happen. And they went out the back door when they found out Shakur was getting more money in there.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, there's a good chance of that. But I'm going to say that fine though. I won't argue against Shakur putting the obstacles there. I won't argue against it, right? Does that change Bill Haney putting undisputed for Jerome Boots Ennis as a prerequisite to a fight happening? That's not obstacles? That he gave Jerome Boots the assignment. Well, Jerome Boots gave himself the assignment, right? He said he wants to become undisputed. But you made that a prerequisite to go on to fight him. You said, go fight Sebastian Fundora. That's not an obstacle? You told that man to go fight Sebastian Fundora and show us that you're worth
I had Devin probably beating Boots at 147 due to Boots being weight drained. But at 54 is a different monster. You know? He showed you at 54 he's a different man. So, I mean,
there's no guarantees at 54, man, for nobody, man. As much as we want to, there's no guarantees in boxing, period. Anybody can lose, but 154 is a very hard division. It's going to be a very difficult division to unify and become undisputed. And we could talk about stylistically, and we could talk about the politics. Either way, to put that in front of that fight with Boots, I mean, it's just saying we not fighting that man right now. And that's cool, right? It wouldn't matter. You ain't fighting Boots unless there's super legacy behind it. He's a unified champion right now at 154.
And 75 is not more dangerous than 54. 75, you got a old guy going out the door and a guy with a hurt back that are the heads of that division. Now, let's stop that. Let's stop like they're spring chickens. Nah, man. They're older fighters too. 54, you got prime guys.
Yeah. And you got guys probably heading into 54 from 147 as well. Shout out Trini. What's good with you, family?
Salute Clay. Salute H-Town. What up, chat? Yeah, and that talent at 54 is gonna spill into 160 soon.
Facts.
But like, yo, shout out to Bill Haney, man. I know he eating good in that world he in now.
Mm-hmm.
But motherfuckers like me, you, Clay, and definitely H-Town, we see these cats, man. He just Ness asked him a question, and the main point he said was, we're gonna set out and do what Boots didn't do before we even see Boots, and that's unify 147.
Facts.
So we're not getting that Boots fight no time soon.
No
Motherfuckers
way.
like Bill, when your sister and your prima, your female cousins bring cats like that around, you invite them to the first fight night coming, and you get on your bullshit and you wash them and you make sure they don't come back. We see them fast talking motherfuckers, you know what I mean? But shout out to him, it's working for him. As far as Dev, man, enough respect for him. I'm never going to forget Doghouse Rules Dev. That's the most he ever impressed me in his life. In that ring with Tank, with the legend in his ear, inches away from his ear, Mayweather yelling in his ear. Motherfuckers is folding in that pressure. And that kid got that dog in him. And even H-Town is going to become a fan by next year. I'm saying it now. Clip this shit. He going to be a Dev fan by next year. This is a whole new Dev at 147, at 154. The clinch game ain't going to work. And shout out
I
to
don't
you,
like
Clay.
this. I don't just like
this,
Devin, man.
hold
I don't
up.
agree his
Hold up.
ways.
Yeah, no,
Jake,
I'm just
hold on.
saying you don't like the clinch game. That's not gonna work no more. He's gonna have to bring that out. And Dev, and shout out to you, Clay, because you at least mentioned a couple fighters from higher weight classes, and that's the motherfucking problem with these podcast cats. Y'all keep linking Dev to these smaller cats, man. Niggas that never stepped in foot at 147. Stop doing that. Key, you gonna learn when the young Jaguar get his hands on you. You gonna learn. 147 is different. It's different. Let's link him to him moving up or the other champs. Liam Parrill's a good fight. He's not going to leave it in the judge's hand in Australia. You're not going to take that chance. So that means Dev is going into a fight and the first time in 10 years looking for a knockout.
Right.
That's a fight. That's a fight. Theo, of course Theo and Dev going to share the bag. They came up together. They went through the struggle. They're not turning that down. He going to get washed by Dev, but it's going to be a fight. So that's potential him having 3 out of the 4. So he might unify quicker than we think. Early 2028, Boots Dev is a good fight, man. If Boots stick around, because he might shoot up to 160, because him and Zayas is another payday money bag up there. Because by the time he get up there, Zayas gonna have a belt. So your boxing is looking good, man. You just gotta let these fights go and keep the Dev active. It's a different Dev at 147. And you know the shit I talk. I'm beating Norman all the way. I'm Norman Jr. all the way. If that rematch happened, I'm still riding with the young Jaguar. That's my word. But Dev should, if he can't get the fight Tiger, get the free promo from the Scuffle, fight Tiger in ATL, put Norman or Najee Lopez on the motherfucking undercard. That shit gonna sell. That's how you do that, there, Bill. I know you listening. Shout out to a real one. Stay up. I was a Bill in the streets. I just ain't want to sacrifice my pawns, so I have to gracefully buy out. I ain't have it in me. You know what I mean? But y'all stay up.
No doubt.
Yeah, salute. I agree with Tweety in a sense. I agree with Tweety in a sense, but
hold on. Let me bring HLD into it real quick as well. HL, what's good, man?
What's going on, mama? Man, we got a lot of people jumping on that Dev bandwagon, becoming believers, huh? I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not. I think I know exactly what the young man is, and he's not above that. And I don't think he is as great as everybody wants to make him seem. He's a good fighter. I give him that. But he ain't, I'll just talk about Boots at 154. No, they ain't doing none of that. That's just Bill taking advantage of the spotlight, being Bill. If you know Bill well enough, you will know. If not, you're casual. You're just a casual believing the bullshit that he spills. But I don't think nothing about 154. Their entire lane is 147 right now. They have a contract with the Zone out of duress from the Zone wanting to make that Keyshawn fight. And now they got a guy who's boring as hell. And now what they're going to do with that? He's got a minimum and he's got a maximum. And right now, the only fights that are available are minimum fights that pay out. They're not the top end of what his contract is. And so either they're going to just halt and wait to see what happens with Tio in a couple of weeks and see if they can make that fight, because that would be a big paying fight. Or they're going to end up having a fight. I don't even know why everybody mentioned Tiger. I think Norman deserves his rematch, period. Norman deserves
100% HOD.
Norman deserves it because guess what? Norman gave him a chance when he was running like a chicken shit from Ramirez on the most pathetic fight of the night there. And so he still gave him a shot. So guess what? I heard Bill saying that he's got to build himself up. Why?
Because
So I don't know. I just think that Bill is doing the Bill thing, and everybody who just believes his bullshit is gonna believe it. I don't. He's a smart manager, and I give him credit. He leveraged that fight as best as he can to land the Zone deal, because they weren't giving him the deal until that fight with Keyshawn was up. They were not giving him a deal. They had no interest in giving him a deal. It was only because they were expecting to get that Keyshawn Davis fight. Now that they don't have it, the Zone is like, damn, what are we going to do with this apple pie? What are we going to do with this? We got to wait for Tio. We got to wait for Ryan. We'll see if we could then force that fight to happen. Until then, what are they going to do with him?
Let me play this real quick here. And I think this is the one I wanted to play. Hold on, let me see.
It's not playing. Is Is it playing for you, Click, or is it not playing for us? You there, Click?
Yeah, my bad.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you froze too. I was like, damn, did my math for you?
I fucked up, man. Hold on. Let me get this together. I fucked up. I was playing it. I'm like, it's not playing on here. Hold on. Let me see here. Is this it? Yes, this is it. Okay. All right. Let me back this up a little bit.
Yo, Bill, you got to come on the show, man.
Yeah, he
that he could do at 147. We tackle our business. He tackle his. You know what I mean? And it's a great fight.
Let me ask you a question, Bill. Like, I don't know, man. I just see y'all taking a while to get a fight, right? I know that y'all was in talks with Keyshawn, and I get that. I see that didn't go good, and talks with Shakur, that didn't go good. I'm just seeing him more in the gym. I see him more getting his body prepared, and I think that's why I'm kind of leaning more towards Devin, because I see that he's getting more prepared. It's like I don't know, man. It's like it's just like he's
trying to celebrate the shit out of him before you ask him the hard question.
I just think 54, we're gonna see a peak of Devin. And that's why I'm leaning more towards Devin. I think his IQ gonna be a little bit more sharper when he gets fight boots. But I love what you're saying. I love that you're saying that you want them to both undispute. See, that what I'm loving. I'm loving that you're saying that. Okay, so as of right now, and Ness don't like when I bring this person up. For me, can y'all get in the ring with Arnold Barboza? That's what I want to know. Bring him to open and get in the ring with Arnold Barboza. Why?
Watch this.
Shout out to Arnold Barboza. Listen, man. Shout out to Arnold Barboza and his manager. They're doing a great job. We did Jose Ramirez with the same manager, so we know that fight can be made, and it could be made relatively easy, right? So you can't shit on anyone that's willing to get in there and make it happen. You know what I mean? And then it becomes the network and the zone supporting the event, right? And truthfully, yes, listen, they don't want the fight unless they think Devin is going to lose, or the people think that he's going to lose, or they think it's going to be.
Okay. You know who Day is?
No, who the guy who asked the question?
No, Day, because he's separated, right? I want to go back.
I'm sorry.
You talking about the zone?
About the zone, right? Listen.
Right. And truthfully, yes, listen. They don't want the fight unless they think Devin is going to lose, or the people think that it's going to lose.
Boom. He's separated, right? He said and then he said the people.
Yep.
But he just confirmed what we've been saying. They want him in competitive fights. They're going to bring money into this deal. They don't want him in fights where he's the dominant fighter, where he's going to win, 90% of the time.
Dev's market right now is that. That's what the zone sees as the market. Yeah, he sold out with Ryan Garcia. Yeah, he sold out with Lomachenko. Yeah, he's gonna sell out with Teo when that fight happens. But Arnold Barboza, we're gonna have 3,000 people like he had for Jojo Diaz at MGM. That's what's gonna happen. He doesn't sell. He needs a partner. He's not a solo. He's not a tank. He's not those type of guys. He's not even Shakur who did 14,000 on his own in his own hometown. Hell, he's not Keyshawn Davis who did the same.
HOD.
Yeah.
Remember when where was that Loma fight at?
That was Vegas.
Remember how they were bragging how they were home, people came to see them. People
Bro, it was 90% Loma fans.
Yeah. People forget Bill got hit with a cup in the head.
No, that was a bottle by Teal Senior, bro.
But People that he was getting booed there. You know, even when he went back to Oakland, there were the reports of him copying tickets to schools and everything, which that's fine and everything, but don't tell the people that he's selling out arenas, selling out this and that, and not mentioning who he's fighting.
I mean, but
You know,
he
that's
did
being
decent in Oakland.
disingenuous.
I give him that. He did decent in Oakland, and I think they should be taking him back to Oakland. Let's say they're gonna have a tune-up fight. That fight should be back in Oakland, the same way he did with Regis Prograis. Do it again over there. I don't understand what they're doing.
Can I ask you guys a question? Now, here goes the issue. The reality is, for me, the question is, how do we get Devin inside of that ring 3 to 4 times a year? And the reason I say that is because I believe he needs it. I believe he needs the activity. He needs the opportunity to raise his commercial value so that he can give DAZN confidence to put up the bags necessary that they're going to have to put up to make these super fights. Because none of these fighters is taking a fight with Devin Haney without getting a career payday.
It's two
So
things.
how do we get him active?
It's two things.
Mm-hmm.
It's very simple. Two things. The fights are there to be made. Right now, there's at least 3 fights that could be made. One is that they've got to be willing to accept it and understand that it's not going to pay the max value of their contract. It's as simple as that. The fights are there. I'm sorry. An ATL fight with Norman Jr. is going to... I think that stayed in will sell.
That will sell, bro.
That will sell, and it ain't no free tickets like
title.
Clarissa Shields is doing right now. No, that will sell. I will fly out to see that fight. And I'm not a Devin, but if they... I mean, that's a fight that the rematch intrigues me. I think that fight in ATL will sell. They can make a fight, and there's then all these other ones. I mean, they can fight Barboza, Tiger Johnson. There's a little storyline. It ain't gonna pay max value, and they gotta understand that. Take it as a stay busy fight. Stay busy fight. Knock out Tiger Johnson. Knock out Norman Jr.
100%. That's the way to do it, and the way I also believe that you do it with the TNT deal. I say you do it. You headline cards on that TNT deal. If Abdullah Mason and Albert Bell can get 830, 820,000, whatever that number is, viewership.
Yeah, it's a pay that did like 800 too, right? Almost 800.
Yeah, they did like 780, I think it was, or 800, right? Devin can do $1 million.
Yeah, that's the thing. Devin's got fights. You know, he's gonna have to be in Atlanta with Brian Norman Jr. He's gonna be in Australia with Paro, and if he fights Barbosa, he's got to be in California. If they want to recoup any money.
So he he has to basically almost become a road warrior to a certain degree.
I
think that DAZN needs to revisit the game plan with Devin. I think that the idea of making the big fights when they signed him was great. I kind of see where they were going with it, but at some point you got to realize it's not working. You got to realize it's not working, and you got to become more interested in the activity, and you got to be more interested in recouping. If you've made this deal with Devin, and if you gave him money, and if you offered him guaranteed money, you need to make the most out of it. But the truth of the matter is everything needs to be revisited. Devin would have benefited more, in my opinion, if he would have went to Zuffa. Because if he'd have went to Zuffa, Zuffa's not concerned with the profit margins yet. They're in that part of their journey where they're just giving out a lot of money and they're looking to validate the platform, and they're really looking at fighters who headline cards to do what they're about to do with Ryan Garcia and Conor Benn, which is they put on Da'Mazion Vanhouter on that main card. They put on Mark Magsayo and Andres Cortes on that card. They're looking to put those guys on a big stage with millions of people watching those guys so that they can start the process of building up their next stars in the next 2 years, 3 years that are going to take them into the space of being able to make mega fights in-house that bring out the biggest crowds. So they're looking for those flagship fighters that can headline those cards, like a Shakur Stevenson, like a potentially Edgar Berlanga or Richardson Hitchens or a Devin Haney, and pay them money that they're not concerned about the payback yet. I think DAZN is too concerned about the money right now because they're in a place in their journey where that matters to them. where they're like, yo, money in, money out. And I think this is aging badly right now for Devin. I think it doesn't look good that they can't get a fight under their DAZN contract unless it's the biggest fight. You know what I'm saying?
And
like,
basically, Bottle, to my opinion, they're gonna have to wait to what happens with it, and they're gonna have to take a little stay busy fight somewhere. Because Paro, I think, is gonna belong to Teo by DAZN. That's what's gonna happen. Teo sells. Hey, don't love, blah blah blah. Teo is must-watch TV. He is gonna make you come in and watch. It's as simple as that. And DAZN, that's why they signed him even after that pathetic performance. They didn't sign Devin Haney off of that. Bro. They didn't sign Devin Haney on the no. They signed him only thinking that they could get the Keyshawn fight. That's it. That they thought they were going to get that Keyshawn fight and then they could build from there. Now they don't got that, and now they're out there in their ass. But they didn't get him because we wanted him. Oh, we want Devin Haney on it. No, they want him because there was a fight to be made. There was a fight to be made. They signed Teo because they know Teo's going to sell. He just sold the most in MSG. He is must-watch TV, and that's just what it is. He brings it in. Compared.
And that's 100% that they want Teo to win and they want Conor Benn to win. That's the guys they want to win. They want to win. They'll probably just wait this out, until next year, man. I don't. If they're not willing to give up money on their side to make these fights, then these fights are not going to be made because these guys know that they got a bag, and they want a piece of that bag. I think the biggest mistake Bill did was announcing to the world that they're getting hundreds of millions. No, I don't know why he. That was just, but that's neither here nor there. HLD. If I'm managing a fighter and I heard the other managers say they got this type of money waiting for them, then I'm trying to get them all the money they can from over there and from over here. You got that much money, you give up $2 million.
They're gonna base it on what happened right now with Keyshawn. That Keyshawn was about to get $3 million as a no champion, and so that's what Aparo's gonna be looking at. Oh, Tiger Jump. Oh, hey, he got $3 million. I'm worth $2 million. Motherfucker, he barely worth $500,000. But these guys are gonna now want, maybe.
In my opinion, the best fight for him right now is Brian Norman Jr. for lineal champion.
I think that's a great fight. I think it's a great fight. But yeah, in that sense, how they're gonna get in the ring, it would. The thing is, there's nobody available right now. Baro's not gonna be taking the fight. The only one out there
Paro looks like he's about to go to George Kambosos. That's what Bill is saying. And Paro's probably waiting on, like you said, a unification between the winner of Rolly and Teo. You know what I'm saying? Ryan Garcia is an expensive. He's probably leaving the whole DAZN play. He's probably going to Zuffa, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, Dana likes that kid.
Yes, and I mean, I think Ryan likes Dana. You know what I'm saying? I think he likes what he's seeing over there. But hold on, I wanted to Bill just added one more little piece. I just wanted to continue.
Is going to lose, or they think it's going to be some resistance. It's not. We don't get the fights like other guys get them. But Dev doesn't have the resume, and then we get paid different as well. So
boom. So he's making it clear that there are contingencies to this DAZN deal.
Yeah, you see, that's what I'm saying. There's a minimum and a maximum. 100%. And the only thing that Bill, he's not looking at no minimum. He's just not. He's looking at that maximum. That's what we fight for, and that's it. And so that's the smart businessman in that sense. He's gonna try to force DAZN to have them give him what it was $6 million to fight a Paro, $6 million to fight a Barboza, a Tiger Johnson, to fight Norman Jr. I don't think DAZN is going to do that. I just don't think DAZN is going to do that. They're willing to give them the money to get their money's worth. They're not willing to lose. That's why, look, what Eddie Hearn says is what Matchroom says. And they were tired of losing money with Devin Haney. It's as simple as that. They were tired of losing money. They made... look, and the realistic thing is they made 1.5 million with Regis Prograde. Neither one of the fighters got no back end money. It's not a selling thing. Yeah, they sold out supposedly the Oakland Stadium, right? And I'm glad for that. But as far as pay-per-views, they didn't sell shit. They didn't. Right. They didn't make the threshold. The same thing happened with the Lomachenko fight. They made no money on the back end with Lomachenko. There was
if they're not going to worry about pay-per-view, they got to make at least a $15 million gate.
And if you want to believe Oscar, he said they didn't make no money with that either on the back end. You know what I mean? I don't believe him, to be honest with you.
On the Ryan Garcia fight, what they sold, I think it was 360,000 pay-per-views. So they made some money, just not the money that they thought they were gonna make it. They were thinking, even I was thinking, hold on, I thought not Blockbuster, Dave and Buster's, they bought that fight,
right?
And so they have.
How much did they make in that gate, HOD?
I don't remember, man. I don't remember
if it was 20 million for Tank Ryan or 20 million for Devin Ryan. That was reported.
No, Devin Ryan didn't make no 20 million.
That was Tank, right?
That was Tank. He has the record at Barclays with Ryan. I think that's what it was. So look, man, we're talking about business, bro. These guys have made us, the fans, have to be fanagers, and at the end of the day, all we want to do is just bro.
Yeah, because the reality is, I think Ness is about to speak on it too as well. But the reality is, there's a concern right now, even amongst the fans of Devin, on the activity. Mm-hmm. They're wondering what's really going to happen, and at this point, they're basically saying, "Are you going to be willing to concede your position just to be active? Because it doesn't feel like we're going to see you in the ring no time soon." Like the guy said, we're watching you practice and train, and that's what we're watching. That's the closest we're getting to seeing you in a fight, right?
He'll be out a year and 2 months or so by January.
Let's see what he says here.
It takes what the caller said about Keyshawn Davis. Keyshawn Davis is 15-0. He's the same age as Devin. Devin is 33-0. So I think we would be misdescribing us as can't get in the ring or that he hasn't fought. The thing is now is the right fight.
Which he just pretty much just added value to Keyshawn Davis, and in my opinion, added to Keyshawn Davis's position, right? Which is pay Keyshawn then. If that fight is so significant and so unique, and there doesn't seem to be any other fight, you know what I'm saying, that checks the box. You said the age, you said, everything is just, you making Keyshawn's argument for him.
He is. He's trying, and that's what he's trying to do, because he's reminiscing. He's like, damn, we need this payday.
Yeah, and
we don't have it.
Jay Prince, maybe more importantly, Jay Prince, right? Like Keyshawn, but maybe even more importantly, Jay Prince is like, yeah, Bill.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And this is why I said, and people said I was hating when I said Keyshawn loses nothing financially, not fighting Devin. Because he could still make a Teo fight and he's going to make good money. He could still make a Ryan fight, going to make good money. He could still make these other fights. He's going to make good money.
Yeah, shout out to Jordan Smith says, pay Catterall. Jordan, I hear you, right? But what we're finding out as we're watching this is Bill ain't paying nobody.
No, he's not.
So the question is, how do you convince the zone to pay Catterall? Right? How do you convince the zone to pay Catterall? Or how do you know what I mean? And what I'm feeling is, if they choose Catterall, Devin's paycheck changes.
Oh, tremendously.
This whole entire idea that
it goes back to what happened with Teo and Dev. They wanted it because the Devin Haney performance at Madison Square over there at Times Square. They wanted they cut Haney's salary, but then they wanted Teo to take a pay cut to fight him when he was owed $11 million, and they told him $7 million, and Teo's like, what? Well, guess what? Yeah. He turned it down, and he still got his money, but versus Shakur, he got his 11.5 with Shakur.
Right.
But This is what's happening right now.
That's a great example. That's a great example, bro. You know what I'm saying?
And they were willing to take $6 million for the Teal fight, the Haney's. Oh, they were happy with that. With that performance that they had, they were happy.
What did Turkey tell Boots? We're not doing no tune-up fights. We ain't doing no fights that are not going to bring any money. We want you to fight guys that are bringing money and they're dangerous fights. And the Zone and Zuffa, all those guys are still influenced by Turkey. I don't know why we pretend he's not the guy in the shadows between all of this.
Oh, yeah. Big facts. Big fact. Hold on a second, though. He's going to dive deeper into because you're going to hear the desperation now. It's about to get bad.
Well, I haven't heard this, man.
Yeah, it's about to get bad for Bill to a certain degree, right? I don't want to make it sound like it's going to get hostile or anything, but the reality is the fans are starting to wake up a little bit. Here you go.
Okay, I got you. I guess.
But when is that though, Bill? I mean, you got us like fiends. I mean, I watched the interview. Even the dude with Cam is saying, like, come on, Devin got everybody fiending, and I get it. Maybe in a weird way, y'all like that. Y'all see that there's a demand, but you know, fuck, it's a turnoff too.
Right? Mm-hmm. So Ness is expressing, and you know Ness is a big supporter of Bill, right? But he's saying, even I gotta be real with you, bro, right? Like, I gotta be honest with you, bro. What does this add up to? Because everything you're saying is not adding up to a fight. You want us to get on this media campaign of hating Keyshawn and pressuring Rolly and calling him a duck, and you want us to pressure these guys because you're still moving with the narrative or the idea that we can shame these guys into fighting you for money, for less money than they want. And it's just hindsight shows that does not work anymore.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't work.
It doesn't work. There's no shaming these guys into a fight. The reality is you either can make the fight happen or you can't. And your fans want to know, outside of those fights, who are you willing to fight? Because we don't believe those fights are happening no more. We don't believe in those fights no more. Those fighters are showing disinterest. And as fans of you, we're willing to say those guys are ducks and they're scared of you. You're Debo. They think they're going to lose and you're going to beat the shit out of him and that. Fine. That being said, it doesn't get us closer to a fight with them. Who are you willing to fight? And then the question and the conversation moves forward into, oh, shit. It's not about who you're willing to fight, is it, Bill? It's about who the Zone is willing to pay to fight you. Mm-hmm. And this has gotten more complicated. Because
it doesn't take a genius to figure that out.
Right? So now it's not about who you're willing to fight. And this is what Bill and Devin never wanted to be a part of, in my opinion, which is why I think this is so ironic. It's about who you're allowed to fight.
For the money that you want. Yeah.
Right. And you never wanted it to be about that. Bill and Devin, DHP's always been known as, we fight who we want to fight. We move around. Nobody tells us what to do. But right now with this Zone deal, it seems like there's a ceiling.
Right? You know what happened is they've been screaming their Debo so long, everybody's believing them. Now they want to see him fight Hulk Hogan. They don't want to see him fight Craig and Smokey no more. You know?
The Zone knows what they're doing. They know what they did when they signed them, and they know what they signed them for. And I am very, very certain that contract is very specific. This money's for this, and this type of money's for that.
Yes.
And that's and yeah. So I mean, and then so yeah, the dynamic then with a guy like Nuss, who whatever is fanboy of it, he wants to see them fight already. At this point, they're like, anybody, bro, get in the ring.
Yeah. Activity.
Give me a tuna fight. We'll call it a stay busy fight.
I mean, Ness is not a dumb man. He knows a fighter like Devin can't be out of the ring a year plus and then come fight a top guy and be expected to win. He knows that's dangerous for Devin. Devin needs to stay active.
Norman Jr.
David stayed out for a year. Devin stayed out for a year and came back and fought Jose Ramirez and ran around the ring for 12 rounds.
Exactly. And Jose Ramirez is a C-class fighter.
Yeah.
Now,
so throwing Devin into the ring with a demon after a year and a half layovers, it might not be the best look in the world. Hold on a second here.
You know, that's what she says too, Ness, sometimes. You know what I mean? So,
Ness doesn't find this humorous at all, right? Because Ness is Ness. You know who Ness is? Ness is the guy who's sitting out here defending you, speaking for you, and you're not helping him right now. Is what he's letting you know. This is a hard job that you've given Ness. Ness is an advocate for you because you guys don't duck no smoke. You guys make the biggest fights. He celebrates you guys, but he doesn't even know what to say about this situation. Right? So now you got Joe. Yeah, now you got exactly.
Ness is Tio advocating for his father.
Right.
And taking out the blows.
But motherfuckers laughing. It's like, could you imagine if Tio's trying to advocate with his father and his father's laughing and I'm like, and he's like, Tio's like,
you don't listen. Well, you didn't listen. He doesn't want to take it.
I'm trying to help you. Help me help you. Help me help you. What did Kevin Hart say? Help me, nigga. Help me. You know what I'm saying?
He's gonna have Ness quoting Abraham Lincoln like Tio was doing.
Hey, bro, you know what I mean? Actually, you know what I mean? Help me out here. Hold on, let's see here.
Hey, Ness. Listen. No, but Ness. And Ness, you're good, thank you. Listen, and you are 100% right. But we have to put some of the onus. We can't put all the onus on us.
But
because we're transparent about
the only reason that dude Sin and myself are putting the onus on you because it's you and Devin staying out the ring. It's Devin getting rusty. It's Devin not making money in 2026 as a boxer in the ring. You know, if these guys don't want to fight, you got to find a willing body. You know, it's the Devin Haney show, not these guys' show. And who wants to raise their hand?
100%, right? And this is what I've been trying to tell the people in the chat at times who want to say, you know, Clay, just you're not putting the blame on these other guys. You got these guys are the ones who are not making the fight. They're the ones who are doing that. Nah, those guys, yes, but no, because at the end of the day, the person who's not in the ring fighting is Devin. He's the inactive one. Keyshawn's already being rumored to be in fights with Frank Martin and rumored to be in fights with Brian Norman Jr. and rumored they're already putting Keyshawn somewhere else. They already getting him lined up. Jack Catterall, you didn't make the fight happen with him. He let you know, I already booked my ticket. I'm heading to Vegas next week. You heard? Like, I'm out. You playing with me, bro. I'm going to Vegas. I'm going to Vegas. Bye.
And this is why I say
Ryan Garcia said, he'll be there. Ain't nobody stressing Dev. When he'll be there. If he wants to fight me right now, apologize. Take ownership for all the shit that I said you did. Even whether you did or you didn't, don't matter, nigga. Just apologize. And if you're not willing to do that, that's cool. I don't need you. You already been stained, brother. He said it. All I gotta do is play back the video and post a picture of me looking over you, and everybody knows what time it is. Liam Paro said, you playing around George Kambosos. You playing. You playing George Kambosos. So Shakur said, I don't give a fuck. I'll go fight Rayo. Gary Antoine Russell. Raymond Moritaya just put out a video saying he wants to fight next. These fighters have options. They don't have to fight Devin. Ness is asking the question that we all keep asking. What if you can't make those fights? What about the other fights are there other fights on the table? And he's letting you know, no, there isn't. Well, not at the price point.
Right.
And the sad thing for Devin is Zuffa's backing up Shakur. Shakur's on TV. Shakur, you know, they're talking about him. Dana talks about him all the time. I haven't heard the Zone put Devin on any commercials or anything supporting him the way Zuffa supports Shakur. Like, they're going to make whatever Shakur fight have look like it's huge. You know, especially it's going to be his coming out fight with Zuffa. You think they're not going to promote the shit out of that?
Yeah, and the thing is that now that they're signed to the Zone, even if they wanted to go back to revisit the 144 with Shakur, I don't think the Zone's going to want that to happen.
Exactly, T. Severe. TG Veer says Devin has rumors. F a rumor. Secure a fight. You know what I'm saying? And listen, and you know T. Severe is here for Devin. You know what I'm saying? Like he's here for, you know, I mean, right now he's here for Devin. Like he's supporting the position Devin's in. But at the end of the day, the activity as boxing fans, and this is what I'm encouraging all boxing fans to understand and embrace, which is we're here for the fights. And if fights ain't happening, that's a problem for all of us, bro. We don't need to fight over that. We could fight over who wins, who loses, who's better, who's a hype job, who's not really him. We could fight over that, but let's not fight over activity being important. Let's not play that game. Let's not act like we don't need to see Devin inside the ring. What are we talking about? So now the pressure's on Bill to concede. To concede.
I mean, work the Tiger Johnson fight, man. Start that drama. That'll make some money. People are interested in that.
But it's not going to make the money he wants. And he has to concede to the fact that my thing is take Tiger Johnson on TNT.
Yeah, man, get on regular TV.
So sacrifice your pay, but gain it in publicity and exposing your brand. That is smart.
I'm pretty sure
that is what you're supposed to do as a company. So you got, okay, I'm not going to get it in monetary, but I'm going to get it paid on another level. Yes, that is smart, and that's what they're supposed to be thinking. Like whether they're up on that game or not, and the zone is up on that game, I don't. But that would be a smart move. But
that's my whole point. That's what I wanted to confront Bill with on the show today, but I couldn't get on there. But I wanted to ask Bill just respectfully, like Bill, we met once, so I'm not into trolling and I'm not trying to play with your face. I just want to ask you straight up in real time: have y'all taken into consideration to say this part of the game is not working out for us? Let's at least salvage and get something out of this. Let's use this TNT deal. Let's dial into the viewership that we just saw Abdullah Mason get with Albert Bell and Lamont Roach get with William Zepeda. Let's jump in front of 1 million viewers. Let's put on a big show at 147. We see Devin punching the shit out that bag. Well, let's see Devin punch the shit out of Tiger Johnson in front of 1.5 million people.
Look at this, Clay. Say he takes that TNT and he pitches that, right, to get on regular TV. I'm pretty sure Bill's a good enough manager to find some kind of damn energy drink or something to sponsor him some money and be like, I'm about to be on TNT, on cable TV, national TV. Give me this bread. I'll hold your drink up. I'm having the main fight. I'm pretty sure you get sponsorship money from a bunch of guys. Devin's a young, good-looking kid, man. He could. I mean, what the hell? He could get money some other way.
H-Town, what you're talking about right now is on-the-ground marketing. You're talking about something that I don't think Bill has had to do. Bill's been able to get his money out of the promoters who are getting their monies out of the networks. The landscape has changed. That was easy. What you're talking about is real work. You're talking about Nike deal, Adidas deal. You're talking about Gatorade deal. You're talking about the front of the Wheaties box. You're talking about get the money from everywhere. You're talking about the paychecks. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about a water bottle with black tape around it on the table. Like, yeah, we get paid for everything. We're talking about an old school mentality that I don't know Bill has had to do before. And the real testament of the older promoters who were, when they were promoting Mike Tyson back in the day, he was on the Wheaties box. You know what I'm saying? When he was doing, you know what I'm saying? When they had Marvin Hagler saying, use Old Spice, anything else.
Man, if I was Devin, man, you know how people clowning him about, or Ryan said I made him shit his pants, bro, I would have got to go get a deal with Dude Wipes, joking around. Go get a bag over here. Fuck it, man. You got to get that money.
Yeah, listen, man. This conversation is such a great conversation, right? Because Bill is in a place right now to where, personally, how I feel is the chickens have come home to roost. And what I mean by that is the way they did it before, that shit is dead. It died on the back end of that Ryan Garcia loss, to be honest with you. It's just we didn't see it die because Turkey came in and grabbed him up, right? Like, it died the moment we saw Bob Arum offer him $2.42 million for a total purse to fight Sandro Martin, right? Let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's when it happened. and they got another chance at it with Turkey, and Turkey said, "Impress me, and you got this money," and he didn't do that, you know. But I mean,
these guys like this whole marketing thing. Look, unfortunately, very few of these guys are well spoken. You know, very few of them. Very few of them could get on camera and really talk their you know, their brains off over it in front of the camera. They're not well spoken, and so I don't think that they the money's there to be on sponsors, but do they have the capacity to do it, or are they going to be out there like Rocky Balboa in the morning? I splish mainly, you know what I mean, and do the commercial like he was doing in Rocky. He couldn't do it, and I think they fear that. They don't want to do that. You know, Tio had a few sponsors for a minute. He had a few sponsors.
He had the football thing. I think the Pepsi thing, right? Like he did a couple of things, but I just think I think sports entertainment is going, because what you're going to see happen at Zuffa, I'm telling you right now, Zuffa is going to, they're on the WWE. If you look on Zuffa's shit right now, there's hoodies for Julian Rodriguez. That's Zuffa on the front, Julian Rodriguez on the back. You know what I'm saying? They're paying these fighters to wear Zuffa gloves, Zuffa shorts. They're giving them money to do that. They have options. These fighters don't have to wear the Zuffa clothes like that, like people think they do. They are getting paid to do it. It's like, why wouldn't I? It's part of it. I'm not making millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars like, let's say, a Shakur or a Hitchens or an Edgar Berlanga. So they don't care. They're like, keep that Zuffa money. I don't need it. I'm not wearing Zuffa shorts. I don't need the money. They're like, all right, cool. Yeah, I'll wear my own shit. I'm making millions. But the fighters who are only making like 50 grand, 75 grand, 25 grand, 30 grand, they're like, yo, yeah, give me the Zuffa shorts if that's going to add another 5 to 10 grand. You know what I'm saying? On my paycheck, I'll wear the Zuffa. I don't need to wear my personal shorts. I'll wear your shit. You going to pay me 10 grand to do that? That's more money.
You pay me to drink that water, I'm drinking that water. Like, what the fuck?
I mean, shout out the Zuffa. The only way.
That's why I don't understand when people talk talk. That I'm like, bro, they're getting money to wear that shit. They're not even have to go look for a sponsor. They're like, look, we'll give you extra money to wear these gloves. So you know, you can wear your own shit and not get it,
right?
But if you want extra money, you wear our gloves.
You broke this interview down. You were very astute to pay attention to exactly the words and what he was saying, because not too many people will do that. They'll just gloss over it.
Right. They're just looking at it. They're not realizing that Bill is talking to them.
Yeah.
He's telling y'all.
People get caught up in the dance that Bill does, and they love watching the dance. They're not even paying attention. He's avoiding the questions. They're not paying attention. He's answering.
I'm more saying that it sounds avoiding to those who ain't paying attention, but
right.
But if you know who he's talking to.
Right.
And right now he's pleading people of the zone to pay Keyshawn Davis what he wants so I can get paid. Pretty please.
Oh, my guy HLD, man.
Now listen, that's called motherfucking bars, nigga. You know nothing about
you guys aren't. Thank you. I got goosebumps just right now because that's what I'm trying. I literally got goosebumps on my arm, right? Because people aren't getting what it is. I've been talking about this in my video that I did all week. They thought it was a Devin Haney hate campaign. No, I'm talking about the zone. There's a plea being made to the zone. Read my thumbnail. Shout out to the thumbnail. Read my thumbnail. Hold on a second. Let me just go ahead and show y'all that I'm not playing. It's chestnut checkers, baby. You
guys
look at the bottom right corner. All eyes on the zone. How much skin are they prepared to put in the game?
Yeah, listen, that's called motherfucking bars, nigga. You know nothing.
This is what this is about. I'm trying to open up the eyes of the space. Shout out to everybody in the chat, by the way. Hit the like button if you haven't done it. Subscribe to the channel. But I'm really trying to help. I'm trying to provoke thought. I'm trying to provoke critical thinking. And I'm trying to get us as fans past the fanatic energy and get more into I want to see Devin fight. How do we get that to happen?
I mean, and the sad truth is that the zone paid to get a piece of the pie of potential big fights he could be in with Ryan, with Tio, with Rolly, with the names. They didn't pay to get just any other fight. And they don't have that much confidence in Devin's name like his fans do, that his name alone is going to bring in the bucks. And that's the reality of the situation. Now you got to convince the zone to put up more money to pay the opposition, because even the opposition's management know that their guys are not worth the type of money that they're asking for, and they can't pay that because they'll take a bigger loss because the money's not going to be recouped in these fights. So they need somebody with more money to pay for the fights, so they don't lose any more money.
But that's
the conversation over at the zone with Bill Haney is changing, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason I know it's changing is because Bill is out here in these social media streets. Bill don't spin his wheels. Bill don't enjoy. Bill's not like Coach Hector Bermudez. Shout out to Coach Hector Bermudez, right? Coach Hector Bermudez is on these channels because he likes to talk about boxing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Coach Hector Bermudez will come up here and talk for hours and won't even, I don't even know if this is like a bad thing or not, but he won't even he's not promoting Rohan, and you got to ask him.
No,
or ABS, yeah.
You be up here for like an hour and a half, and HL be like, yo, hold on, man, what's going on with Yo Wenley?
Yeah, I throw him the bomb.
Like, what the hell's going on, Rohan Polanco? Because we're not even, you feel me? Like, damn, bro, you got fighters. People gonna think that you're a regular dude. They don't even know that you got these fighters, right? So he's up here having a good time. Bill ain't up here having a good time.
No, he's got a mission. He has a mission. He has a goal. He has a purpose. If not, he's not.
Bill talks about money. Coach talks about boxing. Yeah, I mean, it's two different things.
Bill come up on the Boxing Voice and talk about the Teofimo versus Rolly Romero fight and how intriguing that fight is, bro. He don't pop up on Nest to be like, yo, who y'all think Philip Ergovich and Moses Atama is gonna be? That's the fight I'm looking forward to see. That's not what he out here doing. Bill out here working, bro. And when he not working, he's not working.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't see him. So on the back end of Keyshawn Davis falling through, on the back end of Liam Powell talking about he's fighting George Kambosos, on the back end of Jack Catterall saying he's heading to Vegas to go look at the Rolly Romero Teofimo Lopez fight to activate his mandatory. On the back end of Ryan Garcia saying, I ain't even thinking about you. On the back end of Shakur Stevenson saying 144. And on the back end of a DAZN deal, Bill is out here campaigning for something, ladies and gentlemen. Bill is on It Is What It Is with Cameron, not because he's always wanted to be on It Is What It Is. Nah, he's campaigning. He's trying to rile up the people and get the people to get behind something to convince somebody to give him the fight, because Bill ain't cutting no checks. He's getting checks, which is admirable.
He's not going to be able to convince the fans to tell him that to go ahead and DAZN pay this guy $5 million.
But so I'm going to ask you this, HL. Is he spinning his wheels in mud, though? Because we talked about this earlier. Is this strategy effective anymore in 2026 in this space of boxing? No. Can we as the fans convince DAZN to give money to anybody at this point?
No. The zone does not work like Turkey does.
The zone is not listening to us right now, right? The head of the zone right now is not listening to Read the Ring.
They're looking at their spreadsheet and they're looking, okay, we're putting here, that. No, it make no sense. No, Bill, go back and find something else. That ain't the fight.
That's it. Back to the
let me say this, and I've been saying this from the get-go. I was called an idiot and talked down to, but there's only one guy right now, and I've been saying it from the get-go. If Devin wants this type of fight that's available and he's there, then you're gonna have to make consensus to, and his name's Shakur Stevenson. He's the one guy that's got money behind him, a name, and people want this fight. Other than just hardcores, casuals will watch this fight, and all the hardcores is Shakur Stevenson.
I don't think that's fight on the table no more with the zone contract. That's a problem.
I think
there's other money there. There's Zuffa money there. They could work that out.
If that ain't on the table, then Bill Haney did bad business.
It's not on the table. You haven't heard him mention it, have you?
No, I hear you. I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is if that is true, because I mean, I don't know that it's true, but I think I understand what you're saying. Like, there's a good chance of what you're saying. Like, it's a very legitimate take. You know what I'm saying? That you're giving right now. What I'm saying is, if that take holds weight, if that take ages like wine, Bill did bad business.
I put 100 on it.
Bill did bad business, and I don't know Bill to do bad business. So I'd be like, damn.
I think they found themselves desperate, man.
That limits him. Bill is somebody who doesn't sign to promoters because of the limitation on the idea of it. So did you get a network deal as a partnership promotional deal and put yourself in a position to where you've cut off, where there's a side of the street you're not allowed to be on now? Interesting.
The Zone is not going to share with Paramount. They're not. They'll do with TNT because it's a TNT deal. They're not going to do it with Paramount. I don't see that happening.
I mean, listen, I don't know if that's necessarily true, because I could see them doing it because there's money in it. And I think the Zone is in a place where they want to be making the money. That's why this Ryan Garcia and Conor Benn fight is happening, right? It's like, yo, you're going to pay it and we're just going to get money. The Zone, shout out to Agent Zero.
But the Zone made money off of that. The Zone made money off of that because they got the exclusive rights outside of the U.S. So.
No. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, they're going to make money off of that. So as long as what I'm saying is, as long as they're going to make money, I think they'll entertain it. You know what I'm saying? As long as that Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson fight makes them money, I don't see them getting in the way of that fight.
Because of Conor Benn, because Conor Benn is the UK, right? So that's the okay. We'll take the UK popularity from our fighter. And then you guys can keep the American guy, right?
But thing is, who else is left?
That's it.
Boots and Shakur. That's it. If you want to make big money, and they made it clear they're not going to Boots.
No, they're gonna have to either, like I said, they're gonna have to take a stay busy fight, make concessions with it, take a stay busy fight, and wait on what happens with Teo because Jack Catterall. Jack Catterall's under the impression that he is going to be the mandatory to Teo winner, and that no, he's the mandatory for Rolly. If Teo wins this fight, that mandatory resets. It doesn't belong to Teo. It resets. And so then what's he going to do? Is he going to wait on Teo? Teo's going to try to make a fight with Pato. So what are they going to wait on?
What are you saying? You're saying the mandatory? What are you saying about the mandatory?
Catterall is the mandatory to Rolly Romero.
No. Catterall is a mandatory to the belt. He's not a mandatory to Rolly Romero. And I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of why I know that's true. Because when Jerron Boots Ennis picked up the IBF title, there was a mandatory on that title. And when it wasn't a mandatory to Errol Spence. So when he became IBF champion, Terrence inherited that mandatory, and because he wasn't going to activate the mandatory, they stripped him of that IBF title. That the mandatory
that was a vacant, but that was a vacant title, right?
No, it wasn't a vacant title, bro. They stripped Terrence Crawford of that IBF title. They stripped him of that title, 147 title. They took that from him. I could pull up the video of Terrence Crawford.
I know that, at 154, you're saying, right? That they
147. I'm saying when Boots got elevated to become a full IBF champion, it was on the back end of a mandatory that followed that belt that Errol had, that once Terrence picked up the belt, he inherited that mandatory.
But because they knew Butler was not going to fight no more at 147. It's a very different circle. Everybody knew he was not fighting at 147 anymore. So they weren't going to waste their time.
I'm just saying that there was a mandatory.
Yeah, but it's not in this. There's an active champion. Errol. There's an active champion. And an active champion has a certain amount of time, days before he has to honor his mandatory.
I don't think you're right, but I mean, I hear you. I don't think so. I think it follows the belt. I think the mandatory, it's kind of like the warranty on a gun, right? Like if I buy a gun right now, I have plenty of them, right? But let's say my FN, you know what I'm saying, I sell to you. That warranty doesn't end because that warranty wasn't to me. That warranty was to the gun. You will have a lifetime warranty on that FN.
It's not transferable. No, but it's not like that. See, for an example, Shakur, Teo was going to be doing mandatory very soon, right at the time of the Shakur fight that he had in January. He was due to have to honor but guess what? The moment Shakur
got the belt off of Teo, his reset started. He had 9 months. He's due in November. That's what Gustavo just said on Cigar Talk. He's due now in November. A mandatory, but Teo was already having one.
No, that's because Teo already did his mandatory against Arnold Barbosa. So there wasn't a mandatory on
but that was a year before. That was almost a year before. Teo was going to.
So I'm going to ask you this: do you believe that if Arnold Barbosa did not fight Teofimo, let's say Teo got out of the Arnold Barbosa fight and he went to fight Shakur, and Arnold had that mandatory on that belt, you believe that mandatory would go away? Because now Shakur has a title, now there's no more mandatory on it. Is that what you believe?
No, I believe that because Shakur won it resets it. See, Teo had an 18-month. Teo as a super champ. Teo as a super champion had 18 months to honor a mandatory, and it was already coming up due very soon. His mandatory was going to be coming up soon.
What was the story behind McKellian picking up a mandatory so soon? Why did he pick up a mandatory so soon with that WBC? He beat back, and he already had a the WBC already let him know, yo, we're going to give you one voluntary defense, and then you got to do your mandatory.
We got to go by sanctioning body. I'm going by the WBO.
Okay.
So I don't know. I'm going by the WBA. I don't know. I don't know how the way Mauricio plays with it. The way he does this thing is very different than I know the WBO does, and the IBF does for the most part. So the WBA, I mean, hell, they allow Tank to.
Okay, here it is right here. The WBO mandatory follows the belt, not the fighter. More precisely, the mandatory position is an obligation attached to the WBO championship in that weight class. So if a fighter A is a WBO champion and fighter B becomes the official mandatory, if a fighter A keeps the belt, he eventually has to satisfy the mandatory obligation. A fighter A loses the belt, the mandatory doesn't keep chasing fighter A. It applies to whoever now holds the WBO championship, subject to whatever ruling order the WBO issues.
But the timeline resets. It's another 180 days. It's not like immediate. So what I'm trying to get at, the timeline resets. If Teo wins the belt from Rolly, he gets a new amount of time before he has to honor the mandatory. It doesn't. It's not like, well, within the next 90 days. It's not going to be that. Whatever the WBA has at it is going to be like I think it's 180 days. And that's what I'm not saying that he doesn't stay mandatory. I'm just saying that the timeline resets in which Teo could then do another fight. So what? Jack Catterall's going to wait around? I mean, Jack Catterall's going to wait around until
no, he can't. No, Jack Catterall. Listen, I'm telling you, that's the whole story behind Jack Catterall. Jack Catterall is the mandatory to that belt. Whoever wins that fight doesn't matter. That's why Jack Catterall is going. That's the whole entire story. It don't matter. It doesn't matter who wins. He has a mandatory to that belt. Like, he is the next in line for that belt, no matter who has it.
And he has it, but he has to. It's within the time that if Teo wins it, it's going to be within the time frame of 6 months for him to have to honor it.
Teo will not be allowed to fight another fight. He has to negotiate with Jack Catterall, or he will risk losing his title.
He has to honor the mandatory within 180 days.
You're having an argument about different points. You know.
No, we're not. No, we're the same. You have to honor it within 180 days. It doesn't mean that Teo doesn't have to honor it. Teo has to honor it within. So Teo could take a fight in 3 months and then honor that, and then honor it to old boy. But we also remember, unifications trump mandatory. So if Teo wants to fight Paro, unifications trumps the mandatory.
Let's see here.
That's what I was telling Jack Catterall on Twitter. I'm like, buddy, no. The clock resets. It's not like he's got 90 days to have to do it. Oh, but by December, Teo, you got to fight Jack Catterall. I bet you that's not what it is.
I'm trying to find this damn shit, man.
And let me see if I find the WBA order. Man.
Yeah, try to drop. I feel like
Donnie said he dropped the link in the chat, Clay.
Oh,
Johnny
good.
956.
My God. Okay.
See, the thing is that a lot of these WBA is not like WBO. They're very transparent to put it out there. You see the order.
There we
Hey,
go.
Chubby, how long has Catterall been out the ring right now? 2 months?
Who did he fight last? Barboza, right? Was it Barboza?
Yeah. No, he
No, Gaiasov, right?
Yeah, what was that, March?
Yeah.
So even if say he is forced to take that fight with him with Catterall, but he could wait out, 6 months, whatever, still he's gonna wait a year,
All right.
Yeah, you see, the mandatory was due by November 19th.
But he can't make it. So what? Okay, so I mean, so what I'm saying is, what is Teo gonna do? He's gonna fight Devin Haney in October?
No, Teo's gonna have 180 days to disperse the mandatory that they have on that belt, like you really said, right?
But it has to be handled. He can't get past. He has to.
He could fight.
What can he do?
He could. The ruling doesn't say you cannot fight nobody else. The ruling is that you got to dispatch the mandatory within 180 days. So what ends up happening, Teo can make a fight in between that time, which is going to be a unification with Fado, with Devin Haney, with Ryan Garcia. It doesn't. He's going to do a unification, and once that unification happens, the timeline is going to reset again. 180 days. If he wins, it's going to reset. And then the belts, once they're unified, they have their own clause within themselves of the rotation of the mandatories.
Let me read this real quick. It says, today's reveal, the winner of Rolly Romero against Teofimo Lopez is obligated by the WBA to fight Jack Catterall by the end of November. They have to fight this man by the end of November, right? November 23rd is the day. 180 days from May 23rd. Why May 23rd? May 23rd is significant for a reason. Let's read this here. Romero first captured the WBA interim lightweight title. What the hell? Lightweight title in August 2020 with a victory over Jackson Marinez and successfully defended the belt once. He later claimed the WBA super lightweight world championship in May 2023 by defeating Ismael Barroso and most recently secured the WBA welterweight crown with his win over Ryan Garcia in May 2nd. Okay, this is the part that's important. Over Ryan Garcia on May 2nd of 2025. The sanctioning body also established that Romero must face the winner of Giasov versus Catterall. We know that happened. Showdown within a maximum period of 180 days after the fight takes place. That's on the back end. So that was based off of the timeline is based off of what happened between Giasov and Jack Catterall. It's not based off of the time they allotted to Rolly Romero. They're saying 180 days. This is where this comes from, May 23rd, which is when Rolly Romero, which is when Giasov and Catterall fought back in May. So it's 180 days from that day, which means that Rolly Romero fighting Teofimo Lopez is him using his the mandatory. I don't have to fight the mandatory until November 23rd. So Rolly took advantage of that time. But because all of that follows the belt and it does not follow the fighter, it doesn't reset. It's shown here that it resets.
It resets.
It doesn't reset.
It resets. November 23rd. I'm looking up the actual. It resets. I'm telling you, it resets.
All right, put the
that makes no sense, Clay, because that means he's gonna have to fight the next month.
Yeah,
that ain't happening. Negotiate. Yeah. He has to. In other words, by November 23rd, watch, you're gonna see what happens at the end of that fight. That's why Jack Catterall's going there.
If it says negotiate a fight, then yes. But it's clear.
What I'm trying to say is they can't make another fight.
He could unify it and it'll trump it.
Only if the WBA allows it.
And who's the WBA with in this business? They're gonna allow that to happen. Go ahead, Theo. Go ahead, Theo.
You know what I'm saying?
I know they are.
And they already did because they made the dude Rolly Romero a super champion, right? That's how they got around a whole bunch of shit. Because
so then Teo's gonna become a super champion too, because he's got all the credentials to be a super champion right off the bat.
I don't know about the HOD because Righteous Rolly's a dangerous man.
It follows Catterall. Donnie, what follows Catterall? Oh, Catterall's the regular champion. Is that what you're saying, Donnie?
Oh, yeah. The WBA still got regular champions and super championships.
Right. So Rolly's a super champion. Maybe. Okay, it might be more complicated than I think.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
It's actually in body politics, bro. You got to keep up with every single one of them.
Yeah.
I even forgot about that momentarily.
That fucking space is so fucking crazy and hard to keep up with, bro.
So I mean, I feel bad for Jack in the sense because he's earned it, right? But that's not gonna happen unless Teal wants it. Let's Teal doesn't land another fight. Teal made Barboza wait till the last minute too.
Yeah, he did.
Right,
he definitely did.
Teal became a super champion, and then I had another fucking year. I mean, like,
yeah, he made Arnold Barboza go pick up a damn belt and walk around with it and pay fees with it. And he was never really the champion.
Right.
Wait, hold on. Let me bring in 444, man. 444, what's good with you, brother?
What's going on? HLD, H-Town, Clay. Just y'all, you guys are, spitting some good stuff, man. Some really good stuff in relation to the politics and the zone and Devin Haney and Bill Haney. Very interesting stuff. I think the solution, to be honest with you, man, I think the solution for Devin Haney, man, is to just take fights, lower your pay, just to develop a cachet and let that kind of add to your star power by I'm not trying to say start from scratch, but I'm just saying just fight, man, and let the fighting
take a step back, right? Like don't go all the way back, but take a step back.
That's all. Take a half step back, bro.
Right.
Take some fights where you still making good money or whatever, but you're not gonna make as much as you want because it's not big fights. So just because you can't get a big fight, still fight, man. Like fight. Let your fighting speak for itself, and let your fighting create the buzz and create that star power you're looking for. But just fight. And I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I think all this like sitting out. I don't like it. I don't think it's good for him. And I see them, I see a bunch of training videos like that's supposed to, kind of ease the fans. But I mean, I clearly see what's happening. It's like all of a sudden now there's like training videos back to back. You know what I mean? Every so often I'm seeing training videos. Nobody cares about that.
Mitt work and punching that big old heavy.
Yeah, like get in the ring.
You know
get
what,
in the ring. Go ahead.
I think right now, since you've seen that Bill Haney is pretty good friends with Cameron, why don't he just tell Cameron to throw in a little $2 million to sponsor Devin and put "It Is What It Is" on his goddamn trucks? I'm pretty sure Cameron would do it. He's willing to give Damon Dash $1 million just for the hell of it. What's $2 million to that man?
Why not, man? Hey, man, and like I said before earlier, man, this space is going to require some real hustling. You know what I'm saying? In other words, you're going to have to go out there, man, get Devin that Nike deal, that Adidas deal, like Alicia Baumgardner did when she got her little Adidas deal, whatever it was. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to go out there and make the money. You know what I'm saying? Like Schofield Sr. had done for his son. Senior went out and got Junior a bunch of little deals where they're making millions of dollars outside the ring. You know what I'm saying? Which is why you watch Floyd Schofield Sr. jump up on Mill City and say, if they offer us a deal for $500, we fighting Lucas Body. We ain't turning down no favors. We here for the legacy. We got money. We don't got all the money, but we got enough money to not make it all about money. You know what I'm saying? We got enough money to say, you know what? We'll do some other things. On the road to riches and diamond rings, real niggas do real things, right? So that's what Bill is going to have to take into consider doing. But I agree with 444. Take that half step back, man. Take that half step back, man, to take the 2 steps forward. Or you're going to end up becoming stagnant.
Are they willing
for
to
sure.
take $3 million? Are they willing to take $3 million for the next fight? I don't think they are.
I think it's fair. I think it's fair, HLD, if you're fighting competition that that's not really big fights, then it should adjust. Yeah, that's all.
I'm just speaking knowing the Haneys. Are they willing to take $3 million? When their contract says they can make 8?
Yeah,
because you gotta understand.
They walked away from the WBC title when Santa Martin, when they were going to make 1.5, they walked away from that.
The contract. See, what they have is the contract has so many fights within so many days, or what the expiration date, and so they're trying to maximize each one of their fights. Now, if they only take $3 million, damn, that means we lost $5 million, right?
Now,
and that's the way they see it. That's why Bill sees it. Like, I can't leave money on the table.
Right.
You know, one thing that, I mean, that's one way to look at it as well.
My bad, especially on the back end of walking away from that Zuffa deal. He definitely.
Nah, for sure.
He get every dollar out this motherfucker.
Another part of me feels that, you know, sometimes it's like, I think like it's a strategy of like, if you don't show much, you kind of maintain your value. There is a part of me that feels that I mean, I could be wrong, but I do feel like the reason why they're not fighting, because the more we see fighters fight, the more things are revealed, good or bad. And I don't think the Haneys can take any risk or chance to look less than stellar than the performance that they had against Brian Norman Jr. in their mind. That's just how I feel. So I feel that I think it's also protecting the value, because let's just be honest. Any one of these fighters, you know, you can have a bad night. You not be doing it. I mean, that's why these fighters need to fight, so we can get an accurate understanding of what we're looking at, in my opinion.
And Brian Norman Jr. performance wasn't crazy either, man. That people blow that out of proportion.
I agree,
H-Town. Hold on a second, guy. I want to bring in my guy Jamil, man. I don't get him up here that much, man. Shut up, YSN, man. Jamil in the building. What's good, family?
Clay, what up with you?
Man, I'm chilling, man. What's good with you, man?
I'm just eating vegan ice cream, yo. Shit is delicious.
It's good as long as it's cold, right?
Yeah.
As long as it's cool. I don't think you want a vegan. Well, I mean, it could probably make a milkshake. But what's good, man? What's on your mind?
Ain't shit. Well, actually, it's not vegan because it got eggs in it. So I guess it's just organic, whatever.
Or high protein. Is a high protein ice cream?
Let me show you.
You trying to lose weight?
No, bro. I'm just trying to eat like things that I can pronounce.
Okay. So you trying to get away from the chemicals and the processed food. You just wanted to be like one word, two word.
Just words that we recognize, like egg, salt. You know what I'm saying?
Even sugar, F it. I don't want no sugar, but if you say sugar, I'll rock with it. I feel you.
Sugar is natural. But yo, what's the topic?
Man, we talking about the situation that Bill is in right now, you know, or is he in a situation as far as activity is concerned? It looks like the fans are concerned with the inactivity from Devin at this point, right? It seems like for the first time, a lot of fans are going, wait, hold up, man. Are you guys going to fight this year? And we're talking about why, what's driving this, and can Bill just be active? Are they allowed to just be active? Can they fight? Will the zone let them fight Jack Catterall and Tiger Johnson and Rohan Polanco? And can they fight who's available? Or do they have to fight the biggest fights, or it's no deal?
I think Jack, you got to remember, the zone is a European-based company, right? And it's international. And so I don't think that fighting Jack is an issue, because if we're going to be honest, Keyshawn is big in a certain demographic. Like, Jack draws more than Keyshawn does where he's from.
Right. I think Jack was a bad example, by the way. I would pull him off that list. I would say if Liam Paro won't fight, if Jack Catterall is not interesting enough, or if Jack goes with the Rolly Romero, Teofimo winner, if he presses that, activates a man, if the WBA supports him activating that, because we're having that conversation. So if the WBA supports him doing that, and he removes himself off the table, will the zone get behind Bill Haney in just being active? In other words, can Bill Haney fight Tiger Johnson and headline a TNT card and get 1.5 million views, but not get the payday that he would have gotten for fighting any of these bigger fighters.
Yo, the Tiger Johnson, I like that fight. I want Tiger to get that fight, but I'm not sure, bro. I'm not sure if that's going to satisfy the DAZN Ultimate pay-per-view package they're pushing. I don't know. I don't know what Dev's guarantee is.
That's what I'm saying. Is there a lane? Because the TNT would not be the pay-per-view package. It'd be the broadcast television network, the free thing, right? But so the money wouldn't be the same, but the exposure may be priceless for somebody who's giving the zone second thoughts on profit margins when they're sitting here going, we're not willing to give your dance partner more than this amount of money because we're paying you so much that we're not going to make no money if we giving somebody $5 million, $6 million to fight you. Well, that's because the commercial value doesn't seem to really be 100% full circle translating for Devin Haney. He's got the accolades. He's got the undisputed lineal. He's got the 3-weight class championship. He's got all these different little things, you know what I'm saying, that make him Devin. But those things haven't moved at the same rate as his commercial value as let's say, a Gervonta Tank Davis, who has a third of his accomplishments, right? Not even a third, probably, in so many ways. But we're talking about money in, money out, commercial value. Devin seems like he needs a boost. Is it worth it for the zone to be like, you know what, we're going to have you headline. If you want to fight, I don't think he wants to, but if it's a Tiger Johnson, if it's a Rohan Polanco, if it's an Arnold Barboza, if it's a stay busy fight, quote unquote, we're not going to put it on pay-per-view, but we can maximize by putting you on a platform that allows you to get the viewership to hopefully grow your brand and your commercial value enough to where these fights start making sense, to where we can give your dance partners these multiple millions that they're asking for, because they don't seem to be willing to fight you for less.
No, I hear you, but I feel like there's a couple of mitigating factors with that. One, what is the budget for a TNT fight? One. Two, what is Devin's minimum? Two, I don't think you sign a Devin Haney and I don't think you have an ultimate pay-per-view package and you sign Devin Haney for the numbers that are rumored to him signing for without having him completely on that pay-per-view package that justifies that, what is it, $44 a month price point?
$44.99.
$44.99 is $45.
Going up.
That's what comes out of my account every day and month.
I don't, and that's the problem. It's like they're doing whatever they can to acquire the talent and the promotional companies. But remember, you're supposed to give me 2 pay-per-view fights a month. 2 fights that I want to see.
That's a whole nother conversation, right, man?
Yeah, like, and we diehard boxing fans, so I want to see Devin and Tiger. But the zone is a business. Does the zone want to put on Devin and Tiger with a $15 million price point? I don't think so.
No, they wouldn't. They'd have to. What I'm saying is, yeah, I'm saying this is a very interesting conversation, right? So what I'm saying is, if this is, in my opinion, almost what Bill and Devin didn't want to be part of, right? Which is the reason they stayed independent is to not to be underneath no rules and the restrictions of damn network, right? Like they're like, we want to be in and out because we don't want nobody telling us we can't do something. And right now they're in a situation to where they're limited. And this deal comes with contingencies that I think people haven't taken into consideration that may be a jail cell for Bill and Devin if it doesn't work out the right way.
It's either you answer to the promotional company and the network or you answer to the network. But unless you're fronting your own money, you'll always have somebody to answer to. And even if you have sponsors with you fronting your own money, you have to answer to those sponsors because they're paying you as well.
Right, but that's well, when you're doing one deal at a time, you still have the ability to leverage, right? True. You can put one against the other and you can work your magic and you can still have but when you sign for multiple fights in big sums of money, you lock yourself down until you make those contracts whole, right? Until that happens, your property, your state property. You know what I'm saying?
Clay, what it seems that this generation is going from the entitled generation where they say the stars say they deserve all this money, and the way the networks are starting to combat the situation is like, okay, yeah, you're worth all this money, But if you don't got the right opponent, you ain't gonna get it. Because even somebody exciting like David Benavidez, who's an exciting fighter and people want to see, he can't get no $100 million deal if he don't got the opponents on the table to fulfill it. And, so this seems like it's been a way for the networks to try to resolve that entitlement that this generation has if they deserve, $10 million a fight without actually fighting anybody.
Yeah. Shout out to Big Herm, man, with the $2 says YSM. This one for YSM says that vegan can't be that great. Ha ha ha.
Yo, it's called. I looked at it. It's not vegan, but it's called Dan Lewin's. Right? I eat something called honeycomb, bro. It's the best ice cream I've ever had in my life, yo. Hands down. Easy.
Partially because it's not vegan too at this point.
Yeah. Once I looked at the label, I'm like, okay.
You're like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. Exactly.
You're like, that makes sense.
Yo, Clay, you bring up interesting points, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I think that everybody knows I'm a Devin Haney guy, but when being neutral, you got to be fair. I don't think that there's enough times. There's not enough internet beefs that you can stir up and internet back and forths and saying that we tried to make this fight and we tried to make that fight. There's not enough of that for 12 months to quell the thirst or to quench the thirst of the boxing fan.
Satiate, right? The appetite.
It's like after a while, people are going to see through the, Core 144 and Boots won at 152 and we won at 147 and Keyshawn is. After a while, people are just going to start pointing the finger at you like, yo, we want to see fights. We like the lead up and bickering, but only when it leads to fights. I think that Bill and they're going to have to deliver somebody. And it's not Eddie trying to go find you opponents. It's not Bob trying to go find you opponents. You had to deal with the network. You had to secure it.
That's real.
Hey,
it's easier said than done, man. 100%. Toledo Trees, what's good, man? I wanna bring Trees in because I know he's hanging out in the back. Yow. What's good?
What up, though? Yeah, man. I'm just listening in, man. I'm catching up on my violence as well, watching the Dana White Contender Series. Shout out to Zuffa. I know you could appreciate that.
Sweet.
Boxing, we waiting on you to get a Contender Series. Boxing, they need the Zuffa Boxing Contender Series, man. I can't wait to see it. But I'm just listening in, and I ain't gonna lie, man. Devin, listen, man. I said this shit from the begins with that Ryan Garcia shit. Dev, don't do it. And ever since then, things have been going downhill. I'm not gonna lie. His value has took a tremendous hit.
So Trees, can I ask you a question?
Talk to me.
Have my takes been aging decently in this topic from week to week?
You've been doing better. Okay. I can't say I'm like, okay, they're things are looking better for you right now.
Okay.
Yeah, man. But like I say, man, I was listen, like everybody know that I was the only guy hooting and hollering for Devin not to fuck with that Ryan shit. I didn't like how it looked, man. Something didn't look right to me. And ever since then, all I can do is that's why I can't show no sympathy for Devin. I ain't gonna lie, it's hard for me to feel bad. It's legitimately hard for me to feel bad because I'm like, nigga, I told you what not to do. I'm not angry, my nigga. I'm disappointed. You feel me? Like you didn't need to do that. You stood nothing to gain, and ever since then, your numbers has been trickling down. Guys is acting like they don't want to fight. Well, they acting like they do want to fight you, which is the issue. And I got guys telling me that he's the face of boxing because everybody wants to fight him. I'm like, no, nigga, everybody wants to fight him because they think he's sweet. Nigga, they think he's
and they think they can get some money.
Exactly. They think
goddamn Tree, you came around, Tree.
No, man, I've been on this wave though. Like for me, I know, and I'm hearing guys saying with Devin, like I would like Devin to fight on TNT. I know the one fight that I think Devin should take. I know everybody and their mother is gonna hate me for saying, which they've already have, and that's the Pacquiao fight. If I'm hearing guys talking about him boosting his profile and boosting his commercial appeal, but Pacquiao is ranked number 4 in the WBO. Brian Norman acting like he tied up. Teofimo is tied up. The next guy in line would be a Pacquiao, and can't nobody tell me that wouldn't boost his profile. Can't nobody tell me that wouldn't boost his commercial.
But Pacquiao interested in that?
Hey man, Pacquiao's interested in money. I feel like if you
but he don't like getting in there with no boxers, bro. He ain't trying to deal with that. He want to be in there with somebody who's gonna bang. And Pacquiao's not athletic anymore. He's a puncher now. He doesn't, stylistically. I'm just being honest, right? Like stylistically, is Devin a fight that Pacquiao is interested in being in the ring with? Somebody who's just going to control him behind the jab and be defensive and be elusive? Is Pacquiao trying to deal with that, or is he want to be in the ring with a Mario Barrios who's going to bang with him? Or be in the ring with a Floyd Mayweather who's going to bring some recognition as far as money and that's concerned, or how much money is Pacquiao going to ask for? And that's my question, Clay.
But they hold on real quick. But they told me that before when he fought they told me that when he fought Keith Thurman, and I watched him beat Gang. I know that might have been a while ago. I know it might. You feel me?
Yeah, bro. That's
a while ago. Beat Keith Thurman, man.
That was like 5 years ago, bro.
Yeah,
I hear you. I said I know it was a while ago.
Yo, we were in lockdown, bro.
Yeah, we were talking when that fight happened.
Hey, man.
Pacquiao was still thinking about unifying and becoming
Hey, y'all excuse my homeboy Trees. He drinks whiskey at times.
I'm just telling you, man. But we're not about to act like that Pacquiao didn't really beat Mario Barrios. I'm not gonna lie. I know it was a draw and shit, but
but Mario bangs. I'm saying Devin moves. Hold on, let YSM kick in because I think YSM trying to pass it.
I just want to expound upon Clay's point. It's like, you know how much that's gonna cost? Like with the zone.
Minimum 10 million.
I'm saying whatever. No disrespect to Dev. Dev's a premium. He's a big name, but whatever Dev's asking for, Pac-Man's going to ask for significantly more. And guess what? He deserves every bit of it. So is the zone? I don't think that fight is going to get the return on the investment for what a fighter like Manny Pacquiao is used to.
I don't know, but like I say, y'all told me that Devin needs to take pay cuts to look into boosting his pro. I'm just telling you what boost his profile.
All right.
Do you not think that Devin in the ring with Pacquiao would boost his profile? That's all I'm asking.
Of course it would.
I think Devin in the ring 3 times a year one time against Tiger, one time against Rohan Polanco, one time against Arnold Barbosa, or one time against finally, on TNT in front of 1.5 million, 2 million viewers, breaking records for TNT. I think that does something for his profile, but does it do something for his bank account? I don't know.
That's my point. I think he stands to make more money with Pacquiao as well. It's like a double. It's a double hit. To me, I get that it sounds ugly. I get it, but
who's going to pay for that? I just want to know who's going to pay for a Pacquiao fight.
I don't know. He would be the B side of Pacquiao and have to consent to it, whatever demands Pacquiao has.
Yep.
That ain't going to happen, bro.
I think the zone would pay for that because it's gonna bring subscribers, bro. It's gonna.
I don't know, man.
You don't think people are gonna tune in to watch the Pacquiao fight? That they're not
gonna. The last fight that the zone put the.
How many people tuned in to see Barrios, bro?
Exactly.
People tuned in for that fight. I don't know the numbers on it.
I didn't.
You better get out of here.
Did Manny Pacquiao and Mario Barrios sell more than Ryan Garcia and Mario Barrios?
I don't know.
I believe it did. It did.
What I'm saying to you is, what history do you have to refer to where the zone put up this big bag of money to make a big fight? Which one?
Shit, I don't know what Boots and Xander made. I wouldn't consider it a big. That wasn't a big fight to me. I don't know what that.
I think they made like 3.5 or 4 million a piece or something like that.
That's what I'm saying. They never had a star the level of Pacquiao. Though. That's what I'm saying. Pacquiao is a guy. But he's one of these. He's a face.
The zone is in the whole billions of dollars, bro. Billions of dollars, bro, in the hole.
And I told you wasn't gonna like it. That's all I said. Was
I'm not sure Manny Pacquiao come outside for less than 15.
Right,
it's not that we don't like it. I don't think it just makes business sense, bro.
100%. 15 to 20 million minimum, bro.
Yeah, I think he a $15 to $20 million dude. Like he don't even exist. He don't come off the porch. Like he don't even wake up.
Bro, he won't even answer the phone. I don't think you can get Manny Pacquiao to jump up on a commentator table for less.
I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want that anyway.
He won't even show up in the building. He won't even show up in the building and sit in the front row.
At the end of the day, right now, the way it's looking like, and just in the perception, looking for the outside in,
Gilbert Melendez.
If the Haney's are going to need to make concessions and understand they're going to have to then go to the second tier of their contract, which is their minimum to fight whoever the hell it is out there to stay busy. And that's what it is. He's not going to be able to cash out on the maximum of what he thought he was going to get. So, yeah, not only did Keyshawn miss out on money, but so did the Haney's. And so Now, whatever it looks like, more than Haney's going to be making more of what Keyshawn was going to get, $3 million to fight whoever the hell it is out there.
So that being said, HLD, and to everybody here on the panel, is Keyshawn looking better as the days go by? Is it worth revisiting that negotiation?
He's not looking 15 million
a little bit.
No,
you gotta remember, Keyshawn's not a mandatory no more, so it has to be a voluntary.
One at a time. Hold on, one at a time.
He's still out on the money. He's looking like an ass out here. He's a clown right now.
No. I'm not talking about how he looks to people, how people look at Keyshawn. I'm saying, as far as from the Haney's perspective, is Keyshawn looking more viable, and is it more realistic to get back to the negotiation table, adjust those numbers a little bit, and get that fight over? You know what I'm saying? Overboard, so that we can see it.
I mean, we just thought Bill. You just had him on there, bro. He's pleading to the zone. He's throwing out fake numbers on with Cameron over there. We were gonna give him an extra $1 million. What he's doing out there, he's putting it out there. He's just putting it. He's throwing these little things out there to hopefully maybe the zone listens, and maybe they'll give him the little extra money to Keyshawn. Maybe they can bring the fight back on the table, because
they're like, Keyshawn, will you take 4?
You know,
hold on. YSM, Mill, what do you think? What do you think now, as far as, does it make more sense to revisit that Keyshawn Davis fight from the Haney's right now in the situation that they're in right now?
I like Key, but no, I'd fight Jack, because here's the reality, right? And mind you, I wouldn't have took the 3 I would have waited if I was Key. I wouldn't have did the whole clout chase tour, and you know what I mean? I wouldn't have did all that, but I would have waited. I would have looked at the landscape like, okay, if I fight Dev a year or 2 from now, I can get this, and I can grow into the division and take a couple fights. But the fact of the matter is, Xander fought Boots for the same amount of money. You telling me it's beneath you to take that in there with a fighter that's more dangerous? Like, bro, you look away to the public. You do.
Right.
I will fight Jack. But the reality is, Jack draws more than Keyshawn in the UK than Keyshawn does in America. 1. 2, Jack is still a viable opponent. It's still a fight that we would watch and respect. And isn't Jack like number 3 in 147 in the Ring magazine? Number 2, number 3?
Yeah. He number
Jack Catterall? No.
He number 3 in the Ring ranking.
I think he's number 3.
Number 3? Okay.
Number 3. I'm looking at it right now.
Because number 2 is Brian Norman, right?
Yeah.
Number 2, Brian Norman. Jack Catterall, number 3. And then Stanion is 4. Ryan Garcia 5. Polanco 6. Curiel 7. Rocha 8. Hitchens is 9. And then Liam Paro is 10.
Yeah. So the argument that I would make is, 1, you could have the fight on the Ultimate pay-per-view package here, but you also can have it as a pay-per-view in the UK. 2, if I'm Bill, I would go on a PR tour that I'm fighting all the guys in the Ring magazine. I took out number 2, now I'm taking out number 3, and I'm going to take out number 4, and so on and so forth. But I think Jack Catterall is more deserving of a title shot than Keyshawn Davis. Keyshawn Davis is a good fighter, talented fighter, has a lot of buzz because of social media, but actually deserving of a shot at 47 is Jack. Or if you can get Liam, get Liam. Number 2 is Jack.
But they're not going to make $8 million. They're not going to make $8 million with either one of those guys, and that's the problem with Bill.
Who trying to make $8 million?
I'll tell you this: if I'm Bill Haney, my best. If I'm Bill Haney, my best move is to give Keyshawn the money. It makes you look like you want the fight. You're the man. You pull for this fight. It's gonna drive the Haneyacks crazy. I told you they wanted to fight. They're gonna get riled up. They're gonna go crazy over it. Keyshawn, let's be real. He's separated with 1 fight away from 130, so he's coming up to 147. I mean, to me, he's the least dangerous fight. I got Devin whooping Keyshawn, to me. So I just give him the money, man. It'll make you look like the man here. You don't have to go to Australia. You don't have to deal with anybody else. Give him the little bullshit money. You're still gonna take $7 million home or whatever, and you're gonna boost your image like crazy because everybody's gonna be talking about he gave him the money, he whooped him. Man, I told you, man. You know, it's gonna drive people crazy.
Bro, nobody lives on what you're saying, my man. I'm sorry. They're not
Facts.
gonna
You're
give
not gonna
nobody
get
money.
bonus points for
You ain't
giving
gonna
up
give
money.
no
I've
money,
never
bro.
met
You're
that
not
guy
doing that,
giving up
bro.
money that's not a power move.
That is a sucker move to do that.
Exactly. That's not a power move giving up money to a guy that for a fight that I didn't ask for. I'm not with that.
But you're gonna go give up money to everybody else?
They're not going to. They don't have the money for everybody else. To get their top dollar, they gotta fight a big name. So right now they're stuck in having to fight some whoever it is down there, which is a Jack Catterall. They're gonna make maybe $3 million for that fight because their contract is not all max. It's either max or minimum. Max for a certain amount of type of fights, minimum for stay busy fights.
And one more thing I will say real quick before Clay get this video off is the fact that if he fight Jack Catterall, if he talking that boot shit, like I say, this is a building block in a way because Catterall is trained by Bozy Ennis. He coming out the same gym that Boots is in. So it's like it's a little building block we can build with that. That's a little promotional tool they could throw in there. Like, oh well, Devin Haney says he wants Boots. He's getting 1 degree removed. He's fighting Jack Catterall, who's trained by Boots' dad. You know they gonna promote that shit that way. So yeah.
Let me play this one part here that Bill said right here, right? And I thought this was significant. This was back a couple of days ago. This is before he actually went, obviously, on the Boxing Voice. But here it is.
All the people are saying 5, man.
Hold on.
To fight Devin Haney.
I'm gonna ask you just one straight question. How much are you talking about? What's the problem? I'm saying this. They said 3 million. What are you talking about? What's the problem? How much?
Do you believe that Keyshawn is worth more than 3 million for that Devin Haney fight?
Do you believe he is?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, how much?
How much more?
All the people are saying 5, man. You believe that he's worth 5?
Okay, I'll call you back.
Do you believe he's worth 5?
What did he mean right there? We said, I'll call you back. Was he being, I think the easy thing to say is he was being sarcastic, right?
I got to go do some crowdfunding. I'll be back.
But
Let me go talk to my people.
Like he was going to go try to raise some money up.
Let me talk to my people, then we're going to talk to your people. Let me get back.
He said, I'm going to call you back. He said, I'm going to call you back. He didn't tell you kick rocks, boy. You're dreaming, man. I ain't got no time to play with you. I'm out of here. He said, I'll call you back.
I think he was being sarcastic. Playing with him. That dude's a retard, bro. That dude's a full-blown retard. I'm still trying to think how he cannot be on Jay Prince's good side right now, bro. Jay Prince is probably pulling his head like, who authorizes this motherfucker to speak for us?
Yeah, no, that dude is ridiculous, man.
I think Bill was being sorry because now you look at that moment you could probably, well, was he not? But then what you were showing us of today's on the Boxing Voice. So he was talking. Yeah, he's desperate, bro.
Even if they fight Jack Catterall, is going to be for less money, bro. Like I think I'm gonna be real with you. I think Bill Haney and Devin Haney are money driven, bro. You got to remember the situation. Well, listen, if they learned anything from the Ryan Garcia situation, they'll go fight Jack Catterall. But if they didn't learn from the Ryan Garcia situation, then they're going to go and negotiate with Keyshawn. And what I mean by that is they let Ryan Garcia not even give them money, offer them money, and they went inside the ring with somebody who was 3.5 pounds overweight and who was on performance enhancement drugs, and that decision aged like fucking milk. You know what I'm saying? For them. It aged horribly for them. You know what I'm saying? Because they got too much into the money. So here they go again. Focus on the money, focus on making the biggest fights, where the truth of the matter is I'm sure they can take lesser fights for lesser money, and that will compound into something better for them later on down the line. If they can be, I don't want to say humble enough, but if they can concede and say, we'll take 3.5 for whoever, 3.5. We'll concede to that and give the zone time to make it make sense with these other guys. And let these other guys fight and build up their profile. You fight and build up your profile. And then we can make these fights make sense, and we can make it make sense for us to give these guys $3 to $5 million, $5 million for the fight, whatever they're asking for. Because I heard rumors that Liam Parr was asking for like $6 million, $7 million. That's what I heard.
He a bit more valuable.
I don't think
the zone said no.
Wait.
I would have said no too.
Hey, Clay.
Yeah.
Here's the problem with having these public negotiations.
Yes.
You told me a dude that's never fought at 47, right? A guy that hasn't really headlined in big arenas. You telling me you offered him $3 million. I'm a world champion. So in Liam's mind, all of us would try that play. Oh, you offered him 3? Oh, you want my belt? Oh no, you gotta give me more. All of us will make that play.
Yes.
Whether it's successful or not, but we all would do it.
I've been saying that.
They setting the market. I ain't gonna let this like you show what the market is. Oh shit, $3 million for a guy first fight at 147. No, it makes sense. I get that. Like, all right, man, Devin just like I say, man, he fucked up a while ago. That's why I just can't show no sympathy. I feel
Devin or is Bill doing bad business?
I don't
right
believe,
now.
I don't believe he doing. I mean, they tell me that this shit is prize fighting. I can't be mad at a guy for trying to get the biggest.
But I'm talking about his approach with the whole entire social media, the way he's been going. Did he show his cards?
I don't think he did
by doing it this way.
I don't think he did bad business because he secured himself what he didn't have. He now has a network deal. He has at least a guaranteed time. He didn't have none of that. Nobody was paying the Haney's nothing. So in all this commotion and everything else, he ended up landing a guaranteed contract. Yeah, is there a maximum minimum? Yeah, that's what it is. But he didn't have nothing before. Because guess what? Who's gonna back him up for anything? Why did they have to go to purse bid? Because there was no money behind them. Nobody was backing him. Who's backing him?
I mean, the truth is, without Bill Haney, Devin will be irrelevant.
No, but that's besides the point. I'm just saying.
Bill Haney's done a lot of good business. I'm just talking about right now. I'm saying right now.
He did good business. What he's got to do now is to look, man. This is what's left right now in the pickings. So let's grab the best avocado that's on there from all the overripe ones and let's go with it. You know what I mean? That's what they got to do.
Open and cut off the brown piece. Like okay,
yo, man. You know,
guacamole is still nasty, my guy. Which one?
Cover that up. Lemon. Listen, lime, lemon, a little cilantro, some garlic powder, bro.
Man, you didn't say nasty when somebody said vegan ice cream, bro. So I don't want to hear you saying that.
I wasn't on the line. I definitely heard that in my face twisted up. I wasn't on the line for that. I was definitely like, whoa.
Wait, guys, I want to segue a little bit into another topic as well. Since I got a decent panel up here, as far as this Janibek Shiraz conversation is concerned, the WBO mandates Janibek to fight Hamza Shiraz for that WBO title. What do you guys think about that? That fight and the mandating.
It's a good fight. It's a great fight. Look, I know if you don't understand, you're gonna tell, oh, he got rewarded, blah blah blah. Besides all of that stuff, I'm just saying, I think it's a great fight. I think finally we'll see what Shiraz is going to be about, and I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a great fight. I think they're both about equal in their skills, maybe, and so we'll see. I'm looking forward to that fight.
And I don't think the WBO actually has strict Janibek, so I don't.
No, they didn't. What ended up happening? He explained it at Cigar Talk. Look, the commission from wherever part he's from, they did their own thing and. He said he was sick. He went into the hospital, whatever, and they gave him some medication. And it had, I don't know how it had that Medulone. I don't know how it had that shit up in it. Whatever. They suspended him for 6 months. So WBO has to follow whatever they're doing over there. So if the commission said 6 months, he's got to go by that. They didn't strip him of his title or his status. He's moving up to one. He was a super champion. Oh. Gets to move up, and that's it. I mean,
his first fight at 168 is Shiraz, right?
Right. So it is what it is. I like the fight. I'm here for the fights, bro. I'm here for it.
I like the fight too. Yeah, I think it's a good fight. I think Janibek is a good fighter, man. He violent. You know, I'm with violence. That should be, and like he said, that should be something that we see. Shiraz had to open up this complete bag, in my opinion. Janibek can box and he can fight, but because Shiraz, I ain't gonna lie, I was impressed by Shiraz his last fight out. I'm not all too. I mean, I get that he knocked out Berlanga and things like that. He getting a lot of credit for that, but in all sincerity, I'm not high on Shiraz. I thought he lost. I thought his last fight didn't look good, and Janibek, he would bring something out of Shiraz that I need to see. So I like that fight a lot.
It's gonna be a banger for sure, man. We'll just see. We'll just see if we get a stronger Janibek at 68.
I think we will too. I think he bigger. He big. I remember watching him at 160. Like, damn, he tall. He looked like a 1-pounder.
He's like a stump, but he's bigger than what he portrays to be.
Exactly. So I think that I
I
like
think
that.
this is going to be. I
Hey,
think this. Is,
Am I
go ahead.
last?
Go
No,
ahead.
I want to go last, Clay. Go ahead. Say it, B.
Okay. I think that this is going to be a hard ass fight for Janibek for Shiraz, bro. I think that outside of like who has he been? This will be the highest level fighter he's ever been in the ring with. This is not Edgar Berlanga, bro. This is not Ammo Williams. This is not, you know what I mean? This is potentially a higher level than Carlos Adames, right? Some would argue and just say he is a higher level than Carlos Adames, but this is the big fight for Carlos Adames. This was the fight that we all wanted to see, Janibek versus Carlos Adames. Shiraz is going to have to show improve on this one, bro. And yeah, Treese hit it on the nail with the last performance. The last performance doesn't make me believe he beats Janibek, bro. But then again, this fight carries over from 160. This was supposed to be the fight at 160. Shiraz walked away from this fight. He didn't take this fight at 160, if you guys remember correctly. Mm-hmm. This fight was supposed to happen at 160, and Shiraz was like, Turkey tried to get this one. They're like, nah. They went the other way. They went the Carlos Adames way. Remember?
They went the correct way because he would have got whooped by Janibek because he was clearly struggling to be at 160.
So at 168, this conversation is a bigger conversation. This is a big fight. This is a big fight for Hamza. Nice. But go ahead, YSM.
Ass.
You don't like it.
You're not into it.
This shit is a fucking joke. Excuse my language.
Talk to me.
So we essentially what happens is we're in the era of picking and choosing about PEDs.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Okay.
One moment, Jarrell Miller tests positive and he's the biggest villain in boxing. Then the next moment, another guy tests positive and we want to come up with every excuse imaginable. This dude tested hot and then now he's receiving a mandatory title shot in a division up. And he sat out for a year. Well, most of these fucking guys are fighting once a year anyway. So what really was the punishment? Like really? What is going to deter a guy from using today? If you're a guy with a big promotional company and you have somewhat of a solid name, what is to deter you from taking that risk? Nothing. Literally nothing. What, somebody talks shit on Twitter for like a couple of weeks, and then your promotional company tells you, oh no, it's going to die down. And of course it does. And as boxing fans, we just want to see fights. So no, I'm not with this shit. This shit is a joke. This shit is a prime example of what's wrong with the sport and how much power promotional companies have over these sanctioning bodies.
But Mill, this problem in boxing has been there forever. I mean, Roy Jones got popped, and how that hurt him. I mean, as long as you bring money to the sport and you're some kind of name, and somewhere, even if it's just your country, but you bring your whole country with you, you will get concessions of coming back to the sport and making money. I mean, it's only the guys.
I understand it's been a long time, but guess what? A problem is still a problem, even if it's been here a short amount of time or a long time. I'm just not. I'm not going to ride with it, bro. I'm just not. Fuck this fight.
In the private chat, I got the little clip of the WBO explaining to Najee the situation and how he what's going on with Janibek, so that we can understand. Because I mean, did he pay for his punishment? I mean, he was suspended for whatever time that was, and it's just like anything else. Once your time is served, it's served.
Once your time is served, you go back to the end of the line.
Right, you don't go into
and that's where I guess do you lose your status? I guess he didn't. I guess he didn't lose his status, right?
No.
Because so
He got treated like a champion. He got treated like a champion that moved up. He got the grace of a guy that did everything right and moved up to another weight class. No, that's for Xander Zayas. Xander Zayas did everything right. He took on a tough challenge. He was a unified champ. Now he's moving up. He should get Denzel Bentley right away. That's for somebody like him.
Right.
Not some fucking drug cheat.
I feel it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree 100%. But this is one thing I'm going to say, Mill, that I've come to understand and accept. The traditional space of boxing moves differently, bro, and they do whatever they want to do. I mean, we start having this conversation. We're going to dive deep into the rabbit hole because we're watching a mockery be made of all these belts. We're talking about next week. We're going to see a WBA super champion in Rolly Romero, who's fought one fight at 147 and fought for a belt that was an imaginary belt, right? And he was elevated off the strength of Boots of Jerron Boots Ennis moving up, and they allowed him to become a super champion and not even fight his mandatory in GSOF. Didn't even make him fight his mandatory, bro. And then now we have Jack Catterall, who's a regular quote unquote WBO champion, and now we're going to watch Teofimo Lopez, who's just coming off of getting his ass beat, roll into a fight now to fight for a super WBA champion in a division he's never competed in. We're watching Ryan Garcia, the WBC champion, off the back end of getting his ass beat by Rolly Romero. I mean, it just don't stop, bro. So
just imagine it, bro.
And we have no control about it. I mean, no matter what we do, and look, I agree with what he's saying. I mean, yeah, it sucks, right? That's not the way it's supposed to be. But the fuck can we do about it? I remember the WBO president once saying, bro, the business of boxing is not the business of the fans.
Yo,
and that's how they roll.
Don't watch. If you feel how I feel about that fight, guess what? Don't watch.
Right.
They'll get the.
But that's the problem. Is we sick.
So
you're
not.
That's
You're not gonna watch. You're not gonna watch Ryan Garcia and Conor Benn,
bro. We all crackheads, bro. We going.
Yeah, we gonna watch. You know,
you're not gonna watch Ryan Garcia and Conor Benn?
But I got a feeling.
I'm not. I didn't watch.
Mill gonna be in the closet watching. He ain't gonna tell nobody he watched.
Are we not
gonna? Just imagine if every time they vacated a belt, we had an actual tournament with the top 4 guys.
Yeah,
are we not gonna see Fury versus Wilder because he popped back? And I mean, like, are we not gonna watch?
Hey,
you know what I mean?
Brother, tomorrow I decided I'm going to call the Clarissa Shields card, and I'm going to probably watch Ray J. I'm probably going to watch Ray J fight Orlando Brown, bro. You think I'm not going to catch Janet Beck fight?
And I get the morality of it. I really do.
We are real life derelicts, yo.
I'm proud of you, Clay. Come give me a hug, Clay, man. Keep calling that Clarissa
fight. You're the worst, bro. There's nobody worse than us, bro. I promise you.
Bring it in, Clay. Bring it in, brother. Calling that Clarissa fight. I love it. I
mean, we bitch every fight and watch every fight.
I promise you.
Hey, is that part of our DAZN package? That fight tomorrow?
That's on Zeus. It ain't the ultimate package though.
No, it's on Zeus.
It's not on DAZN?
No, it's on DAZN. Don't listen to that shit. It's on DAZN.
No, it's on DAZN.
It's on DAZN.
You sure?
What I say? We're simulcasting. It's simulcasting on Zeus.
My boy Samuel casting.
It's simulcasting, man. You know what the fuck?
Boy, that was right next to a documentary.
Hey, yo, get my people in the chat. Can y'all check that? I swore it was on Zeus.
No, because
it's on Zeus and
it's on DAZN.
But it's on DAZN, right?
Yeah, I think so. Zeus and DAZN.
I caught the weigh-ins a little bit.
She's such a big star. She needs various platforms, you feel me, to showcase her talents. Shout out to
but that's the new thing, though. If you notice, like Ryan versus Conor is going to be on what? Paramount and DAZN, right?
Exactly. And what they tell me, YSM, they tell me Ryan Garcia face of boxing material. Clarissa is too in that case, then.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right here. I'm on DAZN right now. It's right here on the front. It'll be on tomorrow.
I mean, I'm telling you,
is it counting against one of our pay-per-views?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
No, I don't kind of.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
See,
I was about to tell you.
Hey, Blaze, Tito Mercado don't got no fight.
I'm just saying, man.
But even if it did Like got the ultimate package. It wouldn't have been it would have been no scratch.
Nah, man.
He got it, man.
Come on, man. I'm trying to.
Nah.
Hey, Clay, you covered that already? The Tito fight being called off because to go 10 pounds over?
No,
he
he's
has
fighting.
a replacement.
I put it in there. I put it in the private in the chat earlier. He's
they
fighting
pulling somebody out the crowd, man. They had
14.
Somebody off the. They just did a raffle.
They
drawing the tickets. And whoever ticket got pulled is who's fighting.
The one of the guys that they gave the free tickets to, man. He's like, yeah, you can fight. Yo, they're giving out tickets by the thousands, bro.
Not giving out.
Is Tito ever gonna get a fight that's gonna move him up the rankings actually and make him a name?
Man, he fucked himself over. But you know who also didn't make fight? I really think this was the thing about that. There was not enough money to pay these people, man. Because Daniela Perkins did not. She did not make weight. And they stripping of her belt.
She a light heavyweight, man. She about to move up to heavyweight, man. It's time.
So she not getting paid, and then they like, all right, so she not getting paid. Let's get Tito Mercado, this guy we pulled from the crowd.
Yeah, man. I should have been there to raise my hand. Fuck it, I'll take it.
For real, man. I could have got a bag. I'm going to get my ass whooped for take a dive.
Shit. Ho, real quick. Holy shit.
Y'all there you go. Hiley or Hilly, right?
Who's that?
I don't know who that is.
Hilly or Hiley?
Yeah, Hilly. Roger Hilly. Right. He's 14-1.
Okay, that's right. That make it look
so
good.
Wait, if he's 14-1, I'm willing to, and he took this fight on a couple days' notice. I'm willing to bet if this fight is at 40, he's really like a 130 or a 135 pounder that's always around weight.
Let me check him out right
Educated
now.
guess.
You mean he's gonna fight at his actual weight class?
What the fuck? I did not know that Mercado was top 10 in the ring match.
Hey, I could take the fight. Now I don't even got to cut weight.
When the fuck did this happen with Tito Mercado being top 10 in the ring magazine?
Yeah, you're right. He was a 135 pounder. Well, he's fought at 140 before. He's fought as high as 147 before.
Who was his only loss?
He's got to be a last minute guy.
Yeah, he is a last minute guy.
I think he's game though. I have a feeling he's game. Hold on, let me pull it up here.
Man, if Tito don't look good in this fight, and I mean just super dominant, bad look.
God damn, Tito top 10 on the ring. I'm still tripped out by that shit. I did not know you talked.
Bro,
you just mentioned that they got fucking Hitchens and top 10 in the 147.
But I believe that though. I believe he's a top 10 fighter though. In the
not at 147. He hasn't fought there. It's because he hasn't fought there.
He got 9 knockouts, 14 wins, 1 loss. His loss was in 2024. He got a unanimous decision loss in an 8-rounder. Yeah, bro. He was getting ready for a 6-rounder, but I guess that one got moved around or something like that. Now he's getting ready to fight Ernesto.
When was the 6-rounder?
You see anybody you recognize?
The 6-rounder was going to be in Tennessee to be announced. He didn't have an opponent.
But what was the date of the fight?
October. Oh no. So no, yeah. No, it didn't happen.
Okay, so I'm just trying to think. He's either a guy that's really, really disciplined and always stays around weight, or he's a smaller guy that fights up.
I see what you're saying. Like he's really a 135 pounder who's just not gonna. He's gonna be smaller than Ernesto.
How tall is he? That's around.
He's 5'8".
Okay, so he's a good size.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Yeah, he's a good size. So okay.
Ernesto comes in at 5'10" with that 74-inch arm reach, though, boy. Listen.
Yo, you gonna see, like, when they get
he's
in the
32
ring,
years old, though, bro.
Yeah, when they get where was his fights at? That's another factor.
A lot of Tennessee. He fought in Tennessee a lot. Detroit.
Clay,
a lot of Tennessee. A whole lot of all Tennessee.
Clay, you know what this is, Clay. You know what it is. I know what it is.
Yup. Damn.
I know it, bro. He's the greatest Tennessee fighter of all time, man.
Yo,
Was he a country fighter?
down south, like we call it the Chitlin circuit, right? You know, you got the Mexican circuit, and you got the Chitlin circuit down south. Down south in North Carolina, they call the dude, what's his name? Get a bum Skip, where Skip will find you a dude that's sleeping on like a park bench. Like the athletic commissions are real loose down south. That's where you can rack up a lot of wins very, very quickly. And if he fought damn near all his shit down south, then I expect Tito to stop this dude within 3.
Look at the record. Look at the records. Look at who he's fought, bro. Look at who he's fought. He's fought. It's a big shit show, bro. It's a shit show, bro. Look at this shit.
Hey,
12
man.
and 15, 25 and 12, 32 and 9. Okay, 5 and 14, 7 and 59.
Hey, I thought
Hey, you gotta let me build my fighter,
0 and
man.
3. He fought somebody who's never won before and got a unanimous decision on him.
I saw 5 stars 3 times in a row, man.
You gotta let me build my.
Oh, those are red stars.
0 and 2, 0 and 5, 0 and 23. Lord child.
You gotta let me build my fighter, Clay.
Why would Ernesto?
Hey, Clay, he's just getting it from the mud, Clay. He's getting it from the mud.
Why would he accept this fight, bro? That's diabolical.
Let
man.
me build my guy.
Yo,
man.
he gotta listen. Listen, Tito wants to get paid, bro. At the end of the day, this is a job. Like you cut all that weight, like you know, you do a whole camp to not get paid.
Bro,
No,
he fucked up so bad being retarded like Keyshawn Davis, bro. What a freaking retard signing with these people, man. What a dumbass.
Oh, well, you act like it's his fault that that's to go blue weight. It ain't
Bro, he's a dumbass for signing with this fictitious
man, shout out to
company,
Salida
bro.
Promotions. They got one of the bigger stars in boxing, man.
Salida Promotions is a legitimate promotional company.
Bro, Win Records is a fictitious company.
No, I'm saying Salida Promotions is a legitimate.
Exactly.
Emmanuel Tegu is.
That's a
Didn't he
good
fight for
point.
a
If it's
long
good
time?
enough for Ryan, why
It's
ain't it
about
good
to
enough
be
for
fight of
Ernesto
the night.
Vaquero?
Fight of the night about to be right here, bro. This about to be fight of the night.
You funny as fuck, Clay.
This is about to be fight of the night, bro. It's about to go down, bro.
Man, Tito about to call out everybody after this fight.
It's a moment of truth, baby. Moment of
Celebrity
truth.
death match type shit, huh?
Moesha versus That So Raven.
Yes, sir.
Mo-
Yes, sir.
versus
This is moment of truth. No more talking now.
Moesha versus Jamie Foxx show. This is
Well, that's
crazy.
the crack versus the crack dealer.
Damn, bro. Yo, man, that's.
We know who sold Whitney that cocaine.
Listen, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't put that on Ray, man. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that.
Shout out to Ray, man.
But it is what it is. What do you guys think about the Teofimo Lopez, Teofimo Senior conversation?
What was said? What happened?
What? You guys don't
put me on. Put me on.
Okay, hold on.
I've been saying Tio outgrew his father fights ago, bro. He should have had a different trainer by now. That's no knock on his dad. Did a good job, but time to hand over the reins to somebody else.
Damn, that is a fact, Donnie. Shout out to you, because the Atlanta Commission, they do pay the fighters even if the fighter don't make weight. That's what happened with what's my man Angelo Leo.
So they were trying to cut corners because they weren't selling shit. They told Mercado now to go, man. You can't fight, bro. You're 10 pounds overweight, so we got to cut this extra salary. Then they found out they still got to pay him. So then they found this jabroni from the crowd to go fight. Holy shit!
Hold on a second, man.
When my son is happy, nobody could beat him. You know, everything is mental. You know, that night it was like a person that just wanted to give it to them because that's the way they make it seem. You know, they wanted this kid to be something that he's not gonna be because he's gonna be boring all his life.
You gotta. Sometimes you just gotta.
He's not good for boxing,
but it's whatever it is good.
and we're gonna get him because I want to get him.
We don't need to get.
We're gonna get him in the future.
We don't need to do that.
I know we don't.
We gotta move forward.
We're gonna move forward.
We gotta move forward.
Yeah.
So,
but he's probably not even gonna be there because this kid's never lost.
But the thing is,
what's gonna happen when he loses?
It's not about that. Look, my whole thing is that everything works out exactly the way it was supposed to work out. And that's how you gotta live your life. You can't look at it like, damn, that happened and I'm gonna regret it. No, you gotta move forward on it and be like, what did that teach me? Right? A lot taught me that night. A lot taught me that I just gotta trust in myself more, you know, in my decision making on where I want to do my camps and everything. If I'm there putting myself on the line, I realize that I got to start filling in and knowing that I am Teofimo Lopez. I'm Teofimo. I'm the guy that beat all these great pound for pound fighters. Not once, many times.
And you're going to do it again.
So, but it took me to that point, that breaking point to realize.
I just want to say this, right?
What, Tio's Muslim?
You know, Tio is taking a lot of the credit for what he's done, right? He's basically saying, my mistake was you. You feel me? Right? When
the son's more mature than the father, it says a lot.
Yeah, he's saying, my mistake was you. You the mistake. But I'm gonna be as nice as I can about it. But let me talk about it.
Realize that who I really am. You know, I don't know who I am. And that was the saddest part about the whole thing, is that I'm living a life where I don't even know who that person is.
Mm.
So that right there with the Shakur fight gave me the a reality check to realize that is who you are. Guy that's been through worse, but could come back from any type of trials and tribulations. That could come back from a loss and beat everybody in front of you.
Everybody
make
loves
you great.
a comeback story.
But make you great. So I already understand when I beat Rolly, people are gonna come back. Oh, Tio, oh, but that was Rolly, or this or that. But don't come over here. Don't come over here. My objective
gotta do is be whoever's in front of us and forget about everybody.
My objective is
I agree with that.
To be undisputed.
Why do they gotta be so dysfunctional? Why can't even on a camera they know on a show? Why they gotta be so dysfunctional? It's crazy.
It's not this. I've been telling you this, Claire. I've been putting it as best as I could. This is not about a trainer and fighter. It's the family dynamic that they got, and it's not good for team. Period. This is just not good. This is not good. And
same problem I got with the Schofields.
And no, Schofield is not this.
Schofields is way. Schofields are functional.
They are. They cohesive. They got
this right here is. I've been saying it since 2021. Young man, you got married. It's time to spread your wings and fly the fuck away. But you're still under the dominion of mom and pops and all that bullshit.
Whoa. So check this out. You saying that, right? Yeah. Check this out, right? I want you to hear this and tell me what you guys think about this here.
I'm going to start with you, Senior. You moved to Florida when Tia was pretty young. Talk about the journey early on in kind of forming Tio's career and what it's become.
Well, I had my son in Brooklyn in Taekwondo from the age of 2 to 6.
I don't want you to get to it, Tio, Senior.
I've always heard that about you, Tio, that early on, a lot of the trainers said that you were a natural, even from a young age. What do you think it was about boxing that you...
Because he would like put all his toys in organize his clothes, his room. And at the age of 3, 4, 5, you know what I'm saying? You would go to his room and he would have all his toys lined up and, in a certain way. And I tried putting him in soccer. I mean, he was terrible in soccer, terrible in baseball, terrible in basketball. And it just happened like like I told you, I was training.
Yeah.
And Milton was the one that saw his gift and we started from there. But it was just unbelievable. If you see videos of him, if you go to the boxing on YouTube, you see some videos of him back in sports. That's what helped him a lot. He wanted to be like Floyd or better than Floyd. And he was the one that pushed me. I would get into a lot of fights, and it was wild. There was only like about three or four good kids, that we used to always fight. And like he fought Antonio Williams. He's a pro now. Everybody hated me because I was very competitive at the age of.
I'm just gonna let it go. I'm not gonna do that. What I was trying to pull up was Teofimo Senior was talking about when Teofimo Jr. was getting into these matches that he'd run away from home. Like if he lost or if he didn't get in his way, that he would basically throw tantrums, you know what I'm saying? And that he would never put his hands on Teofimo Jr. You know what I'm saying? He wouldn't put hands on him. In other words, he wasn't disciplining Teofimo.
I can't put that.
And I feel like that translates into what you see, which is a young guy who's throwing tantrums all the time. He threw tantrums about black fighters being treated better than him at top rank. He threw tantrums about Shakur being treated better than him. And how did he throw those tantrums? He made jokes, trolls. Those are all tantrums.
He was raised by a dysfunctional father.
So how the hell is a dysfunctional father gonna put any discipline when he's a fucking retard himself? That's the
Do
problem.
you have children, HLD?
Absolutely.
Word. See, okay, well, you could. I don't have kids. I can't speak on the father son.
And I'm just saying that Tio is a product of his father. His father is not disciplined. His father is not controlled. His diet. So everything that Tio has and knows is because of his father, and the little bit of maturity that he's getting to become is because he's learning it on his own the hard way. Because life is that's the way it is. But this man, he got look, man. I'm not trying to talk shit on the senior. He loves his son to death. Ain't no doubt about the love it, but it's the dysfunction that he brings in is too much chaotic, too much. There's that jealousy part. There's that look at me. It's all he cannot go without nobody mentioning his accolades or anything of him. It's all about and that right there translates to the son, and the son learns that shit to a point. Tio's learning to humble himself now as a almost mid 20 man, but Tio needs to spread his wings, bro. That's all right. I've been saying that since 21. He needs to spread his wings, and dad is dad over there, and my business and my life is over here.
But one thing I got to give credit to Tio Senior is that what I did hear him say at the beginning when you played the tape that I can agree with it. I mean, he sound like we got to move on. We lost the shit like that. Cool, Shakur. He's a boring fighter. He disparaged Shakur, but he was saying, "Nigga, we got to move on. No matter who they put in front of us, we got to beat. When we beat them, the narrative changes on us, and we'll move on."
Tio is
that's the type of
that, right.
No. Tio Senior said that.
No, Tio said that, and then Senior repeated it.
Yeah.
Tio said that. But
which Tio? See, you confused. You was
Junior is talking. Gordo said that.
Okay,
Yeah.
I
Senior,
thought I heard
Senior is is a contrarian, bro. He's very confrontational with Teofimo, and I think what you're seeing there is you're seeing the signs of a father who's lost credibility with his son a long time ago, and what you're seeing is Senior struggling to get Teofimo Jr. to believe him, right? So he's pleading with his son constantly, like, yeah, no, I don't want to, because he's always being confronted by his son. I'm telling you, there's a lack of, and shout out to HLD. I agree with you to say that the dysfunction that maybe he raised Teofimo Jr. in has made Teofimo Jr. he don't have enough respect for his father to listen to his father. And I think the way this thing translates is Teofimo Sr. cannot coach Teofimo Jr. because to coach a fighter, you need to have the fighter's ear.
I'm speaking more about fuck boxing. I'm talking about this father and son dynamic doesn't work because you got a very egocentric father who not only benefits and probably expects and demands to get the benefits from his son, from the work that he put in. Something that I could never imagine me doing with my son, that my son owes me shit for anything I do. For anything.
It's your job to do that shit. You know, I don't understand fathers like this.
And this guy, he expects that he is owed this. And so that's why Tio's in a position where he's too loyal for his own good. That's why you say, damn, I'm advocating for you, even against my own benefit. He's too loyal for his own good to learn how to separate the mom and dad thing with my life. You're a married man with a kid, with another one on the way.
Yeah, you got another one on the way.
Right. So what are you doing
with his baby mother? Like he's married to
they
got back together?
Yeah.
They reconciled, huh?
Well, hold on one second.
It just comes from your heart. I mean, like me and him were on we was together 24 hours. It's only when I worked I wasn't with him. Even work I used to bring him with me. We was like unbreakable. We was together all the time, everywhere. I mean, he would sleep with me all the time since he
Don't
was
say it.
born.
Don't, yeah,
I'm not gonna say
don't
what
say it,
age,
brother.
but
Don't say it.
yeah,
You be
he was my
stretching it.
life. He was
You be
him
stretching it,
and
but I
my two
love it.
daughters, you know. But you know, because I had my two daughters fighting too at Taekwondo, but they didn't like it, so I couldn't push them. But they were my life, you know. It happens like that, you know. Sometimes you're like, I was raised with a single mother, and my father was in another in Honduras, and probably, I mean, I lived a tough life, man. I used to get beat up really bad, you know, because my mother wanted to make me tough. You know, we was living down in Park Slope in Brooklyn back in those days. Was crazy, you know. They used to have a lot of gangs. I'm talking about like 78, 80s, you know.
This is a very interesting part of the video, guys, and I'm only pausing because of copyright issues for educational purposes, right? I'm stopping the video real quick just to hit play again, but I thought this was a very telling part of this story.
I was 5 years old, around gangs, you know. The whole block was all gangs, and even my little friend got killed. He shot himself, you know, playing with a gun, Tommy boy, at the age of 5 years old. So I was around all that. I didn't want that for my son. You know what I'm saying? That's why I saved him. You know, I had a guy that just died, a friend of, well, really not my friend, but he used to have his son, and they used to compete with my son, and his son became a crackhead and stuff. And he asked me, "How do you do it?" And I told him, I took my son out of school because he was failing. You know, there's kids that want to go to school and learn, but there's kids that don't like it. My son was one of those kids, so I put him in homeschool. And you know, he always listened to me. He was a good kid. You know, I never hit my son, ever. You know, I did hit him once because he would always run away. He would always run away from me.
Yeah,
and you know, you could feel it. You know, we was in the car.
So I just want y'all to try to picture what I'm seeing here, right? Teofimo's Gordo has never really been, he's never been held to the fire to have to listen to his father, bro.
But getting whooped doesn't mean you're not getting disciplined, man.
But see, this is what I get from this. You're seeing how he's doing it. What I got from this is wanted to put in all his efforts and time to try to create this phenomenal boxer to the point that he took him out of school and he dedicated his life to that. See, that's what I see. I'm not saying that, oh, he saved them. I don't believe that bullshit. Oh, he didn't like school. No. Because because I see that. I see that on the wrestling mat, especially in the wrestling mat. A lot of these kids who are homeschooled and their levels is a different level when they're just doing whatever one sport that they're doing 8-10 hours a day. And so that's what it takes for majority of all these fighters, all these super fighters that we got.
You don't think that Senior took him out of school because he didn't like school? You think Senior took him out of school for personal
and use it as an excuse.
Like,
this is
not important, bro. We're gonna make you box.
No, I mean, he just like, I know, he don't like it, so I'm just gonna take him out. But that benefits me, so now I'm gonna really train him for real 24/7 boxing.
All right, hold on.
It was an easy way out to use that as an excuse.
Let's let him finish building real quick.
And
he
was ready to go.
Yeah, he knocked the wind out.
I just went home and I hit him right in the chest, and I almost killed him. I mean, like, he couldn't breathe. I got real scared. So ever since that time, I never touched my sons or my girls. You know, I never hit my kids. Not that I was a great father, but I was always there for them. You know, my thing was work and my kids. You know, and being with my wife. I'm still with my wife 38 years. We're having the best moments of our lives. You know, because I've been lost. I think I've been lost for 30-something years, you know, since my mother died. You know, I took it all out on the world, you know, and I try to, you know, I think that we made this far with my son because of all the hate inside of me from my childhood, you know, the way, you know, it was like me against the whole world. So when everybody was against my son, it was like they were touching me too, you know? So I was like the protector type of thing, but it worked, you know? We got to, like I tell my son all the time, it's not me. It's something that guides me because, I mean, I was a soccer player. I played soccer for 35 years.
Right. So all that to say, Senior, and I agree with HLD when you're talking about translating all that trauma. You know, he really passed a lot of trauma down to Teofimo Jr. He passed a lot of trauma down. And I think this conversation is very, the toxic. I don't know how healthy, or that's my question. Like, how healthy is what was that healthy? Did that benefit Teofimo? And obviously the conversation is interesting because we're getting ready to see.
Still might need to hear that right now. You know, I mean, he's a grown man, and a lot of people don't understand. A lot of parents don't get that hitting your kid sometimes is better, and they give them psychological trauma with words. You know, because if you have a smart kid and you're breaking them down like, oh, you know, you're dumb, you're this and that. Smart kids take that to heart, and that lives with you forever. You know what I mean? Myself, growing up, I rather used to get my ass whooped than my mom talk to me. My mom talked to me, I'd be fucking broken for days. Just go ahead and beat my ass. I'm good after that.
Right.
So, you know, and it seems like Senior is one of those guys that, you know what? I'm just going to talk to you fucked up. You know what I mean?
Yes. Okay. Yes. I like it. I like it, man. And that's new. I wasn't thinking of it like that because I'm sitting here thinking Teo got his ass kissed, but nah, Teo got his ass kicked verbally, mentally. He got leaned on, and I'm seeing that even as I'm watching. You know, what I'm saying the whole entire breakdown of him saying.
Just look at the corner how he talks to him, bro. Look at the corner how he talks to him,
and even right there, he's talking. Even right there in that interview, he's talking about how he was mad at the world. You know, what I'm saying?
I heard a lot of "oh woes me," bro. This victim mentality bullshit. That's what I heard from him, bro.
And he focused a lot of energy on Teo and the kids. So if you're mad at the world and you're focusing on them, you done took Teo out of school. That means that Teo didn't even, school might have been an escape for Teo. That might have been where Teo had an opportunity to get away from the toxic energy. But
and just imagine your dad being like, you ain't smart. You're good at boxing. You need to stick to boxing. You ain't smart.
And we're not even talking about how it was at home where everybody fighting and yelling and all that other crazy and the wife and bro and the girl. No, man, it was a chaos. It had to be chaotic. Had to be chaotic. And,
I mean, you can see the pain in Teal's eyes, in Junior's eyes, bro.
And Teal is not emotionally intelligent.
But I think that works too bold, though, man. Teo might not have became who he is in the sport of boxing if he had it the other way around. You feel me?
That's what the father's saying, right? The father's saying it worked out. That's what the father's saying. So here goes. So because we're not Dr. Phil, and I don't want to make this I don't want to make this into what it's not, because what it is it's about a fight next week between Teofimo Lopez and Rolly Romero, and it's about a dysfunctional corner. It's about a dysfunctional relationship that Teo's returning back into the ring with the same energy there. What adjustments have really been made or can be made? Is Senior going to be how do you guys feel about the way this bleeds into the fight between Teo and Rolly?
You decide. Clay. Did they look like they're on the same page?
No.
Exactly. And is that in the gym? Were they in the gym?
No.
That's just like we are right now. So it's this. That's what I'm saying. He's still in the same island. I don't care what the hell he says. He is still in the same hamster wheel until he cuts the wing this off, and he just learns to. Yo, I'm separating my family and the boxing business. We're gonna divorce that, and I'm gonna and me and my family's this, and mom and pop's over there. And I come in
like that because at first we was giving Ryan the same type of grief. Like, oh, Ryan and his dad.
No, we're not triangle theory. Every situation is what it is. I'm going with this one.
Excuse me. Hold on. All I'm saying is we was just giving Ryan the same type of grief about him and his father not seeing eye to eye. Ryan,
I didn't say that.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying guys were doing. They were telling
Yeah,
me
but
that
that's because Ryan's dad wanted him in the gym. It's not the same situation.
That's my
and you're bringing an argument that we're not having here, that because nobody here said that's the same thing over there. So I mean,
people was definitely saying that Ryan.
Yeah, who cares about the? It's me you're talking to right now, and Clay and H Town. None of us said that.
So
we're talking about the
I
situation
just said
with
that
Tio.
people in my guy, excuse me. I just said people in general were saying the same thing about Ryan.
That argument doesn't hold water with me here.
Talking while
No,
I'm
what,
talking.
I understand what Treese is saying. Treese is basically saying we've seen a dysfunctional thing work out before. Is basically what you're saying, that it was a dysfunction there supposedly between Henry and Ryan, and look how it worked out. But I do think there's a difference. I think that this dysfunction is deeper, bro.
Yes. Yeah, that's the son being dysfunctional, not the father. The father's the base.
Right.
We're not talking about
in this situation, the son's the base.
I don't know, man. I think
and I think us watching this develop in front of us like this, like shout out to Mr. Versace, right? Because he's
loving it, bro.
He got these motherfuckers to do this show, man, and he got them to come on the stage together. And what you're seeing is that they don't have it figured out yet. And you're seeing that Teofimo or Gordo, I'm going to call him because both of them are called Teofimo. Gordo is, and once again, we're talking about going into this fight next week. And we're talking about the reason that Teofimo lost in his mind, or the reason the fight wasn't as competitive as could be, is because of the dysfunction that was in that corner. That's what, and matter of fact, you know what I'm saying? Let me go ahead and just let Teofimo say it better himself so that we can, so I don't have to, hold on a second here.
Real
here
quick.
We go, right here. Here it goes. Here it goes. Watch this.
It ain't on the screen. We won't hear nothing. You got it playing, Clay?
Listen.
It's not, we don't hear it, Clay. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh shit, I'm on the wrong one.
Yeah,
I didn't pull it up. My bad. Here we go.
Decision that I'm here for.
You know how great my son is? That you had all these people trying to mess with him mentally for that fight. Everybody.
And you helped them.
You know what I'm saying? What?
Oh,
listen.
No.
I never tell you to lean in a fight.
No.
Tell me.
And I tell
you leaned in
you
from
know,
the beginning of the fight. I don't want to argue with you.
No, it's good. This is good for us.
It was
This is
both
good
our
for us.
mistake,
No.
if you want to call it like
Sometimes
that.
you just got to take it for what it is.
I
gotta take my actions.
You would have beat him.
Look, I gotta take my actions, right? This is something that we gotta spill out. I gotta take my actions when I'm
You gotta
wrong.
forget about the past. And one thing that you gotta forget is about what they say about you. Or if they don't put you on a pound for pound list, all that shit don't mean nothing.
I'm gonna tell you. You know when I learned that. You know when I learned that. When I beat Loma. That's when I learned that.
Because that's what they want to do. They want to get you mentally.
Oh no. Mentally. Remember
exactly.
that? Okay.
You don't see it. You see it,
bro. But the thing is, like, yo, at the same time, you're my father, right? And I'm advocating for you. I am.
Okay.
I'm advocating.
I'm not your enemy.
No, I'm not saying that.
All right.
I'm saying be part of this next. Be part of it. This is a bigger battle than
I wouldn't let you
we
do this
see.
again.
Huh?
I wouldn't let you do this again.
My thing
you know
is,
what? This fight saved us because I'm a better person now.
You don't want to even.
And that's where I would like to just confirm it to is this. But you got to accept
that fight saved my life.
It wasn't me.
Yeah.
Not this time.
No, it was you too.
Not this time.
No, you let it.
And that's the part where
tell me that you didn't let him have it.
Bro, this man, dude, this is heartbreaking if your father act like this to me as a father, man.
Every son wants to make their father proud. Am I right? When you got your father in that moment, when you're bleeding, when they're allowing Shakur to do all these extra things, and you're in there, and you're broken the record for the most attendance in Madison Square Garden. You're this and you're that, and your trainer is not giving you instructions. They just talking you down. Where's your power? Where's this? You're gonna hate yourself. All roads
you didn't
lead.
Box in that
all
fight.
roads, but
Every
do
time.
you not understand?
I'm not even gonna argue with you because you're blaming me for it.
Look,
what did you say after the fight? You didn't listen to your father. That's what you said.
Because
right?
I'm an advocate for you. At the end of the day, I'm an advocate.
Who's Slick
for you.
Boxer Gordo?
I know who that is. I know.
Okay.
Man, this is why I respect Bill Haney so much. Because Bill Haney's willing to take the bullet for his son, bro. This man, I don't want to talk bad about Senior, but this dude wants his kid to take the bullet for him. Bro, nah, man, that's not the fucking way it works, man. As a fucking father, man, that shit pisses me off just to see it, bro. Like, dude, I want to slap his dad, bro. Like, this is crazy to me.
I'm not lying. I'm not there. I'm with you. I'm telling you, this is fucked up. And until Teal divorces this situation and just separates the boxing business from the family thing, you know, he's gonna, because even his personal life is in turmoil. His relationship with at home with his wife and all that kid was all in problems because of the family life. That was so involved. Bro, you can't have a wife and kid and have mom and pops in the next room bedroom. That shit don't work. Especially if they're trying to control you, but they've been controlling you since you were a little kid in this career that you got. You see his dad? I won't let you. What you mean you're not gonna let him what? He's almost 30 years old. The hell are you talking about? You're not gonna let him do what? You gotta follow your son's lead. He's a man now. And what your son needs is what you gotta give him. As long as it's within the good graces of the good stuff. But you're over here like trying to control everything, Senior. And that's not
yeah,
good.
and you know what's so funny? Like watching it the second time, third time. I think this is the second or third time I'm watching it, but I'm just now grabbing on to the real abuse. It's not.
You see that, man? It's not me. It's you.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah,
That's just to tell your kid that shit's crazy.
He wouldn't even let He wouldn't even let Gordo get out his thought. He kept trying. He's a manipulative person. Like he's super controlling. He's super trying to control every part of the conversation. He won't let Junior speak. I'm not going to even argue with you. He's not. Don't argue because he's not even. You know what I'm saying? Like what? He's not arguing with you. So what? You're not going to argue. Don't.
It's that easy. You're talking while I'm talking, Chef.
Right. I mean, you got this, and right now I look at Teal like a little boy. As a father, I'm looking at him like a little boy. I'm almost 50 years old. You got your little boy trying to tell you how he feels about you and how trying to let you know. And this is a fucking national TV interview, bro. So imagine how much this should take for Teal just to say this to his father. You know what I mean? And maybe he thinks maybe this is the place my dad's gonna listen to me because we're in front of cameras. He can't run out the door. He can't just leave the house and tell me I'm an idiot. You know, like this shit's fucking. It's painful to watch, man. As a father,
it is, man, and it's sad. But the thing is, there comes a point in like I said, there comes a point in time in your life that you got to become a man. And I left home early age. I was still a teenager. I never looked back. I'm not saying that I divorced my parents. No, that I made my life. Yeah, I made my own life. I'm the head of this household. My parents don't make decisions for me. His mom and dad still make decisions for him. They still tell him what to do. Dude, you're almost 30 years old. And you're married. This got to be divorced for him to have a happy life. Hopefully things are better at home with his wife and all, because that's what this boxing thing is going to be over in the next 6 years. It doesn't matter.
It seems like this kid don't have no safe spot outside of boxing. His safe spot is the ring.
It is.
Like everywhere else, he's in turmoil.
And he doesn't have a posse of friends. Look at what his friends. But it's that old dude, and that's it. He don't have a posse of friends.
I'm about to get out of here, Clay, but I just want to say, man, shout out to ATP. The real face of boxing is fighting tomorrow night, and Clay realized we finally got us a show going. I can't wait to see. I look forward to tapping in with you, champ.
Ray J, and
Ray J and Orlando Brown, bro.
Orlando Brown.
Y'all doing that?
Must see TV. Must see TV. Trice.
Y'all doing that shit
done.
again.
The talking is done, baby. It's the moment of truth, bro. The main event.
Hey, Toledo.
What up?
Who wore it better? Bumgarner or
hey, I ain't gonna lie, that wasn't a good look for. I didn't like.
Oh, that wasn't
the best. That wasn't our bet. That wasn't our best move, man. That they need me over there as a strategist. That wasn't our best move that we made in the camp recently. But shout out to Clarissa, man. Hey, Alicia made it a hot bar. We made it a hot song. You feel me? So we got our shit off. Can't look forward to watching the fight tomorrow. And Clay,
maybe if you allow me, I'll let it jump on and do some commentary with you, gang, for the biggest fighter on the planet, man. But shout out to the Joe Jacksons of the world, man. T.O. Senior, never let up, man. Get in there, fuck it. I gotta ask y'all, if Teofimo win this fight,
make him sing, Huntress.
Hey man, make him sing. Fuck it, man. We trying to get out the hood, man. If T.O. win the fight against Rolly, I gotta believe that the narratives have changed. But shout out to ATP. Appreciate the platform, gang. Y'all be cool, man.
Peace. So guys, I mean, we're gonna close it out soon. So I just want to know, after seeing that, what we just watched, how do we feel about this Rolly Romero fight at this point?
Man, the way I think, if there's any kind of a hiccup or some kind of adversity for Teo, Senior's not gonna be there to tell him, hey man, you know, take this round off or do this or do that. He's gonna be there like, hey, you ain't doing what you're supposed to do. He's gonna revert back to his belittling his son. You're gonna hate yourself, and that should trigger something in Teo, man. And that should just this interview just opens up so many things to me on why he hasn't been performing right the last couple fights. Because whenever there's adversity, there's no support. It's just, you know, you ain't shit, you fucking up, you ain't gonna like yourself. I'm gonna like me, but you ain't gonna like you. You know, it ain't my fault, it's your fault. Like, yo, it's deeper than boxing for these two, man.
Yeah.
And man, it's time to go. The age-old saying is, when the fighter's not listening to the trainer, it's time for a new trainer. In this case, the trainer is the father. And Teo ain't been listening for a couple fights now. It's time to go. Just because he ain't your trainer no more, they mean he ain't your father. Yeah, man, it is what it is, man. That shit's crazy.
I don't see it like to be that. I'm just saying that's just the dynamic. It's just not healthy to live your life that way. I think they're going to be more than fine in 2 weeks here, next week. I think they're going to be more than. This is not the first time. You guys remember that interview with Josh Taylor time and how that, bro. This is normal chaos, everyday life for Teo and Senior. So the thing is. Yeah, that they went up against a monster in the game with a lot of other extra shit, and you're not going to overcome it having all this dysfunction. You're not going to. You know what I mean? He's gonna. They'll get through
Rolly.
They'll get through with it. Teal's talented enough for that, and they'll get through with it. But it's when
I agree with you.
I don't know. It's Rolly being guided by God now, so. A man that believes in God's a dangerous man.
Yeah, I think both you guys are right. I think the reality is, as long as Teofimo can win this by himself, he'll win this fight because he in there by himself.
You know,
as long as he's able to, and I think he's realizing that just by what he said in the interview. Right? He said, "I got to realize who I am, and I got to realize who won these fights and how these fights got won." And you know, he taking that ownership at the same time.
Starting to see it.
He's trying to see that it's on me. It's on me.
Accept it. Because what the little bit that you're saying, it's nothing new that he has not been told before. I promise you that. It's nothing new. It's just a matter of acceptance and to see. And you know, hey, you know, and look, he loves his father. There is just no doubt, no question. And the same for Senior. He loves his son. But the way that he loves his son is toxic. It's toxic. It's not healthy. It's not good. It's not good.
Sam from Jersey with the $5, man. I appreciate you, brother. Says, where was the corner adjustments from Teo Senior in the Shakur bout? It's time to move on entirely. Yeah, man. It is time to move on. I think that and this is what I've always been advocating and speaking on when it came to Teo, you know, last year around this time, you know, talking about, you know, that was going to be an issue for him when it comes down. And I think whatever happens in this fight with Rolly Romero, I still expect him to win. I'm leaning towards Teo to win this fight. I think this is 60-40, and I gave 60 obviously to Teo. And the only reason
I can't even see Teo lose, man. I'll just hate to see what he's going to go through, man, because I think a loss to Rolly is going to break him.
Yeah, but I think it's a 60-40, and I think it would be 70-30, 80-20 if he had a corner. You feel me? I think Teo's that talented to where I think a corner for him, a legitimate corner that he believes in, that he can buy into their program, or they can buy into his program, and he can buy into their eyes, and he can buy into their advice, I think makes Teo that much better. I think he levels that much up with the right corner.
If Teo did not have all this noise with his family, his dad, that dynamic that they had, and it was just a trainer and a senior and Teo, he'd be more than it. But because there's so much other shit behind everything else, it's too much, and he cannot function that way. When he was training, I told him when he was training over there at Wildcard Gym with Freddie Roach, man, I saw such a focus in his eyes and him being so attentive to every word. When he was with Reynoso for the little bit of time, bro, he was all into whatever Reynoso was doing, and focused and paying attention and caring to want to make sure he does what is told. He was like a machine.
You know what I think will be perfect for Teo, and God rest his soul, he's not here no more? Roger Mayweather. I mean, Roger Mayweather with Teo would have been something special.
No, because that man is dysfunction too, bro. He needs someone who's not dysfunction. He needs a Salas.
Roger's a psychopath, but he was a good trainer.
No, because that's what you guys are looking at it as a trainer. I think Teo needs a mentor in life and a trainer. I need an OG. I need a Ishmael Salas. I need a Ronnie Shields, a Robert Garcia. I need a Robert Santos. I need an OG who can teach you about life. At the same, he needs a Mickey like in Rocky. I mean, it's crazy. That's what he needs. He needs someone who's gonna teach him how to be more of a man in life, and then how to be a monster in the ring. And know how to
Nacho Berenstein way.
You know, and
I like it.
And that's what he needs. And unfortunately, I don't. You know, look. I mean, he loves his father, and how can you tell someone? You know, it's just that's not my place. I'm just saying what I see, and the only way I see it to get better. Yeah. But if not, man, I'm rocking him up. What it is, man.
It is what it is. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Great show tonight. Great panel. Great conversations as usual, man. I appreciate you guys coming up here. Shout out to everybody in the building. Hit the like button if you haven't done it. Support the grind. If you haven't subscribed to the channels, go ahead and do that as well. Guys, pop in tomorrow. We will be doing the live commentary on the Clarissa Shields card. You know, if you give a fuck, you can come over here and we can talk about it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, man. Hey, salute to the chat. Salute to Clay HOD. Hey, all the fathers, hey, remember, you the shield. You taking the bullets for the kids, not your kids. I'm out, man. H-Town.
H-Town, peace, man. Peace.
Peace out. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. You know where it is. You're on the Claymore Range. You're on the Claymore Range show. Peace.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Yeah, I can never doubt myself, I know better. All of you critics be acting like you know better. Blowing the smoke, but I know when the dust settles that I'm in my element. It's evident that there's levels to the game. I got there, breaking my back to make it out. Got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help. I know you wishing me well. A penny for your thoughts, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad ass son. I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me. But known for my city like OAGZ. Set the pace as long as you finish. Consumers find a way inside your business. Babble if they try to dabble in it and they hate the fact that they may have to witness. You tryna aim for the top like this, and you're in your element with a fire like this, and they hoping you fall and they praying you miss, but it's all in the risk. I got you with the switch, you know. I'm in the zone. Give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas. 155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Flow is like water. I'm forced through the fire. I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth. Following God and you grinding. You do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center. Word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, but I might be. Let's run it up, run it up, run it up. We beating the